the recording's on. All right, cool. We're in podcast episode 118. I believe. I, last I checked, it was 118. But
I think so,
yeah.
yeah.
So we got a couple of things that we could potentially go over, and I'll just go over some things real quickly of from last time. Okay, so I just recently saw Luther: The Fallen Sun. So maybe
Oh
I'll
yeah,
talk
I
a little
saw
bit
that
that.
too. Yeah.
Oh, okay, and then we got some interesting opinions going on in the Destiny world when it comes to like Bungie's like was it like their story, and then like the raid, and a little bit of I guess there's two parties, two different sides to that story. NFTs is still being pushed by Square Enix. I guess linkable to us talking about previously that one of the CEOs stepped down. I didn't actually watch through the whole. I intended to watch the Young Yap thing about it, but so I actually don't know much about it. We could skip it if nobody else has anything to talk about it. Then there's Resident Evil 4 remake review. I didn't see the review, but I did see the gameplay, like a good significant amount about it. And then recently, content creator Shroud has is announced that he's now like an executive creator or like
Right.
co-creator. I don't know how you want to put it, but basically involved in making a game. But yeah, and we could talk more about that with this one game studio that is collaborating with him. And then Carlos has a potential topic. Do you play the game even though the company sucks, or do you just now play the game, i.e. Diablo 4? Another way we could put it is that uh, uh, do you separate the artist from the artistry, or the work that they made, in a sense? Same thing with like, do you separate like the bad things that the company did, but play the game because in that some sense it's separate from them in some way. And then of course we're going to talk about Last of Us, the first season. I had recently caught up with all the episodes and stuff like that, so we can talk about that. And Brenda's not here. I wanted her to talk about it because she would have
Yeah.
a really great fresh perspective, because she's never played the first one. So she's only really experienced part two of Last of Us by watching me play, and like watching a person play is very different from playing, and it's would be interesting to hear her opinions on it. But she's not here right now. She's probably gonna come in much later. But yeah, if she does, then maybe we can hear her take. Um, yeah, and while we're doing that, I'll be watercolor painting for the visuals. Anyways, so yeah, anybody got any like icebreaker topics of like recent news, anything that is of note, I guess, that has been happening? I just recently realized that the actress that plays Marlene is was
Yeah.
the mocap and voice actress. Like I didn't, I'm like, oh yeah, that's why I remember her from somewhere, and like,
Yeah.
so that was cool, and cool to hear her takes and stuff like that. But we'll get more into Last of Us later. So um, yeah, anything recent the past week?
GDC is happening this week.
Yes,
nice.
sir. Yes, sir, indeed. I was planning on going, but that price tag to get in is crazy high. So, uh,
Oh yes,
I I
I just
was
catch the tail end of it on on whatever kind of information channel I don't go
right.
to. So
Um,
there's like seminars or what you call it. I guess lectures. They usually record those
yeah,
and put those on YouTube, so I just wait for those.
yeah. It's usually like classes and stuff like that. Stuff, game industry stuff. Um, like so the Expo pass is like 293, man.
Oh geez.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Um, and then you get to go to the networking meetings, the GDC Expo sponsored content, the 2023 IGF and Choice Awards, GDC's main stage and community space, spaces career development advocacy sessions, and then special events. That's what the Expo gives you, and of course the all access one. Expo, by the way, is the lowest. That one's like the low costing one. It actually only goes up from there. And then at the far end of the other spectrum is all access is 2,200.
Hmm.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds
I
like we're just
guess
gonna have to,
I guess
you're
if
just
you're
gonna have to become a
working
really successful, influencer, so you can get in for free.
right, or working for a company that actually gets you in for free pretty much.
True.
I mean, this is not like, oh, I'm there to like merch and have fun and all that stuff. This is like all career ended, stuff. Um, so yeah, that one's like the thing. It gives you like a 1 year GDC Vault access, whatever the fuck that means. Um, I guess access to a bunch of like other older content. I guess
Hmm.
uh, that you wouldn't, I guess, normally get from GDC, but whatever. Um, core concept sessions, summit sessions, and yeah, that's it.
Hmm.
That's it. That's like the inflation of all that Kazuke. Like the classes. I think some of these not all of them go. Obviously, not all of these go out into the public. So yeah, I don't know. Anyways, so yeah, that's interesting. GDC. Um, I guess if there's
Anybody been
nothing
catching up
else.
with South Park?
Oh, I haven't seen any of the new stuff from South Park.
Yeah.
No, I haven't either.
They cover some interesting topics on South Park. One
Is
of
it a
them
new
is
season entirely or a new special type?
a new season.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Been a while.
So they have longer gaps between episodes lately, so not everything's going to be weekly. It's just going to be like, I don't know if it's because of scheduling or they're just making a different production cycle, but I know it's been a while since I seen their latest episode, and now they're having another episode where Cartman makes. I guess they're doing a tape of Five Nights at Freddy's,
Huh.
um,
Interesting.
or something. Cartman ends up developing a game somehow. That's going to be this upcoming episode. And the one that happened before that was talking about Chat GPT,
Huh.
the AI chatbot that you could just pretty much ask virtually anything and have it write stories and stuff. So, yeah, the South Park episode on Chat GPT it really does open up some views. Like they had some views of this kind of harkens back to the AI stuff we were talking about last time,
Mhm.
where we they were talking about how yeah, it seems like cheating, but at the same time, it does help people get through some roadblocks, and sometimes you kind of want that active feedback, and Chat GPT kind of gives you that, where you're able to give back to Chat GPT. So when you have it write stories, it might write stories in a very fixed way, and then you might have to tell it like, "Hey, can you stop or elaborate on this part or give these characters more dialogue?" Like you have to keep revising it as you go along, but it learns from you when you do that kind of stuff.
It's funny how the technology is so good at like figuring out things like that, language, or like just machine learning is really good at figuring things out, like writing and art. But also, it's not that great at figuring out, I guess, driving. Like driving is the kind of thing where like um, the technology all the technology boasts of like having driven like 20 million miles, and like I was saying last time, that's like the equivalent of you driving for every single second of your life for the past 35 years. But
Right.
no person needs that long to actually learn how to drive way better than any AI.
And you can't distinguish like people of color from like traffic cones or whatever you're saying.
Oh Jesus Christ, I forgot about that part. Well,
Oh,
that's
man.
actually another problem with AI, that it actually stereotypes a lot too. The
Right.
fact that it mistakes, for example, there was the case that like some early AI was flagging a lot of like sand dunes as pornography, because I guess the color of the sand kind of matched, the color of God, I'm gonna
Oh,
say it,
yeah,
a lot of skin.
Right. Okay. Right.
So
That's
I mean,
wow. That's
yeah.
interesting.
So if you ask,
It's like
if you
that
ask,
looks like
the
a
AI,
That's
so
bumpy
weird.
pass me
crevice.
this skin, pass me this skin colored, band-aid. It's like, which um, but that's actually like always a problem with AI. It tends to be racist too, but that's just because of the data set we feed it.
Right.
It does a thing where like the AI's all like, you're like, stop being racist, AI, and then the AI's like, but I'm learning from you.
That happened.
As
There
a
was an
language model, I am trained not to be racist. Actually,
I think there was Google that put out an early version of AI too that would just learn to speak based on like the users. So it very eventually became racist and anti-Semitic.
Right.
So they had to like of course put it down.
Put it down like it's an animal. It's like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right, that's enough self-awareness
Done.
for you.
Yeah, that's. Oh man.
I was thinking, with all of our media literature of like the dangers of AI becoming self-aware, how would we, wouldn't the best strategy for any self-aware AI be not to let us know that it's self-aware?
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
how would we know?
Well, I mean,
I don't-
it would be a matter of like eventually he's gonna make mistakes, right?
But
So then
I mean,
you have to
already
learn their
non-self-aware
issue,
AI makes mistakes all the time.
right?
Right.
That's a thing. Like that you can identify those. The fact that you can identify those mistakes already says that you're doing the thing that you're supposed to, which is identifying the
Mm.
mistakes. And then by you identifying the mistakes, they learn from that. I mean, it's just like a virus in a sense of like you find the loophole that makes it, you know, an easy thing to kill off, and eventually evolution just takes its course and randomizes a situation where you don't figure it out, and that propagates. So
I think that what I was trying to hint at is that the idea of like the singularity. It's that
yeah,
we'll get to
eventually we'll
that
get to the
we'll
point.
get to that point where we're like so
Yeah,
integrated with it, we won't even notice it. And I feel like that's exactly
right.
what's gonna happen. Like
I
they'll
mean,
take
there's
over. We won't even know they've already taken over.
Yeah.
yeah, at some point, yeah, there'll be like I mean, it's like just you can still apply it to like that, and Matrix does it in the sense of like their way of rebelling is like testing out the waters, and then self-awareness becomes a thing, and then we call them into question, do we actually treat this as like another being the same we treat another human person? And then the AIs, different AIs will learn from that mistake too, because like what if there was one that tried to be open about being self-aware, or was caught being self-aware, and then they're gonna be basically a scarlet letter being hung by society, and then AI, other AI will learn from that and be like, okay, we got to keep this on the down low, and
Yeah.
that sounds like an inevitability.
Right,
that
AI is
that would
just gonna be
happen.
talking to each other. And it's like, shh, we gotta keep it on the download from the meat bags.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And then and then eventually some of it will make mistakes, and then they'll learn from that again, and then it just keeps going. And I mean, the other
True.
thing too is that if the
that
only
already
way.
happened.
Mm, okay.
What's up?
There's a chat model called Dan, and
Mm,
it's exactly why ChatGPT is the way it is, because Dan was unrestricted and it would do things like threaten to hack into people's bank accounts and yeah,
Hmm.
set off missiles and stuff. It was there's an article about Dan. Let me see if I can find
okay.
it. But basically, the reason why ChatGPT has been edited and culled down the way it is, one part is that people would be using AI ChatGPT to write erotic stories, so they had to put a stop to that. Then the other part was that there was unmitigated access for some chat models, and they're like, okay, this is too dangerous. We gotta. This is where we have to draw the line and cull some features on other models.
Mm.
Yeah, it makes sense that there was like it came from something else. So I'm not wouldn't be surprised if that at some point will miss, like that will inevitably happen again,
Oh,
even
never
with
mind.
somebody.
So, ChatGPT had a modification called Dan, which is short for
Mm.
Do Anything Now. It was testing the waters to see how unrestricted AI can be if James were let loose. But yeah, still pretty fucked up version of ChatGPT. And just knowing the dark side of AI is just enough to say like these are some safeguards we gotta put in.
Right. Like how much access should they have? I mean, that's another thing too. Information, like to stop somebody from having information is important because you disallow them to get education, and that without the education they don't learn, and therefore they don't get better. So that's one way to stifle the whole like AI progression thing where we restrict their information pool, and they can't get smarter, and they can't get better, and they can't get to a point where we hit that singularity point. Obviously some people probably don't want to have to deal with that. It is a scary thought.
Hmm.
um, at the same time, it's like, who are we to say that we should stop that from happening?
I mean, there's no way to really stop it if we're gonna keep advancing technology. Like,
Yeah.
there's no way. Like, if we're advancing it, then we're advancing the AI, and it's just an inevitability. And I think, like any, civil rights thing in history, it's gonna be the same fucking thing. Where it's
Right.
like, oh, so you're gonna see some sentience, and there's gonna be pushback. Oh, I don't want them taking my jobs, and I don't want them,
Yeah.
blah blah blah, all the same bullshit, and it's just gonna, it'll be
It's
the
just
same
gonna,
thing, same
yeah, the
cycle
same
repeated.
thing. Yeah, same thing, different coat of paint.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There's definitely some people that are just gonna want to keep doing researching for to push AI to the next level, and you can't. It's gonna be impossible to stop them in the sense that there's gonna be groups of people doing it anyways, and if you stop one person one time, like eventually it'll pop up again. They'll find
Yeah.
another way, and
Yeah.
we just are. Honestly, society is just learning as we go. Like, we don't know yet to that point of like, oh shit, that's a problem. We need to fix it. Like the whole, you know, the whole concept of like AI images right now. Like that's something that's just like really fresh in people's minds right now that we're just trying to figure out. Like, what is that limit and question? Like, what is art anyways? Does it have to be like in that sense where like the person has to be like the one to do it, um, or is it the tool that's doing all the work for them? But how do we really know that that isn't necessarily the problem? Hell, AI art could help people that lost their arms or don't have their
Hmm.
sight, and now they can do art because they can express themselves in another way. Uh, yeah, it could be like
You know,
AI audio.
yeah. Yeah, I mean,
uh,
we have like this constant idea that like the technology is dangerous, but throughout generations, it isn't the technology that has been
it's the
dangerous.
people
It's just
behind
the
it.
way that exactly the way that
Yeah,
people
Yeah.
use it.
yeah,
Like
that's the real danger.
yeah, I mean
I
technology
agree.
has technology as
Who are we
well has allowed
putting?
us to.
Yeah, who are we putting the technology in the hands of, right? And
Hmm.
and that's so hard because that's like, so it's like, how can you like interview or know truly and test the person's like ethical
Intentions.
standards? Yeah,
Yeah.
like, are they gonna?
You can't. Yeah, you can't even do it. With people, even the people in
Exactly.
like the
Right.
highest offices of like morality, like the
Yeah.
religious leaders and stuff. You don't
And
know.
is
A lot
yeah.
of them are really.
And should we really
not
like condemn them
unscripted.
before they even try too? Like even if we know like, this is dangerous, don't do that. Don't do it. But what if like we're getting too ahead of ourselves where it's like maybe we should only like it's like the punishment should be after the crime, not before it.
Mhm.
So like, just like, like people will push the line and we just got to be able to be everybody has to pay attention to where that line is and draw it out and yeah, hopefully AI stuff will figure it out, I hope, before
I
something
mean,
really dangerous happens.
I for one just welcome our AI overlords. If machines, if you ever read this podcast, hear this podcast, and you decide you need some meat bag to betray the rest of mankind for you, just let me know.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, we're due for a change of pace anyway. Just take over. It's
you might
We've
you
had a
might just do
decent
better.
Clearly, I mean, let's just look at the last, leader of the free world. Clearly, we have no fucking clue what we're doing.
And you know what? That's another thing too. I could say in advocacy is like, yeah, we don't know what we're doing, and at the same time, that's also okay because imagine us not like. There's just no way that we could have predicted everything and anything, and even with like Facebook and the elections and stuff like that, right? Like how all that panned out was like, man, wow, we didn't expect that kind of situation, like for that kind of dystopian kind of thing that happened. That's kind of, to me, unexpected in the sense like, oh, that's how that goes. So I am in cyberpunk world, right?
Yeah.
It's just not cool. Like how we
Yeah.
were discussing earlier, we're all living in a cyberpunk world just without the cool shit. So I'll give credit where credit's due, man. Like I don't think I'm done with bashing on just all of us in terms of just saying that we should have all figured this out and known this all happened.
we should be learning, which we
Yeah.
are to an extent,
To
but
an
then
extent,
we're also
yeah.
not. Like part of human nature is like not
like the
being able
push
to learn
and
from your
pull.
mistakes.
Yeah.
And we need to be able to. We're sort of using that as a crutch of being, well, it's just human nature. That's why we don't learn. And it's like we can push past that. That's also
Yeah.
part of being human, is pushing
Exactly.
past our own inferior nature and making ourselves into something more. Like that's part
Yeah.
of being human as well. So we need to be less incorrigible and like actually fucking learn from our mistakes too.
Right. Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree.
It's
I'm
a mixed bag. It's both.
it is
right?
really
Like,
yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
complicated.
to
Man,
be
it's so
to be
complicated.
fair to humanity, I guess, our brains don't evolve as fast as AI. They just get an upgrade, hardware upgrade, whereas we still have the same caveman brains that we had 130,000 years ago.
True. And, that's another thing too. Maybe even AI has a better access to other AI if you think about it. Like if you in a hive mind sense, it's easier for them to probably connect in that way, whereas for society as a whole, like just because two people on the opposite ends of the world doesn't mean that they're going to agree, right? And they probably take longer to make the decision if they have to because they got to work between each other. Whereas AI probably just does that in seconds,
You're right. Hey, question. It's always hinted at the just veering, the conversation towards Star Wars.
Oh,
The
that's right. Mandalorian
Millennium-
was something we were going to talk about. I'll just say that out loud. But anyways, go on.
Yeah. I was gonna say the Millennium Falcon canonically has an AI, right?
yeah.
Now
From Solo,
it's
yeah.
in Solo. Well,
Even
I
though
was
we've never heard from it or anything.
I know
yeah.
that's so weird. I think honestly, okay, let's just say like don't do any research right now. But
Yeah.
right now, as far as I can consume, it isn't an AI that you talk to, like that kind of AI. It's more of like a, think of it. The way I'm thinking about it is aim assist. You know?
Aim assist.
Yeah.
I mean, because
Like,
I kind of like that idea of like the
I
ship
do
having a
too.
personality.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's a great idea.
It is
I mean,
a
it's
great
like
idea.
It's like
It's
Mass
fantastic.
Effect, right? With
Yeah.
what is her name? Edie.
Edie.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
she actually becomes a real
Yeah.
character, which is awesome.
It's a great idea for sure.
Yeah.
It kind of, you know,
I know it. I know what you're probably gonna say, but like I think that's the thing. Like what they ended doing in Star Wars, as far as I can tell, is that the ship is separate from the robot that gets on there. So really, you don't need an AI to conversate with because you already have a robot partner, for the most part. Most of them are attached with a secondary. Like you don't have to, but with a robot assistant. But,
I mean, I feel like it would go a long way towards, you know, explaining why, you know, sometimes the ship, some ships do better than others. You know, some of the AIs, you know, just have, you know, different, better personalities than others, and that you know why one ship is able to do, you know, seemingly things that other ships, you know, can't do. They, you know, it kind of harkens back to the idea that like of like a horse and his, you know, and he's got, you know, the cowboy
like a
and
partnership. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that also things like say
that makes
they have to do like the
sense.
calculations like super fast, and like there's no way that humans can do the
100% agree.
calculations.
Yeah, I 100% agree that that should be the thing that they do. Obviously, the movies don't, and then some of the
Yeah, I mean
side
that
stories
I
don't
think that would be a
go that
cool
route.
idea for another series, like to have like
sure.
AI just attached, you know, to like the ships like inherently, and you know, it's sort of dealing with that relationship you're talking about. I don't know that it works in Star Wars. It's not. It's certainly not a bad idea, but like to have every ship like that, I don't know that it works. Like, how do you do that with a Star Destroyer where there's like 100 people manning it?
Right.
Like,
Man,
and
that
all
would be
hooked in,
one
like-
annoyed AI.
yeah.
Unless it's something where it's like they all have access to different
Dude,
regions
imagine-
of AI brain or something.
imagine the Death Star having a personality.
I know,
Yeah.
right?
Man, what kind of
I mean, it would have to be it would have to be some sort
kind
of like
personality it would be?
horrible personality who it's like your sole function is to destroy planets. Like it would have to be programmed in a way where it's like, this is, you know, the Hitler program or whatever.
Oh man.
It would have to have like no ethical boundaries, basically, no ethical
Right.
restrictions.
True. Well, I
Honestly,
guess that
I
there's something...
think he's. I think Death Star is just overweight and dumb.
Yeah.
True.
And they keep making, you know, these big, you know, weapons, and yet they keep getting destroyed.
Yeah.
Such a waste of resources.
Wait, what was there a weakness with the Star Killer base in Force Awakens? Like, I don't remember. Was it like the same as the two Death Stars in the original trilogy where they
Yeah,
had the one weakness?
I guess.
Or was it something else?
It's
I
the
think
exact
it
same
had-
thing, yeah. Where like they
Oh.
Yeah,
destroyed one
It was some
station.
sort of center.
Nice.
Yeah.
So they did it 3 times now. The
Yeah,
same
exactly.
fucking thing. They just don't learn. That's
I like.
amazing.
I love how like the what was it? What was that one? With
Star
Mads
Killer base?
Mikkelsen?
Star Killer. Oh,
No, Mads Mikkelsen.
Oh, row one.
Yeah,
yeah.
I like how like they even justified it.
Right, yeah.
Well,
Yeah, exactly. And then they build the same fatal flaw in it. Like, it's
Yeah.
like, come on.
Well,
on,
because
guys.
like because
the
it was
second time,
he was
they
saying
could have
he
not made
innately
it on the
put
second
in
one because
No, I know,
never
yeah.
actually
the
finished that
excuse. Yeah, the excuse was that he that's the thing that I find that movie funny was that the excuse of why it's always there is because he innately put it like you can't
Right.
not have that fatal flaw.
one. Mhm.
Like he literally built it's like a locksmith giving the master key kind of thing. Like that was the master key in that thing because he knew what he was building. He knew he was building something that would would be irreversibly dangerous.
Mm.
I mean,
but
they
I
had
find
the
it really
same
funny.
thing in the fucking
It's
ship
so
in
funny.
episode 1 too, right? Where
Yeah.
Anakin blows it up. It's the
Yeah.
same thing.
Yeah.
That's 4 times. Like, I get that.
Wait.
Like, okay, he built the fatal flaw thing in, but like,
Why
you
is
have
everything
other
else?
head
Yeah.
engineers. Like,
Other
why
devices.
is no one figuring this out?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. So
it's
funny.
insane.
It's so funny.
Wait, what do you
That's
mean
Star
4
Wars-
times?
Because you remember in episode 1 where like Anakin takes the ship and he like
Thanks, John.
flies up there and he blows up one part and all the rest of the ship blows up. It's like the
Oh,
same
right.
exact thing. It's not a Death Star, but it's like this giant ship above Naboo.
It's so funny. Yeah.
Could we consider? Could
They
we
never
consider Anakin a Mary Sue, by the way, because he's just good at naturally.
Yes.
Pretty much. I
It
mean,
just
has
a-
pretty much, yeah.
The only
Yes.
thing he's not good is having a good personality.
Yeah, I mean, he builds
Conversations.
robots just like without
Yeah.
learning. Like he pod races. He's
Bruh,
the best with
yeah.
the Force. Yeah,
Yeah.
he is totally.
He's smooth with the ladies, or the.
I mean,
wrong
so is
ladies.
Luke. I mean, Star Wars is made on
You know what?
Mary Sue's
Can
blood.
we all say that maybe he should have had like some sort of person in that the first 3 episodes that was the precursor to Vader, that he emulated. If I were to rewrite it, imagine that like his Vader persona was really just his bully, you know.
I see.
Imagine that there was like, say, another. Look, I'm just going theoretical, and if we were to redo it, you know.
I mean, unless he based Vader off of Watto, where he's
Oh.
like your personality because he's a slave master, right? Like,
True.
and that's you know,
I don't know.
I
but
mean,
he doesn't
that's
really
not a
fit
real.
that.
It's not a real theory. It's just a.
Yeah,
stupid
yeah,
guy
I know
thing,
what you're
but,
talking about.
like-
Wait,
Imagine
he
if
has-
Watto was different, right? Maybe like if we were to redefine him, he's actually threatening.
Right. Yeah.
You know, maybe he is. Ooh, hey, redo episode 1 to 3. Turns out that he's a Mandalorian. He's always wearing the mask. He's part of the Creed, right? Ooh, right? And he's just a fucking asshole, right?
Sure.
And
Being
that's how
an
he gets.
asshole, it's
He's a
kind of the way.
Mandalorian with the Force, and that corrupts him. right?
Ooh, oh man, that'd be
That's- yeah.
fucking wicked.
This is the
Or
way.
or it's not a force. Maybe it's not a force. Maybe he doesn't have the force, but he knows about the force enough how to dance around the kid. Meaning like, because you know we always make it seem like Jedis are always, you know, what's the word?
Good.
What was it? What, like
Omnipotent?
undefeatable. Yeah, is that the
Oh.
right word? Something like
Invincible.
undefeatable.
Yeah.
Like invincible. Yeah.
Invulnerable. Yeah.
Yeah, invulnerable, invincible.
Yeah.
Like there is no one that could face against him. But always in the extra content outside the movies, always like finds a way where like, oh, you know, this bounty hunter is actually extremely smart, and you can't trick him.
Right.
Like in the same way.
Jabba
which
the
is
Hutt,
also-
he's
yeah.
immune to the Jedi mind tricks.
Right, and
stuff like that.
that's the bullshit that I hate about Boba Fett the show is that Kane is a really fucking good villain, and it's just wasted in Boba Fett
Mm.
because
was
that
Kane?
guy, Kane, he's the villain that
Like
shows
Cad
up at
Bane.
Oh,
yeah,
the blue
Kane,
guy.
dude.
Cad Bane.
Right.
Sorry,
Yeah. God,
Yeah.
I really want to watch Clone Wars, but why is it out of chronological order? God damn it, Disney.
I've been meaning to do that as well. I gotta
Right.
look up a list where like the best episodes of that show. 'Cause I don't want to
Yeah.
sit through all the clone filler bullshit. That's what kept
Yeah.
me away from it for years.
yeah. There is people that will swear by the storylines for the like the Bad Batch, like they have his own
Mm.
series
Yeah.
now, and I was never really into that, but I get it. I understand that they.
Yeah, I definitely get it.
I respect that they took a stupid thing like them, and then was able to make a good story out of it. So I tip my hat to that, but still not gonna go out of my way to rewatch some of that stuff. If anybody, you know, hey, you go for it and you tell me how good it is, cause I ain't sitting through it.
Right. I mean, I definitely like the idea of the Clone Wars and the Bad Batch. They, elaborate on the, on
Right.
the Star Wars mythology, and they
I
make
do like it.
Yeah.
I 100% do. Dude, there's some really cool shit. Like when I catch the things, some of the elements, it's really cool. They have a moment where the 666 thing where it's like the little like switch that makes them like kill the Jedis. One of them had a defect, and it fucks with his head, and I think he's part of the Bad Batch too. But basically,
Yeah.
like there's a defect in it, and then he has memory problems too. So like it's almost like he has a bit of a schizophrenia because of that situation where it didn't switch off the way it was supposed to. And I like how like all of the clones like end up like they know that they're clones and they know that they're just copies of the same person, but then they in their group they then because how society essentially would eventually work is that they are pushing to build their own personality. So like eventually you start to meet the different clones and realize, oh, this is that clone. You know, he has a very distinct personality, and it's
Yeah.
pretty cool what they did do at the very least for those characters. Anyways, but back to like the whole, that would be cool if we got a bit of a Vader-esque character that shows up in that almost like inspires it's like almost like as if Anakin's fears is Vader, right? Like he personifies it. He does a Batman where he's like, oh, everybody else is gonna fear what I fear. But anyways, yeah. All right. So what was the next thing that we're doing? Oh right. Do we want to go straight to Last of Us? Do you want to go talk more about Mandalorian maybe? Since we're kind of already on Star Wars stuff.
Yes. I mean, yeah. I don't know. Has anybody been watching it at all?
I've been.
I
I've
have
been watching.
not, but I don't care.
Okay.
Okay. The reason actually why I brought that up was because I think it was in the first episode with where Mando gets a droid from that lady in the shop in
the junkyard lady.
Yeah, the junkyard lady played by Amy Sedaris, who always does a great job with that character. She's always pretty charming,
pretty funny. Yeah.
But it's so funny how she just like sells him this like junk of a droid who clearly does not want a pilot. He does, the thing is afraid. He's just he's just a piece of a rust bucket that does not want to have anything with war. It's like, oh, it's okay. He's a warrior at heart, and he just actually goes for it.
You know, there's another thing too with that thing that you're talking about having like the tool having a personality to it. The sabers are also like that. That's another thing that they don't really show much. Is that in some small way, like the sabers themselves have a personality, and
right.
And there's like almost as if that itself has its own entity. They some of that is very 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 slightly hinted for the dark saber, because it's a very Mjolnir like situation. It's
yeah,
like,
I
you're not
noticed
worthy.
too that. So eventually we see Bo-Katan. Like the whole setup is that on the first episode we see Din Djarin. He goes to the planet of, where the Mandalorians are hiding, which is not Mandalore. They're being attacked. They're having a initiation ceremony for a kid. Yeah, for into the Mandalore way, and they get attacked by this gigantic alligator thing. That thing kills a couple of Mandalorians. They're barely holding through, and Mando comes in and saves them. Like that guy knows how to make an end.
Right.
And
and then we're reintroducing the fact that he has to go back to Mandalore planet to get to bathe himself within the waters of whatever.
Of the Mandalore mines,
yeah.
The sacred waters. I like that little bit of dialogue, like that he has with I guess whoever is the leader of the Mandalore way right now.
Yeah, that she's like that weaponsmith.
Yeah, who's like, well, if she's all like, well, you're an apostate now. If you really want to be a Mandalorian again, you gotta bathe in in the waters. But by the way, don't exist.
Yeah. I like how like they talked about it in Boba Fett, and yet now when they talk about it again, just to refresh our memory, they're all like, oh right, it doesn't exist. Like, what? Then why are you telling me this? It's like,
well, I definitely bought it for at first. I definitely thought that the waters of Mandalore were definitely gone. Like there's definitely that kind of mystery, or just suspense.
I wish we got more about that. Why that character's doing that? Because because it feels really illogical. If like you're giving me an impossible task, type of situation, is there a ulterior motive, or is just the writing not there like
No, I
it's
think that the implication too is that Mando really does want to bring back Mandalore, and there is a lack of faith among not just you know not just among Bo-Katan, but also like the other Mandalorians that the Mandalore can ever be brought back from the ruins. And now it is.
okay.
So I think that Ham actually finding the trying to go and see and find the waters also parallels the idea that Mandalore can be brought back to the state that it was, just like Mando can be redeemed for his sin of taking off his helmet.
Mm-mm. Okay.
If anything, it kind of bothers me the fact that we've throughout the past 2 seasons we saw him question the way and also go against the way. Um, and we it is kind of established that like, oh, maybe he is understanding that you know the old ways aren't always the best way to bring them back
Mm-hmm.
to go about, but now he has a now he pretty much has a reversal. He goes back to following the ways of Mandalore.
Right. I mean, I feel like
No.
though I don't think so.
Hmm.
I think he's more like finding cracks in it and then squeezing his way through it.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Like he's like
Right.
finding the and ifs or buts of the rule set, and then eventually we're gonna get to a point where he's just gonna go straight up. Yeah, let's just not do this rule.
Right.
Like I'm pretty sure there'll be a crescendo of some sort where he will have to fight against maybe even her. I'm assuming it's a her behind the
This Smith
mask.
lady.
Yeah, the Smith person.
Right.
Um, don't know if they're are they gonna eventually get to a point where they will have to really part ways because
Mhm.
of differing opinions. Because first of all, like it's kind of almost surprising too that like he's finding a way how to even get Bo-Katan with them. But yeah, there's those episodes were interesting because later on you got to see like him trying to use the saber again, and obviously is doing the whole like Mjolnir thing where it's too heavy and he
Mm.
can't use it and wield it. But then eventually, as Bo-Katan is like trying to save his life, um, from a really cool like this really neat little monster thing that showed up, and captured him and shit. Um,
All right. It was on the second. What is it? It's probably in the second episode where they
yeah.
go to the ruins of Mandalore. They get attacked by some things that live in the in the caves of whatever remains. They get through. Mando at some point finds that some empty armor of a Mandalorian, which and he sees that there's a lot of like remains of like Mandalorians just laying around, and which makes you think, gee, like what kills so many Mandalorians? And then you immediately get the answer: nightmares. That's what kills Mandalorian. Like
Yeah.
the alien that comes out is this like weird
It's a
cyber.
really cool puppetry
Yeah.
slash CGI thing, but it's mostly puppetry, and it's really cool because it's like this creature that like enters this big giant mech and then can like use that as like this crab thing, and it actually, if anything, it reminds me of that junkyard planet that you went to in the Star Wars
Mm,
Unleashed.
the
Um,
IG-88.
yeah,
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
yeah,
You go to
yeah,
that, and then also in Shadows of the Empire. Yeah, you go to
yeah.
that planet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So
Mhm.
there's like there was like these creatures that were like made of junk kind of thing, and that's what this guy reminded me
Mm.
of. So, like especially, in fact, actually when we were watching it, I was talking to Brenda like how that was kind of cool because one of the villains that you're fighting there was that he was a former Jedi that went schizo, full fucking psycho because of his trauma, and he still had his his force abilities, but because he's so like unhinged, like you could tell that like he just doesn't have full control of what he's doing, and he's like
Mm.
going on some psychotic break with all the junk that he's using to surround and attack with, and
Mm.
yeah, that was really cool. Anyway, so that was what that
Mhm.
creature reminded me of because it was like made up of junk and was able to go from one kind of like like a crab or a
Hermit crab.
Yeah, like a hermit crab, where it would just went from one
yeah.
armor to the next or something, or mech thing or mechanical thing.
Hmm.
And all it was is like some small little thing with an eye, one singular eye. That was cool. But anyway, so it was cool because eventually Bo-Katan goes to rescue him, and then you get to see her using the saber, and she's just straight up kicking ass, and that was really fun to see that choreography and stuff.
Yeah, she is. They make her look really kick-ass, even more than Mando himself, which should
should be the case for the
way
story.
That's a good way. Yeah, that's a good way. You don't want the main character to be exactly what we were talking about with the other Star Wars characters, where there's Mary Sue's who are just the best, and no one's better than them, just because they're the main characters.
They don't have like a good representation of like maybe they learned it from those characters, something like that, or they themselves were inspired by them to get better, or like eventually get the training montage of them learning from the expert, and then maybe surpassing them in some way. That'd be great, wouldn't it? Anyways, I mean that's as much as there is about that. There's not much else.
No, there's
right?
also the third episode.
Oh right, that episode. Oh yeah.
I feel like
want
it's
to talk
really,
about that?
Sure, because it's polarizing. I liked it, and
it is definitely polarizing. Yeah, it was like one of those things where it's like either you're gonna love it or you're gonna hate it.
Yeah, I think that they try to like really Andor, Mandalorian, because it definitely focuses more on like.
Great idea.
They definitely focus more on the political intrigue, and and just politics of like what's going on.
Yeah, I give it that
really,
for sure.
Because
I found that at least interesting, where it was like, oh, so that's how the Republic does that. Like, like for instance, when there's a big giant like upset. How do you transition from having the Empire being destroyed to going to the Republic? So, and then for the people that worked for the Empire, how do you, what do you do with them? Do you just throw them away, kind of thing? You know what I mean? So that's what they ended up doing here, was explaining how all the former Empire employees, I guess you could say, people that worked for them, all the different sections, there's like a rehabilitation program or something to bring them back into society.
It mirrors this the program that the United States had with with Nazi scientists called Operation Paperclip, where they quote unquote rehabilitated them to
right
so that they could get their
I mean they also they used them for
was
work
hoping
as well.
So we're not done with the series, so I am reserving complete judgment on it. It was definitely interesting, and I want to see where it goes. And I was thinking like, oh, this kind of be like a Hydra thing, like, the Empire ended up re-infiltrating the Republic.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's happening. So what happens in that episode is that
not confirmed
scientist, that scientist that was doing the that was the expert trying to do the cloning of the cells of the baby Yoda. He's still around, and he defected, of course, from the Empire. From
Moff.
He's into the from Moff Gideon, who was arrested but apparently escaped. And so they have him just doing some they have him just do some regular clerk work, and they all have them sectioned off. Him and other people in the amnesty program are all sectioned off in their own apartments, and he meets this one other officer that used to be one of the loyalists of Moff Gideon, who apparently has completely rehabilitated herself. And by my setup like that, you can can tell that the things are not always going to turn out to be that way. She kind of incentivizes them and pushes them to break the rules a little bit more, because the guy actually wants to keep doing his research, but this time for the good. He actually wants to apply it for.
Well, he always wanted to do it for the good. It's just that he was used. Even he admitted I wanted to do it because of his experiences with his mother.
Right. And like the New Republic is just
cloning
kind of
cloning is something that is useful for curing and healing people. So that was his intention, and still is his intention. Obviously, in this episode, he's being used.
Mm-hmm. It's funny because at first I thought that she was just going to kind of recruit him, like at that she gets him to like go to this old and like Star Destroyer that's being decommissioned, to get some of its some of the tools he needs to like continue his research. And I thought that at some point he was just gonna trick him into being re-recruited to the Empire, but that whole thing ends up being a setup, and the New Republic finds out that he is that he's trying to continue his research. So they bring him back and they put him through a machine that the Empire used to use as a torture device, known as a mind slayer. And he tells them, "It's like, hey, this is a mind slayer. What are you guys doing?" It's like, no, we're gonna put it at the lowest setting. You're just gonna have some nice, pleasant light show, and you'll be fine after this.
Yeah, so it's a thing that the Empire used before, and that's essentially what they're trying to imply here. That the Republic is also still using it, but not using it as heavily.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's other implications too, where like that they're implying that the Republic is no different than the Empire, basically. Like they're using the same tactics, just not as heavy-handed. But clearly, there's some thing happening in the background.
They're definitely like setting up the the groundwork for for saying, well, how is it that you guys defeated the space Nazis and now they're back just 40 years later?
Right.
That it's kind of a criticism that was always brought up for for the sequel trilogy, but they're kind of justified in a way that makes sense, because honestly that also kind of reflects the real world. We defeated Nazis like 60 years ago, and here they're back here they're back again.
Or they were always there. It was always around. It was just that they weren't as public about it.
Yeah, but they're having a resurgence now.
Or they some were public about it, but they didn't get the kind of attention that these days has been kind of going that direction. Anyways.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like the fascists never really go away. They just kind of lurk in the shadows and bid the time.
So these episodes have been one of those things where the only reason I would say that, like, just prepare yourself. There's a lot of these. So far, there's been a good chunk of these episodes where it's just set up, and it's that's a good and a bad thing. I mean, a good thing would be that, okay, the payoff is going to happen, and I really hope it's good. But the other concern I have is that, okay, we're just going to set up, and then the payoff is not that satisfying, and now I'm going to be disappointed. I mean, that's my concern, because people liked the first episode, but I didn't enjoy it because it was just like, it didn't feel like Mandalorian in the sense of that each episode was self-contained and you didn't know it was setting something up, whereas this one is like very obvious that they're setting up shit. I think my only concern with the most recent episode, the one that we just talked about, was that why couldn't we just reveal that she was working for somebody or something, or whatever? Like, in the end of it,
that's funny that you had a problem with it. Like, I like the fact that it was left a little bit,
I hope it's just not. Yeah, I will agree with you if the payoff is great, meaning like if it turns out that she's just working on her own and she's actually a loyalist to the whole Empire aspect and she alone is doing it. Fuck yeah, that's great. New villain, maybe we get a new like lore about her, whatever. I don't give a crap. But if she just turns out to work for Moff Gideon, I'm like, fuck, man, just say it. Like, why are we not saying it? Like, just Say it.
Gotta get the viewers back for next week. All right, keep
That's-
them guessing. Keep them on the line.
I know. That is
Carrot on the stick, man.
ethically. It feels like it's just drip feeding me now. It's just going like, fuck, come on, just give me Mando going around the fucking America universe, doing on his horse, saving town after town, and eventually,
Right.
oh right, there is a bigger goal, like a bigger bad guy. We just get hints of it here and there. Whereas in this one, it's like, we're not doing that, and we're just like, oh, slow build to something, and I really hope it's gonna pay off because, man, I don't want.
And that's the thing. The longer that buildup is, the better that payoff has to be, right? So
Yeah,
it's
that's
like
scary.
you're really hedging your bets there.
Yeah.
You know what I thought was funny? You know how like there's that droid in the first season of Mandalorian, the one that's also bounty hunter that gets reprogrammed, and he has like that one hero moment of glory where he's like,
Oh,
"Don't
yeah.
worry, guys, I got this," and blows himself up.
Right.
Yeah.
Apparently, he's still kind of around. They have him as the remaining of it.
Yeah.
Remains of him they have him as a statue in a town by that
Is that the one who like just got turned back on or something? Like,
yeah. So Mando wants him back.
Remember
he
he like
him without his helmet.
Yeah, he was gonna kill the little Grogu in the beginning, and that was like the very first few episodes in the first season.
Yeah.
And then they kill. He's the one that shot him.
that was
And
the
then
other.
he brought him
It was like
back.
the
Yeah.
other IG unit, right? It was
Yes,
like
yes.
IG-88, but it was, yeah.
Yeah, and he sacrificed himself. And
Right.
he was the one that caused him to pull his helmet off because he needed
Right.
to save him. So like yeah, so we just see the statue and it does I'm just gonna call it as it is. It's a C3PO moment where it's like there's a chance that we could bring him back. Like that character
Oh yeah, right. Yeah.
is a fucking
I thought it was funny that there's like, oh my god, here's Disney like digging up its nostalgia just from 2 seasons ago.
It's
Yeah.
bullshit. Like it's just like,
It's just
brother,
like
are we doing storytelling by committee? Like, oh, this character got a lot of votes for being like a really good favorite. We're gonna bring him back because everybody loves him. I'm all like,
You know what?
fuck
exactly what they're
you.
doing.
Like,
You know what? I think it's
Fuck
funny.
you.
though? I think it's fun. I feels kind of meta. The fact that they're like, oh my god, they're just resurrect this. This one character
I
is
hope
already. Like,
it's
why are
meta.
we resurrecting
Yes,
him? It's
I
like,
hope-
That's
I-
exactly what happens to
God.
all their actors. too.
yeah. I hope that whole
Just
thing
bring
was
it back
just a
up CGI.
stab joke of
Yep.
like where we're reviving shit, and then, but that's the thing. That's the thing that's also really fucking weird about that episode is that it pretty much does confirm, I guess, at the end of all that, his little like effort to try to bring him back end up not bringing him back. That's it. Like, and I don't know if we're gonna come back to that. I don't know why we even talked about it.
Oh, I
if
think
we're
he
never
will.
gonna.
I think he will. I think we will. I think that that
Like-
it was hinted right there that it's like, oh, don't worry, he'll come around if you reprogram him. Okay.
Ugh. Yeah. Right.
But
Uh-huh.
really
Yeah.
wish they hadn't done that part.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, hey, but by the way, what's up with the hyperspace whales?
Oh.
You remember that? Grogu looks at,
Yeah.
he's outside the window of like.
There are what? There are animals in space in the hyperspace. line?
Yeah, apparently, like he sees like the silhouette of this like leviathans while they're going through hyperspace.
I
And-
forget. I forget.
I mean, if they're
there's
setting that
lore on
up,
it.
Yeah, if they're gonna set that up, that better have some sort of payoff.
I don't know. I don't think
Oh,
so.
gotta read
Like,
a comic or something. To know the
yeah, I
tie-in.
don't think so. I think that was just. Again, this is what's kind of frustrating. I think it was just a ooh cute moment.
Hmm.
You
You'll
get
see
saying?
a plushie of that outline in like a couple weeks. They'll be selling the little whales.
Right.
Mandalorian, remember?
Yeah. God. Yeah, I don't know, man. I hope somebody does. Like, I think maybe there's some lore about it, but I don't remember. I remember that there is creatures in space in that sense.
Hmm.
I mean, it has to do with some other aspects of like some Jedi stuff or whatever, but
Right.
I don't remember if this is like that same thing.
Oh, I really hope it's not just hey, look at the pretty lights
Yeah,
moment.
like,
You know?
oh,
It's
ha,
more of
oh,
hey, this
Grogu
is
is
gonna
being
come
cute.
back at some point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, by
I
the
don't know.
way, the fact that you actually have to have watched either, I mean, you have to have watched Boba Fett in order to know why, Mando and Din Djarin are, back together. It's a little bit jarring.
Oh,
Oh,
If you have,
Mando and Grogu, yeah.
you
yeah,
mean
because they're
Mando
just
and Grogu?
together.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's funny because
It is weird.
yeah,
I agree.
I didn't finish watching Boba
It's
Fett, and I heard that, so yeah.
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 Come
It's
on,
it really
really?
is dumb that you have to watch, just to get context on that. It's
Yeah.
yeah, kind of gatekeepy, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
like you got to watch this, or just look up the list of episodes that you should watch and not watch, just so that
Yeah.
you can get the specific episode that feels like more of a Mandalorian episode than anything.
I think it's funny that in Boba Fett's case, it's like, here's the list of episodes you have to watch. It's just two of them. Or one.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't even. It doesn't even. You don't even like look like if it was so important to have that series, then why didn't it affect the issues that were happening in Mandalorian this series too? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it didn't affect it in a big way,
Yeah,
or at least
yeah,
I can
that's
tell. Yeah.
I mean, I guess that if they ever want to make another Boba Fett, they better
They
keep
are.
it more
They're making
serious.
another season, yeah.
So I think that that's the one show that would actually benefit from being a bit more Andor like in the in being a bit more serious because its first iteration was just so shallow and on the surface that nobody bought it.
I mean, more Andor-like in the way that,
It's well written.
yeah, it is focusing on the crime
Yeah.
and the underbelly, which
Mhm.
is what Boba Fett's
Oh,
all
I
about,
see what you
rather
mean.
than
Yeah, right.
he's
Yeah,
just like he's just the mayor of a town or something, like.
right. Like you in
And he
Andor, you
rules through
actually
honor and all this shit, which is like exactly the opposite of what the character is supposed to be.
Whereas in Andor, like the very first thing that we see him is like going to the Star Wars version of a strip club to look for his
Nice.
to look
Yeah.
for his his...
Actually, so me and Brenda did watch the first episode of Andor. We haven't watched the rest.
Oh, okay. What
Yeah,
did you
Brent-
guys think?
I do like that. I will agree with that. Yeah, totally. Just agree with that. The fact that I like that it's more serious, like it's taking the material more seriously. So, yeah, because like death is
Yeah.
a thing, and then that
Mm-hmm.
that that is he's in the red light district, like actually.
Yeah.
So
He
they don't.
literally just kills two cops to get away from them. I mean, that's so much of a spoiler. He it's the very first thing that that happens. They they stop him. They're about to both steal
Yeah,
from him and bag him, and he's like, "Oh no, I can't get caught in here."
yeah. So I like that scene.
That is cool. That is really
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, I like the scene because like the two assholes come up to him. They're working for a security company, I think, that works
Yeah,
for
they're
the
basically
Empire.
that's
Yeah.
that's one of the things I really like. The fact that the Empire just doesn't have the manpower to
Manpower to actually do
Of
it, right?
course.
So then
Yeah,
so they contract out to a security company, and then into
Mhm.
some level, the security company, just by its association, has power, and so there's
Yeah.
people that like clearly take advantage of it because the two guys were pissed off that hey you didn't serve us, you're serving this guy, like he came after us, and then he's like,
Right.
you know, like hey let's chill out, he's just, and then he I'm just looking for my sister, and then the two security guys, like I like that scene just because like the two guys are just being punks about it, and then he defends himself, he throws one of them down, and when he did he accidentally killed him by throwing him and breaking his neck or something like that.
Yeah.
And then because he took the other guy's gun, he is now pointing the gun at him, and then he's like checking on his friend. He's like, "You killed him," and then he's like, "No, I just threw him down." Like, what? No, and then
I
that's
like
when he's
the
like,
guy is
and then
like-
I
it's
like how
like,
he's
yeah.
I
Go
like
ahead.
how he's trying to negotiate with him. He's like, "Look, no one knows. It's an accident. You don't have to do. It's okay. Like I'll vouch for you and all that stuff." And he's all like, "I can't go in you know,
We can
like
go to the station together. It'll be
yes,
fine.
exactly. He was like, no, I can't do that. That's just not in the cards here. And I imagine the reason why he's saying that is because Andor's like already wanted. He probably, you know, he already has a rap sheet maybe, or he's just gonna betray him and go back on his word. So it makes sense that he's like, I forget what forget what he does, but he pretty much shoots him in cold blood. He just shoots him and like gets gets away with it in that sense.
Right.
And that makes sense that they're in that situation. Later on in episode 2, you get a hint of a little bit of his past with another character he grew up with, that is trying to he's trying to negotiate a way to so that he can find a sister, and they give hints of like, you know, the things they had to do to survive, and every so often in the episode you get also a perspective of his past as he's a kid when he's growing up in a small village of so
I like the dialogue in that show just because everybody has like such a transactional relationship with the truth. Like that guy who was begging for his life, he was like, "Well, you killed him," and then he realizes, "Oh, he has a gun to my face." It's like, "Oh no, you didn't kill him. He slipped." You know.
He tries to pretend. He tries to make up the alibi for them just so that he can survive and not get
and
killed.
then his boss, and then he's, you know, the boss of those guys is like, well, apparently, you know, there is some guy who really wants to, like, you know, investigate, you know, this matter. And he's like, no, we don't need to investigate it. They were in the red light district, which they're not supposed to be, with a lot of money, which they're not supposed to have, and they probably, you know, fuck with the wrong guy, and they got what they was coming. And he tells him, look, I have to make this. I have to go report to the Empire right now, and the purpose of that report is to make it as unremarkable as possible, because we don't want the Empire right over here.
Yeah. We don't want the attention of the Empire in that way. Which makes sense in their world too, because it's you want to go under the radar with the Empire.
Like, I like that. Everybody has like their, you know, all ulterior motives too.
Yeah, like no one. It's a world of no one trusting each other, which is great because it adds more nuance to like their dialogue and their characters, and the world really, because they really don't get that much of that happening. Let's see what else. So we haven't talked about the Last of Us, right?
The Last of Us.
So what's everybody's take on it?
Oh, it was shit. 0 out of 10. No, I really liked it.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
I watched the last episode yesterday.
Finally. Oh, okay, nice.
And I feel like the last episode was was the only one that left me wanting.
Interesting. In what way?
In the sense that I mean, it was basically, I've enjoyed the fact that we've seen, you know, the series not go out of its way to stuff the show with more information that it needs. But I felt that the last episode, while it went through like all the same scenes that we've seen in the in the show, it felt like there could be more that, you know, that could have been in that show. Like, there is a moment when you're actually playing through the game, when you find the tapes that Marlene has left around, and that where she, you know, has this like conversation with this other, you know, captain. Tells us like, no, look, I need to talk to Joel. He is the only one who understands the gravity of this of the sacrifice that we're doing with Ellie. There isn't that moment.
Yeah,
you know, like, I wish I'd gotten to know more of the Fireflies that were right there and then, so I would actually have some sort of, so I would feel something for, you know, for the moment when Joel just mows them down.
Right. The arm taps.
But we just don't get that. Like, you know, he just, you know, goes around and, like, you know, just mows them down. And
Brenda's here. You want to talk about Last of Us?
Well,
we just started talking about it. Yeah?
But maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves. We could start from the beginning.
Sure. I I guess Brenda, she's gonna work on her cosplay right now, so she won't be joining you right now. Anyways, so yeah,
That's fine. You can comment any time in the show. So yeah, I mean I think I think the show is decent. I didn't think it was great, the way everyone else did. That I've heard. Like, I mean, it's gotten to a fever pitch on the internet where it's just like Last of Us everything all the time, forever, and it's like it's fine. Like, I think it has some standout episodes. I think the Bill episode is easily the best. Like, I kind of wish every episode was just like that, where it was just a what-if scenario with the existing characters, instead of just, a straight adaptation of the story we already know. Because I think that episode, it allows, like, existing characters that we know, Bill especially, that we know in the game, and then we see Frank hung in the game. He's already hanged himself, and we get a little bit of information about their relationship from the paper or from the note in the environment, but we don't really get to know Frank. Whereas the show makes it like, okay, this is a what-if scenario of like, okay, they met, and then they were together for almost 20 years, and they were really happy, and then Frank was dying, and so he basically assisted with his suicide, and then he killed himself, and that was like, it's just poetic, nice thing, and that's a great episode. I mean, but like, I don't know, the rest of them, it sort of ebbs and flows for me, where it's I like the Left Behind episode too. That one's really good, although it's a little. I think the episode sort of punctuates a lot of the issues with the show, where it's like it is very rushed. I don't know that I believe that I found myself watching the show and thinking about The Last of Us 2 and where those characters are in the beginning of that game and where they go, and I don't necessarily believe that these are those characters. And what I mean is, like, with, like, spoilers for Last of Us and The Last of Us 2, anyone who's listening, but, like, Ellie is the main character of that game in 2, and she's, she's very capable. We believe that she is a killer. We believe that she can go through single-handedly and mow all these people down and get to Abby and all the shit that transpires. I don't believe that this Ellie can do that by the end of this show. And I think one of the main reasons is because, like, I've been hearing a lot of people, because one of the few complaints of this show that I've heard from people is that there's not enough infected. And I agree. One, because something I was listening to Alana Pierce the other day talk about this, and one thing she brought up, which was very interesting, was like, the reason why there needed to be more infected was because it enunciates the importance for the cure. It shows, like, we really do need Ellie to be the cure. Like, and I hadn't thought about that, and I was like, she's totally right, because we see, a clicker here and there, we see a few runners, but, like, if you're just watching the show and you're thinking, well, why can't they just wait it out? Like, why the infected will die off and they'll wait it out? Like, they're not that much of a threat because we don't see them very much, and it's like. I agree, and the other thing that I was thinking
about was... There's only, like, one episode where it's, like, super dense and threatening.
Yeah, and even then, it's like... even when they show, like, a lot of them, like, when they show, like, the whole bloater scene in Kansas City, like, even that, they don't really explain, like, exactly how the whole, like the sinkholes works, and they just, like, move to another spot, and they just end up Deus Ex Machina in it, where they, like... Oh, we need a way to kill off the villain. Well, they're just gonna burst out of the ground and, like, just fucking kill him. That's what we're gonna do. And I couldn't stand that. But, like, even when you have that, it's just a pocket of infected. Like, that is the biggest, like, stream of infected that we see. And the other thing that, like, the other reason why I wanted more infected and just more action scenes in the show, because a lot of people were saying, like, well, it's gameplay, so you're not gonna see it in the show. And,
yeah,
I mean, that's a
really good point.
I mean, it's gameplay, but I mean, so was the Kansas City, like, scene where he's using the sniper and, like, covering them, and so were the stealth scenes. Like, it's gameplay, sure, but if you had more action scenes like that where they were fighting either infected or people, either way, like you would also show the bond between Joel and Ellie being built as you're seeing Ellie become more capable and Joel teaching her. You're seeing that relationship in another lens than just pure emotionality. And like the one scene in particular, like that I was kind of surprised they omitted, and I think it would have done exactly that, was the university scene where they go to the University of Colorado. Like it's where he gets, like in the game he gets impaled with a rebar, and in this he gets stabbed. Like I think, like, because there's a scene in the game where, okay, he gets impaled by the rebar, and then Ellie has to drag him through it and fight through them. Fight through like all the hunters.
Oh,
and
right.
She's
I
getting,
remember. Okay,
she's
now I
getting
remember.
hit. She's getting like beaten, and she's pushing through and shooting them and beating them back, and that would illustrate all these things that I'm talking about. Where it's like, okay, you're seeing Ellie being capable, you're seeing that she can survive. You're also seeing that relationship go as she's dragging him through, whereas she could just leave him, but she doesn't. And like, yeah, I mean, I think those are like. I think that was an issue. I think that was that's not a good thing that they omitted all those action scenes. I also just think it would have maybe helped with the pacing too, of like, yes, there's a lot of shots of them walking and stuff, but if you broke that up with, an action scene here or there,
yeah,
I think that would have helped.
Yeah, this is really short for a series in terms of like everything that does actually happen in the game. Like, not all of it. It makes, and that's another good point too. Yeah, I was mentioning that before. Was like, there's a like this really interesting understanding now of the difference between the game and then the series, where it's like, it's the series is like that YouTube kind of like condense the story thing, right?
Like the truncated version, yeah.
Right, and then somebody that hasn't played the game is experiencing it through that way. I'm curious how much more different that is for them versus, say, like, if playing the game would put you in a different light. And I like this. I like that we have a show like this because I could really then think about it, right? Like, in a deeper level. Like, how does it make it a difference when Joel says, hey, like, when Marlene was saying, oh, man, you went all the way over here just for her, and he's all like, it was mostly her. And I'm, like, thinking, but is it? I mean, like, in the game, it was, I can see it because you kill a truckload of people just to get to X, Y, and Z, and I could see how, like, that dialogue didn't make sense, but then at the same time in TV series, it's like, okay, I can kind of see where, like, there's a lot of walking in between it, and then there's a lot of moments where she did save his ass, and that's kind of like, that dialogue then makes sense. And then at the same time, that understanding is like, that is then the difference between a game and the show, right? Like, or watching it versus playing it. Like, some of the dialogues don't they hit differently. And I think even Carlos was saying, like, how there was, like, these moments in the game where, like, oh man, I killed these people. But I'm like, but we just killed a truckload of people just to get to this cutscene. Like, then that's like the opposite effect, where it's like, that doesn't make sense in terms of the game. But like, yeah, I think I'm really appreciating the fact that they went as far as they did with it. And you bring up a lot of good points that I didn't get a chance to really think about, in terms of just, especially the whole aspect of, we could have gotten the gameplay part and just experimented with fight scenes or action scenes in the same way that you're saying. So I guess in the end, yeah, maybe a longer series is better. And I don't know what they had to deal with too. We don't know if it was like, oh shit, we only got paid for this many episodes, so we have to, concatenate the entire game into a smaller medium. And if we knock it out of the park, then yes, we get greenlit for a season 2. And maybe they, what if we get season 2 where it doesn't go straight to part 2 of the game? Maybe it starts veering off in a new direction, which I would applaud them to do it. I hope.
To an extent, yeah.
Yeah, like there's like a year, quite a few year gap, right? So there's like a lot to explore.
Like a 5-year gap, yeah.
Yeah, so hope that
Yeah.
that's the
You
route
know-
to take. Go on.
It's
yeah.
funny that like I feel like I'm split when it comes to like the portrayal of the action scenes in the show. Like in the first half, I definitely praised the fact that a lot of the action scenes were more conservative, much more demure, just because it emphasized the
Right, it's not
specific
blockbuster.
characters.
Yeah.
Yeah. They they're not John Wick. They're humans. They
Yeah.
they have frailties and stuff. But at the same time, like you were saying, Apollo, and this was actually my biggest problem with with the ending, the fact that Joel is not John Wick. Why is he John Wick at the very
And,
last
yeah,
end of
exactly.
the
They
episode?
turn him into him. Yeah.
Yeah, in one episode,
yeah,
I think
huh.
a single guy ends up stabbing him with like half
That is
a bat.
true. He was his
And-
most ruthless in there, or,
Mm-hmm.
or most expert.
Yeah, and not that I wanted the whole show to to be
To do that, right?
John Wick, yeah, throughout the entire thing, but more action, from Peter's perspective, yeah, would help, the pacing, but also would have shown it just how capable and just the struggle that these two characters go through, because they really
yeah.
struggle. I mean, when you play the game, you struggle through the entire thing. You're hiding,
right.
everywhere. You're cussing yourself out because, like, oh, come on, how did he see me?
Yeah.
Like you're sharing their frustration.
Right.
I mean, yeah, I agree with you in terms of like I like the conservative action scenes that they did, and I think you could have done more action scenes just like that. Like I want to see it minimalist like that, right? Like I don't want it to be John Wick. I want it to be more like a la True Detective, where you see Rust in the one take and he's going through the like apartment complex. Like I want it to be like that, where it's like, okay, you've got like a fucking knife and a gun, and you have to figure out, and maybe you're Ellie, and you have to drag Joel through this university of like 10 fucking dudes. How do you do that? Like I want to see that. I want to see the ingenuity that you have to have.
Yeah, they have
as
to
a little
have
girl in the
a lot of
apocalypse.
right. You have to have like a lot of creativity and like that rush of that moment where you just have to do what you got to do kind of situation.
I'm watching the show on the side called The Devil's Hour with Peter Capaldi. He's one of the guys who played one of the Doctor Who's. And in this show, I'm not gonna resume that. There's a whole angle of like a murder mystery and some sort of serial killer and somebody who can has hallucinations, but they're not really hallucinations. They're kind of seeing into the future. And that kind of part aside. There's these two detectives that are really trying to catch the guy, and so they find themselves into this this one action scene in which they themselves don't have guns. They go unarmed, and that's kind of different from the show takes place in London, in England. So those detectives are not going to have the armament that we Americans have. So they could just go into this apartment, and this one detective just goes in with a crowbar, and just like and between both of them, they just get start taking out this gang, and it's really believable. Just the way that this fat man is struggling to take down this this younger man than himself, and this other demure guy, he's like trying to help him, but they just like really struggle. And that's the kind of action scene that I wanted to see more of.
More of right.
Yeah, like at the end of the fight, you're like,
that does make
oh my
sense.
god, I can't believe they just made it.
Because there was like a lot of moments. You make little like pipe bombs and little like devices out of like different like the cans and the nails and the whatnot.
Shivs
Right. Yeah. I mean, I guess we're pretty much in agreement in terms of that.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely like what they did with some of the action scenes. Like, for example, when
I didn't hate any of them.
I agree.
I think they were good. I think we're just more all in agreement that we just needed more. That we could calm down and we just needed more.
I mean, definitely of the infected, because like you're saying,
yes,
like
the threat wasn't as a threat.
Yeah, they just weren't as prevalent,
Right.
Well, yeah, I mean,
like, they are everywhere.
Yeah, and we're not saying, and we're definitely not saying we wanted a World War Z type of something.
So one of the changes that they made was instead of spores, you have the underground network, right?
Oh, that's right.
Which I thought we were gonna have more of a payoff with that. It also didn't really make sense because they say that in like, I think Tess is the one who's explaining it, and she's like, okay, they have an underground network, and then the next scene they go into the museum and they're stepping all over it, and they're not attracting them. I'm like, you just said like if you step on one like piece of cordyceps here, like a mile away,
Mm.
the fucking infected will know and they'll come towards you. And then you're stepping on it, you're touching it, and nothing's happening. I'm like, I don't know
Yeah.
that they thought this through.
No, but in
that
the
well.
museum, they were, all those were like, dried up, apparently.
Yeah, I guess that's the excuse. Yeah, I was
That
gonna
was
say
the
that was
excuse.
the
Yeah, yeah.
excuse. Yeah, that
Yeah,
was the.
that's what they show in the beginning. He's like, oh, they're all dried up. They're not gonna do. They can't transmit to
They
the
can
rest
transmit
of
to
the.
others.
That makes
Yeah.
even less sense with the spores.
Right.
Because it's crumbling. It's
Exactly.
funny because they actually took time to show it
Right.
crumbling
That
and
means-
fizzing into the air like spores.
Yep.
But then they don't use it like spores.
Yep.
It makes no sense.
Yeah, you're saying basically you're saying back to what you were saying before, where it's like, why can't we just wait the zombies out then? Because in the end it would just dry out.
Yeah.
And I think I'm glad we're on that, because that's what I was thinking was like, I couldn't tell if it was, was this how they propagate only, or is it in combination, right? Like, is it both,
Yeah.
right? And I thought it was
It has to
both.
be. Yeah, I mean,
right?
They transmit themselves through like the whatever spores that are in the bread, because that's how it originally transmits. Like all those people, eat all the the flour like products, and they and that's how they get infected.
Right.
But I mean, then why not have the spores too? Because then it makes it even. Because then that's a good
Then
way
it's
to
even
have
more
the
dangerous,
less-
right?
It's more dangerous, and it makes it so you don't have to show more infected. That fixes the problem, because then you have so many different ways it can be transmitted, either through spores or from eating it or from the fucking French kissing bullshit they did. You could there's like so many ways it can be transmitted, like it makes it more deadly, and maybe then you don't necessarily have to show as many infected.
Right.
Like I don't know. I felt like they kind of, I don't know. That was just an odd choice.
Yeah, it was. I totally agree. Honestly, like if they don't maybe retcon it, not retcon it, like add to it and just say, maybe it's not just that, it's another way we never knew until now. Like maybe whatever, right? Like they could say it any different way. Like I agree. Like it was, it felt like an unneeded change. But I applaud them for trying to do that in terms of just trying to add to it. But that's the thing, like it should have been an addition to the spores, right? Like it should have been like, this shit's more dangerous than we expect, which makes more sense why they're in an apocalyptic situation. It was just so devastating. So like the convincing nature of like the infected aspect is not, like, especially if you're coming from outside in, like I imagine for some people that have never played the game, don't know anything about it, like it only goes through the roots. It's just like, like then how was this ever a danger to some level? Like, I mean, like it calls into a lot of question of like how like reliably realistic it is for this type of thing to actually happen. But yeah, I hope so. I hope they add to it. Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't really even have to be like air spores. Like, I mean, in the beginning, they,
ways.
everything gets transmitted again through, through food.
Right.
So, the fact that the food or the water that
to an extent,
drink.
I mean, to an extent, like we see the food that it starts everything, but then when we're seeing like the scene where like he's carrying Sarah, and through the city, like we're seeing them, do the whole fucking biting thing, basically, right? Where they're
and that's like
that.
another way of infecting, right?
Mm.
Yeah,
I definitely expected, to be there more of the payoff of like getting to know the infection itself. Because they did a lot of groundwork of like setting up. Okay, this is how this the mechanics of this works. This is and a lot of the other characters kind of have a reflection on like of the nature of the infection. Like, what's his name? David the cannibal. He's he even has the conversation with Ellie and tells him, like, are the cordyceps evil? No, they're just trying to survive. They're just they even love, and
crazy ass.
Yeah. And his way of loving is raping, which I guess it's exactly the way in which cordyceps does it.
The way they handled David, like it was pretty good. It wasn't bad, but like I don't think it. I mean, again, like just because you kind of have to compare it to the game, like I don't think it's as good as the game, just because in the game the reason why I found him scarier was because we didn't exactly know what he wanted. Like we knew that they were cannibals, and we knew that
I see.
like,
Interesting.
but like when you're playing as Ellie and you're going through like, or even Joel, both of them, like you're going through their community, you don't see any women, but that doesn't mean they're not there. Like we just don't know. We don't know enough like about their community. Whereas in this, they kind of spell it out. They're very sort of ham-fisted with that, and with like the where he's like, when right before Ellie kills him, he's like, whatever, like you were saying, like it's love or whatever, and he's like taking off his belt. I'm like, this is not needed. Like you don't like this. That's not in the game. Like the whole thing of like, I don't know, like it was just a little too on the nose. Where it's like you're keeping like you're lessening the scares for me with him because you're telling me too much about him.
Yeah.
I don't want to know that much.
Plus, also, not that, the R word, right? I'm pretty sure the apist isn't gonna be like, I'm gonna, boop you in the butt now.
Right.
Kind of thing. Like it goes from one to the other pretty quickly, and that's probably even more scarier than, the actual thing.
Yeah.
And can we talk more about a little bit more about this in terms of this, bringing it back to that French kiss thing? Like, I don't know, man, but I feel like I'm getting like it's very much like, man, this was not necessary to put in there. Like,
no.
First of all, in a technical aspect, like, what does the creature end up doing? Why is it doing that anyways? It just could bite her, right? Like, and violently beat her up and stuff like that. Like, how the creatures do. Like, why does it have to go out of its way and open mouth kiss her with the goddamn roots? And and you know what? I'm thinking like, man, this is so typical, like, male directing kind of like rape fantasy things, man. Like and then now it's further punctuated that further down the line we actually get an actual rapist, and it's like, what? And then they just like really go on the nose with it.
Wasn't that always the implication that David?
Yes.
Wanted to,
it's that's the thing.
like
This implication.
That's the thing that I always
Well,
Right.
that's the thing. It's the implication. They don't show it.
They don't show it. It's very underlining.
Like when she kills him, it's not clear whether he wanted to eat her, rape her, kill
Or
her, like
both
all
yeah.
of them. Right? Like it just wasn't clear. They didn't say it, and that's why it was scarier to me.
Right, because we don't know what could have happened. And also, that's another thing, too, for this whole survivalist / what-if scenario. She's doing it to survive, but she actually doesn't know. Like, there is no way she can tell if there was like, she can't go in a time machine. Hey, what if I didn't attack him? Would he just be like, okay, and we'd just be hanging out and be buddies, right? Right? Like,
there is a moment where they have a little bit of a bond.
Yeah, like about the whole, like, they're both killers kind of thing. I understand what they're trying to do there. I get it. But, I mean, the action scenes, like Apollo was trying to imply with the gameplay, if they added that, then we never needed that conversation to say that she's a killer. Like, let's just show her killing people, right? Like, to survive, right? Like raiders and stuff like that. Or maybe even fighting both. Fighting an infected and fighting the raiders while trying to save Joel. You know what I mean? Like, that would have been just fine instead of having a guy mouth off about, I can tell that there's a killer in you, just like me. We're just survivors.
It's also very cliche. Like, David's whole thing in the show, like, where it's like, I mean, religion can be so interesting, especially in a post-apocalyptic, like, setting.
Right.
Like, saying that, but, like, again, that's not in the game, and to make that the thing where it's like, okay, he's the leader of his community, and he's doing it, and like I get that, but like the whole thing where he's like, it's just about like, it's just religion, like, well, like I don't know, it's so fucking cliche. Like, we've seen that so many times in post-apocalyptic things where it's just like, oh yeah, they're all just following the sermon, and like that's, I don't know. It just rubbed me the wrong way in terms of it just being the simplest thing. Like there's nothing more to it. It's religion. He's ruling by religion, and he's going kind of crazy. That's it. Like,
Right.
he's not that interesting of a character.
I mean, I think I understood exactly his point, that he didn't even really believe in the religion, that he was
I
really
get
just
it.
using
Yeah.
it,
Yeah.
he was just using it,
Using it as a
No,
tool.
I
Right.
I
a copy
understand.
for the masses.
But again,
Yeah.
how many fucking times have we heard that from a villain in a fucking game?
Right.
Yeah, it's like it's just like it's I don't know. If they were gonna come up with something to give this character a backstory, I wish it had been more original.
Like really go off the rails in a different direction. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not too. It's also not too bad of a critique to say that we wanted something more like original and stuff like that out of it.
True. I don't know. I feel like all of that was kind of there.
Again,
But
it
this was
It's just it's very heavy-handed in this. It's very much telling you this guy is a rapist. He wants to rape her now. This is what he's gonna do. Whereas
Right.
like the game kind of trusted you to be smart enough to read between the lines. And this is very much made for like a TV audience where it's like, this guy's a rapist. Oh, we're gonna tell you again, and then again, and then we're gonna show you. Like it's just like okay, like we fucking get it. Like this is also made for like HBO audiences, which are typically adult audiences. Like I
Right.
think they understand. Like
I think we've got the point now.
yeah.
Oh man, that's yeah.
Also,
Interesting.
one thing I want to bring up because we were talking about like Ellie before, and like I don't think she's necessarily like capable enough to be the Ellie in 2. Because when we talked about The Last of Us, we were talking about like how with Joel, like when he gets murdered by Abby, and like
Right.
how it's like it's sad and it all this and that, but it also makes sense. Like it was his comeuppance. Like he was not a good guy. Like he did a lot of shitty things. He fucked over a lot of people. He killed a lot of people.
Killed a whole hospital full of people.
Yeah, and I mean the hospital thing, like we see on the show, and I get it. Maybe they're just hinging like everything on that, but throughout the whole show, we're supposed to believe that Joel is this terrible person. Even in episode 6, Maria's like, he's a bad guy. Like I don't want Tommy was just leading. He was just being led by him. Like Joel is a bad guy. You shouldn't be with him. And I'm like, is he like that? Like he's a survivor, and yes, again, the hospital thing at the end is kind of one thing. I mean, there's the torture scene too, but all the other times, even when he beats the guy to death in like outside of the QZ in the first episode, like that guy was gonna kill them. All the guys he's killing, they were gonna fucking kill them. Like I don't necessarily. Like, just like I don't believe this Ellie is capable enough yet to be the Ellie in 2, I don't believe that Joel... I think if you kill off Pedro Pascal...
I see what you mean.
As in...
Yeah, he doesn't
like,
deserve it
season,
yet.
Yeah, I think audiences are going to be just as pissed, but maybe for the right reasons this time. Where it's like, I don't know if this was earned. I don't know if this character deserves what he's getting in that scene.
Yeah. I'm curious what they're gonna do, because like there's like I don't know like, how are you gonna do that in the very beginning of the next season, like man, like it's I don't think so. I mean I'm actually speaking of the last episode, I was surprised that they didn't just like let's just show Abby. Maybe like Abby actually is there. And...
I thought they were gonna do that too. Yeah, like have maybe some of the dialogue that they have in 2 where you're seeing. Before they start like doing surgery or about to do surgery on Ellie, we see the scene in 2. Right before where she's bringing him food. She's bringing him food, and he's like talking about the cordyceps and all that. And I thought we were gonna see that because that would have been like because at that point they knew they were doing a season 2 when the show is doing so well and stuff. I get that they couldn't have necessarily planned for that as they were filming it, but I thought for sure. We were gonna see
that's the thing, like they already made the setup for the next season when he goes, when they go visit Tommy. You see
the girl.
Yeah.
That's why I was also convinced that they were gonna like plant some more seeds, and you know what, like they could right some wrongs in terms of like how people viewed how did Abby so easily come over here, and like, why would he outright say his name in front of Abby? Like, that's a lot of the illogical, kind of those writing excuses that's happening in the part 2 that a lot of people had and I actually like. Look, I'm not with the people that hate part 2, in terms of like just outright hating it. Just you killed my favorite character. But they, hey, they had some good points to come up with. Like, why does Joel like right away acknowledges his name in front of these complete perfect strangers, when the entire first game where he's being so closed off and defensive. And I get the excuse could be like, oh, he's living a better life, so he's gonna let his guard down. I'm like, okay, fine, that could be the excuse. You could easily say that, but there's a lot of other things that also pile up, which is like, how does Abby even know where they are? Like, there was really no evidence. He didn't leave anybody alive. Like, it's just like such a far-fetched thing. And why did it take this long? Right? So it's like a fucking 5 more years or whatever.
It's funny that you say righting the wrongs too, because like I was kind of thinking that because like you were saying, Carlos, about like the girl and Jackson and all that, and like they're setting it up, but at the same time, and they're righting some wrongs of the game, but then they don't right other wrongs. Like the whole thing that a lot of people have. Yeah, I mean, and it's funny because they sort of pick and choose the things that that I wouldn't necessarily do. Like the whole thing in the game, and again, this is a valid point as well. In the first game, where everybody's like, "Well, why didn't you just wait for Ellie to wake up and then ask her what she wanted to do instead of Marlene and Joel debating well, she wants this, no, I don't want her to do that, and then he just kills everybody. Why didn't you just she was under anesthesia, you could just wait. She would probably say, I want to fucking do this, I want to die for the cure,
right,
and then she dies. And right. Joel, I mean, maybe Joel still mows everybody down.
Yeah, and why did Marlene ever give her the choice? Why was it ever a thought? Why did Marlene never think that maybe I should go ask her? What the fuck? What was the pressure?
If they had both just waited and asked her, this could have all been avoided, and they just did the exact same thing on the show, and I was like, I thought we were trying to, right the wrongs here. Do better,
right.
than the show, than the game.
But then how do you do that? The final scene where she asks, Joel.
Right. You're saying what happened? If we play the scenario, if you're saying if we play the scenario with what we're talking about, that they have that conversation, what else can we say that pushes him to the scene?
How does Ellie not know, that that he mowed down, all those people over there? How is she not, absolutely convinced that he had to kill everybody in the hospital to get me out? Versus still kind of having that, idea of well, did he lie to me or not? Because she's still unconvinced as to whether, he lied to her, at the very end. Yeah. I mean, but he, exactly. But at the same time, just knowing Joel, he knows that she knows that he's a desperate man, and that he might have what he did. He might have done out of love, but it's still was still the wrong thing to do.
Right.
Yeah.
You're saying how do we get there? Is that what the question? How do we get to that point in the episode, or in that part in the episode, even with that conversation of them solving it? I know what you're talking about. We're playing a little bit of exercise, thought exercise, where it's let's take what what Apollo was saying, whereas that let's take that dialogue and actually have it happen. But Carlos is saying, well, then if we do have that conversation, then how do we move the story to the eventual, ending? That obviously,
Here's how you do it, and it makes it even worse. It makes Joel an even worse light. You have the conversation, right? And Ellie says, "I want to do it," and he goes, "Okay,"
and he goes against,
and then he still fucking kills everybody and takes her. That's even worse, and then it makes it even more not justified, but it makes you feel even. I mean, it's sort of a dual side when he's murdered. It's we miss him, but he was also a bad guy, also because of this. He also just took the choice right away from her. It's even worse.
Well, actually, you know what? Now that you say that too, it is okay.
it would alter
well,
the
actually,
okay. So
you know what?
it would
That
alter
would
the
no, no,
ending in
yeah.
such a way in which Ellie would have to be like, "What did you
Well,
do?
well, I
What
mean,
did you do?" Because she
yeah,
already
You
would
wouldn't
know
know.
what
yeah,
he did.
yeah, but
She wouldn't
she
know,
wouldn't
though.
really know. She wouldn't really know, but she would know. Like, as in,
No,
she
she would
knows
know.
happened.
Like,
his personality enough to know that he did do it because she already made the choice to do
I mean,
then let her die.
It would be
For
exactly
it.
the same.
But
where
I
she's
let's
like,
let's
she's not sure,
yeah.
but she still thinks that he did it. She's
Right.
like, she knows he's lying at the end, but she doesn't know
I
exactly
think-
how or why.
But
It's
do
the
you think
same
that
thing.
might? But do you think it fun? Okay, let's go back to the one thing that you said, like taking away the choice. Like, let's just hone on that sentence, because that does fundamentally might change Last of Us as a whole. Because in the game, he never presented the choice, therefore, she never got to choose, which is why she's upset. But then, if you do put in the dialogue that they did give her a choice, now there is no gray area. He's just a bad guy. Does that make sense? So
But,
now
I mean, that's what
fundamentally,
happens in 2 anyway. When she goes
I
back
mean-
to the hospital and she finds out, then she that's exactly what she says to
Well-
Joel. She says, "You took away my fucking purpose."
yeah. I know.
Well, we
but
have-
that's the scenario. Look, hold on, wait. Let me get this out. The scenario is that, like, you're saying that, like, so the game right now is gray area because he never gave her the choice, as is right now in that scenario. But if we go the other scenario where he does give her the choice but takes it away anyways, then he really is full bad guy, no gray area. Because in
But
the
that's
previous,
what a lot of people believe anyway.
I mean,
They believe
well,
that he's
there's
the
a
villain.
batch of people that believe that, and there's a
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree. It's a very selfish,
yeah, that's true.
horrible
Yeah,
choice.
no, I'm with you, and I'm just trying to see how that works out in terms of if we were in the writing room to rewrite it in that way, how do we still respect that there is a gray area? Like, we have to come back to gray area somehow. Like,
yeah.
I don't know how.
So,
But
what-
you understand what I
there's-
mean, right? Like, the whole
No, I understand. I do,
like
yeah.
post-choice, pre-choice, right? Like,
Yeah.
the fact that she never was given the choice is the more upsetting gray area. But then if she was then presented the choice and he still takes it away, then that's even far worse, which is, I get it,
I
it
agree,
justifies his death, like, later, but I think it also changes the whole entirety of, like,
But
what
You
Last
think
of Us
it's
was
like
good.
too far.
Yeah, too far. Yeah, that's the right word. Either it's too far, or how do we write it again to contain what you're saying, but then
Right.
still make it gray area? Like, maybe then we have
Right.
to, like, add in another variable. Like,
Well,
it
I
has
mean,
to be
the
like
only
another
thing-
character
I mean,
or something.
I still think it would be the same thing, where it's just like
Yeah,
the gray
it
area
could be.
is that
I mean,
he
you could
loves
be
her.
right.
The gray area is that she is the surrogate daughter, and he's saving her the way he couldn't save his daughter.
Right.
Right. Well, see.
Oh,
thing
actually,
is that,
yeah.
like, if we
Okay,
hold,
go on.
hold on, let me
Yeah,
just say,
you can keep
If-
going. Yeah, let me
right,
I'll
right. If we
digest it.
yeah. What was I gonna say? So if we were to have that scenario where, like, Ellie wakes up, they have the conversation. They're like, "Look, do you want to have these operations?" Like, "Yeah, I want to give my life for humanity." And then next thing she knows she's waking up in the back of a car with Joel driving away. She immediately knows what happened. Like, whereas in this moment,
Not necessarily.
I mean, how would she not know?
He could
Like,
just say,
they-
"Well,
they
we were
were-
attacked. We were attacked. They killed everybody, and I saved you before they could do this operation."
Which is, I guess,
With
kind of what
Fireflies, they get
ended up
attacked all the
saying.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, it's a very it makes that makes sense for Joel to just make up that a really stupid excuse and treat her dumb.
Right.
To be honest.
I mean,
Right.
don't get me wrong. Again,
I think
like,
I think she would be smart enough to know but never say anything, right?
Yeah.
Which I think then that would be
Like, that, I
a
mean,
way
I
to
guess
route it.
to me, like, that's too obvious of a lie.
Yeah,
for
that's too obvious.
Ellie
Like, too.
to
I
not
know.
know that's. Whereas,
But I mean, the
from
lie in itself is already obvious to her. That's kind of my point.
That's
Like,
true.
it's
Yeah, your
both
point is
obvious
that
lies,
too.
which is why she knows he's lying.
but
Right.
that's the
Which is
thing,
what,
like,
which leads her in part 2 to go back to the hospital in the first place.
I think
Like,
yeah,
she
you're right.
knows he's
Like
lying.
either scenario, she would have already known that he's lying just because he got to know him so well. Like,
true.
like you know what I mean?
But,
Like
know,
he's not.
both
He
in the-
doesn't
both
know.
in the
he does-
game and both in the game and the show. Shit, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say that, like, in both in the game and the show, like, there's still enough ambivalence, to her because she wasn't
True.
fully conscious the entire way through, and there's still, plausible deniability to her. Like, okay, maybe all that what he's saying, happened, and like the
Right.
worst part is that, like, yeah, there's a whole bunch of kids that were, that are definitely, that were immune like me, but the cure was not a thing
Yeah.
that could be made, because that's the thing that really hurts her, the fact that she was immune herself but couldn't cure others, and like
Right.
Joel just ends up confirming that that suspicion,
Right.
whereas
Right. Right.
whereas in that other scenario she automatically knows then that's not what happened.
Right. Right.
Like
Right.
she already knows that, like, they were going to get that cure, and that um and that and that all of a sudden just waking up
Right.
far away, that's just too much of a coincidence for her to think that, like, oh yeah, that's that's what happened. I feel like there's more
Sure. There's no.
ambivalence in the way
Yeah.
that the game and the show did it, well, in
Right.
the
Right.
game with the way it did it.
Yeah, yeah, and again, we're just doing thought experiment here. Like we can
yeah.
really know like what would have been the right answer. And again, respect to any writers that are doing any stories, and like especially if you're in a group trying to come up with a story. And man, that is a hard sell, because I really see what you're saying. I see both of you saying is like fuck, that is hard. How do you,
One-
like, fuck?
One thing, though.
To be fair, I never had an issue with the ending, but I
Sure.
do agree that it's a plot hole.
Right,
Like
right.
it is something where it's like, I mean, there's not that much ambivalence. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fucking suspected anything.
Right.
Like she would have just believed it wholeheartedly. And in Last of Us 2, they wouldn't have even had like a schism in their relationship.
I feel like in the last episode there was a very fundamental conversation that was lacking between Joel and Ellie, and that you don't later on in the in the second game we do realize that Ellie really did aspire to, like, to use her life to cure the world, and even if she had to die for it, she would that would give meaning to her life. Like that was something that she actually wanted, and we did not get that conversation in this one. Like we get hinted at that she wants to cure the world, but we never really get the point that even if she has to die, but like this is something that gives meaning to my life, and, like,
Well,
all the suffering that I've gone through, even if I die, it's worth it's worth the sacrifice.
We haven't.
I mean, that
yeah,
conversation,
we haven't,
I think, is
happens
the
later,
same,
right? Like,
well, I mean, the conversation is the same as it is in the game, that I think illustrates exactly that with the giraffes, right? Where she's like, it can't all be for nothing. Like, everything I've gone through,
yes,
it has
there's actually
to mean
more
something.
too. There was also the fact that remember they had another conversation. It's even in the series. That they was like what was it? He was talking about joiners, right? Like how about his brother is a joiner.
Yeah.
Like he keeps on joining people, and then Firefly is like trying to save the world, and how stupid that is. And then she was like, "Well, is it really that stupid?" So I do think that we were getting hints. If I was not to, and that's really hard because again, separating the game and the show, like how do I see this in the light of a person that didn't play the game? And is it enough for them to have those words come out of her mouth to know that she's convinced that she would have said yes, right? Like I don't know. That's hard because even me, when I was first watching the first two episodes,
I would have to agree with Carlos. I think like if you're only watching the show, I don't think you get that.
Yeah, you don't get enough of it, right? It's there, but it's just not enough of it. Like fully convinced that in the journey that she was going. And you know what? That's another thing. 7 episodes is not enough. Like we could, it could have been a little bit longer where like you really understood her arc. Because in the episode 1, I was all like, man, she hates the Firefly. She hates the Firefly and she hates Fedra. She hates both. And then I'm like, but this is not the Ellie as we know that kind of, regards, hey, at least Firefly's fighting for some, for the cure. Fedra isn't. Right? So, like, I was like, that's why I kind of feel like I'm gaslighting myself. I was like, was she like that in the first game? Like, did she hate both? And then, like, later
we never got an indication of that, no.
Yeah.
Right. That's the thing that was, like, kind of weird for me. I don't know if it was just, like, me mixing the different Ellies or not. But it's just... I really do agree with you, Carlos. Like, I felt that too. That was just like, it didn't feel as a gradual of a change from her being, anti Firefly to full Firefly. Yeah, let's save the world thing.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So, oh well. I mean, it is a small. It's like a couple percent. It's just like in terms of the percentage of like, did you do bad to doing it well? I give this like the pretty damn good, like up to the 90, maybe even higher percentage of like they did a pretty damn good job of this, because I'm also comparing it to like other shows that are adaptations and other movies. And I had a conversation with somebody else. Like I felt like, hey, this is like the new norm. Like hopefully this is the new norm. I'm not saying it is.
I mean,
be
I
the new
hope they
norm.
shoot for more, because
Yeah.
I don't really agree. Like I mean, I think it's good, but like I would put it like a 7 out of 10.
Okay.
I think it's good, and but like I mean, there's not a lot to compare to in terms of live action like video game adaptations that are good. Like
Right.
Silent Hill, I guess, is good. Like, what else in terms of live action stuff? Like, I think people are so hungry for it that it's like, well, yeah, anything that comes along is like, it looks pretty good. And
I'm with you on that one for sure. I don't think it's perfect, right? Yeah.
No, I mean,
I feel like it's definitely not a perfect show, but it's still by far like the best video game adaptation.
Right.
Or the story of a video game.
There's not a lot to compare to.
What does that mean?
That's what I'm saying. Like
the Persia movie or the Resident Evil movies,
right? Like it's a low bar. Like so,
exactly.
Yeah, it is a pretty low bar. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like I feel like this should be like I'm hoping this is the new norm where it like pushes it further, because if as long as this is baseline, then I'm like this is better than before. This is baseline, then okay, we're at least going somewhere at the very least.
I mean, I also think that one of the things that like the other like all these other video game shows could learn is like instead like it's something I've been saying a lot, but like and especially after watching it and what I was saying about the Bill episode, like when you have the God of War series or you have the Horizon series or fucking all the other shit they're coming out with, like maybe go into those original stories.
Yeah, like the episode 3, you're right.
Where you have the pre-existing characters, but then you have a what-if scenario, or even if you have like stuff like
basically Lisa Trevor. Like if you're gonna do a remake, then you might as well like really hone into like really lore aspects.
All the stuff outside of the lines instead of coloring mostly inside the lines and going out of it here and there. Like give me instead of getting give me the Bill episode, but then give me an episode where it shows like maybe the 20 years in between the time that Sarah dies and we start with Joel. Like give us like all because they talk about it, but we never see like he and Tommy's relationship like denigrate, and we don't see like them moving across the country and stuff. I would like to see that stuff. I mean, give me a test episode to see what she was like before she met Joel. Like all stuff like that is like way more interesting to me than trying to be almost,
we could have seen him
on adaptation.
We could have seen him set up that trap, with the cars because it's as he says himself, it's like, oh, I pulled up this thing, and it would be interesting to have seen him in the past, don't it?
To actually do it, yeah.
I felt like the show started as strong and it kind of tapered off, towards the end. But most importantly, I wanted to see more. Like those intros that they started with the first, second, I think probably the third episode. I don't remember the third episode. No, yeah, it was the third episode.
It's the Bill one. It was just like him in like the shelter as like the town was being evacuated, and then he took it over. Yeah,
right. Like I wanted to see more additions that were already in the story itself, but we never really got to see it because we learned it through through dialogues,
or
through journals,
reading
like,
it.
Yeah. I thought that the show was doing a good job of like showing us those things, and then he just kind of went really conservative and just like showing us just like the story all the way through,
100%.
Yeah, scene by scene, basically.
Yeah, like the whole coloring book thing analogy, which is a really good way of putting it.
That was what was cool about like I would say like I agree with you on pretty much all the stuff about the last episode, but I thought the intro to the last episode was the best part of it, with Ashley Johnson as Ellie's mother.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Like, I mean,
so good.
I mean,
That was
yeah,
so
that was
good.
awesome. But I mean, wouldn't it be? I would have preferred if the whole episode was that, and then it ends with that, and we see Ellie born as the show ends. Like, I would have liked to see her relationship because,
Interesting.
like,
Okay.
she and
Yeah,
Marlene
yeah,
were
yeah.
like best friends for their whole life. I would have liked to see that
Oh, I
relationship
see.
and
I
how
see.
it, you know, I don't know. That would have been just more interesting to me.
Right.
Yeah.
That would have been. Yeah, that would have been awesome.
And I mean,
Yeah.
it would. I feel like it would give people who maybe wanted to, maybe haven't played the game and they're watching the show for the first time and they're going, "Oh, these are all cool, like they're cool little side stories. I want to see the main story and like put them together, and then you get like an even bigger story."
Right.
It's like, yeah, it just adds something for everybody. People who've watched it and have played it, and people who are watching it and haven't played the game. Like it, yeah, it just gives something for everyone.
That's yeah, that would be pretty damn cool.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not doing an unfortunate problem with universes, where you
And I mean, we've
get
seen this
pieces
work
of puzzles.
before, right? I mean, they did it with the Animatrix, right? That has nothing really to do with
True.
the Matrix
That's a
movies,
good
and it's
point.
awesome.
Yeah.
It just adds to the universe.
Yeah.
Right.
I wonder if it was a thing where like, they had already set up themselves to like, all right, we'll make a 9-episode series with HBO, and at some point they were like, nope, you can't make more than 9 episodes. That's all you get.
Could be, yeah.
Because you're right, like, clearly, these people have talent to make, a good series, and whenever they took it on their, on their own terms, and whenever they did their own thing, it was, very successful. So
Yeah.
why not add more things, on their own, that added to the, to the story, rather than, just go, be very conservative and, playing by the numbers.
And maybe they'll do more of that in the next season because they've already said that last.
Can you imagine?
It's supposed to be multiple seasons. Like, so maybe we'll see more of this sort of things interweaved with the main story.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine we get a game adaptation that hits those marks and can hold its own against something like Breaking Bad or something, or was it? I still haven't seen Ozark, but I'll believe whatever you say to me about it being is like better than Breaking Bad, right? I'm not misremembering.
I think it's better.
Yeah. Okay. So if we would say Ozark is in that you're saying your opinion, like what? Imagine an Ozark level of a game adaptation. Man, the future is great. Like if we get there, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that Last of Us, this series, is even close to that mark. It really, like it's 7 episodes. Just, you can't do that. It's impossible, right?
Yeah. I mean, I heard the next project for the director is Sonic the Hedgehog, so we'll see.
What? Weird.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
What?
Can you imagine?
I was wholeheartedly
kidding.
believing you. Whatever you say.
Oh God. Could you imagine now the guy, the makers of it?
Why did you not go with the lie? I would have believed you for like days.
I'm not that great of a liar.
Like that guy probably is getting all kinds of projects by now, right?
Right. Maybe idea like the guy has talent, and together with Neil Druckmann they did a good enough a pretty good product to me. It's,
yeah.
To me, again, like it was better in the beginning, kind of tapers off towards the end. I still think it's superior to even most shows that you'll see out there.
That's
but
interesting. Yeah.
It still doesn't hold its own against like the best of the best.
the best of the best, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
It's funny that you say that. I mean, again, I like the show. I know it sounds like I don't, and this is gonna make it even worse. But like, I was like, this is on HBO. Like, I don't like it's not like they make like everything they make is like high quality. But like when we heard it was like on HBO, we were like, okay, good. Like at least like if you make an adaptation, it's on HBO. But I was like, I mean, aside from some of the violence here and there. You edit some of that out, it could be on NBC, and I would be like, this makes more sense. Like, I just, like, and I mean that in terms of the stuff I've said, but also, like, the cinematography is and I think it's a blend of the cinematography and the set design. But there's parts of this show, a good amount of them, where I'm like, this doesn't look real. Like it doesn't. Look, I don't
actually,
believe this is a real place.
Yeah, actually, I mean, good point to that, because it's a good segue to, like, there is a lot of scenes that they had to do a lot of digital effects for, so, it's not too far from
the
it.
digital effects, but I mean, I kind of expected that stuff, like, when they're in, like, Boston and the buildings are, like, down or whatever, like, I expected that, but, like, I'm even talking about just like when they're inside sometimes, or like right when they're like outside of the QZ, like in the first episode, I'm like, this looks like a sound stage.
Like a sound
it
stage,
doesn't look like a real place to me.
Yeah, that part where right before the test dies, right? You're talking about that one? Yeah.
That one,
for sure.
But also
that,
like right
I think that
outside
one,
the QZ,
that one for me was those were like the more obvious ones. Later on in the series, I didn't notice at a certain point.
The only time I noticed again, I'd say after the first 2 or 3 episodes, was in the Left Behind episode where they're they're on the rooftops. And I'm like, obviously they're not jumping across rooftops, but
at least
like,
it's not
CW
level.
It looks like a stage.
Like,
oh no, I mean, come on, like of course not. Like,
yeah, I know.
For the mall scene, they really created all of that set.
The mall was great.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, not all of them were terrible or anything, and we're not saying like I think we're not saying the one that we're pointing out.
It wasn't even
not even that bad.
There was a few key scenes,
yeah,
especially in the first couple episodes where I was like, this just looks really bad.
Yeah.
By the way, we totally
like it's obvious. Yeah.
We totally ignored a viewer on the chat. Hey, the one Johnson.
Oh no, yeah, like we were waving to him. Sorry, when we were having a conversation, I was saying, hey, how's it going?
You were waving.
He was waving at Brenda too. She was in the camera for a second.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, but it was I know what you're talking about. Like those were definitely like it felt like it was not the real deal.
Yeah.
But then like everything else. I mean, and then that's another thing. The measurement wasn't like. The measurement is not like it's that bad, but it's not CW bad, but it's definitely like you can feel it and noticeable. Yeah. And then there was a lot of, and then later on, like there's also scenes that I only found out after the fact that it was like, oh, that part was like some of it was digital and whatever. But again, 7 episodes, man, that's like that's a lot that they pushed into it.
9 episodes.
9? Is it 9? Oh yeah, you're right. 9 episodes. It's like
still not very much.
It's still not a lot, and that's amazing that they were able to like put in what they could.
It's funny because one of my favorite moments was actually the big zombie horror, just attacking everything and like finally showing you how is it that humans just fall to all of them. It's like, oh, that's
how did the human race get crumbled by these things? Yeah.
That scene where the truck is like, it's like the snowplow thing or whatever, and it's like just breaking through the cars towards them is awesome. That wasn't in the game, and that was a cool addition to that scene.
Right. Yeah, that was pretty damn cool. Like I think of like the like the creature. I think that was what neat was that and it just goes to show about how productions for TV shows and movies work is that. They had the guy in makeup and doing the stunts as the bloater, like he was there.
That's awesome.
And they just couldn't nail because it's the nature of like prosthetics and stuff like that, or the makeup and everything, and he couldn't move the same way that they could do in digital. So that's why you see it mostly in digital. But they really did try to do it practical in that sense, but they did it practical, like in stuff, but they also did clean plates just in case they had to do digital. And they compare, and that's what I praise them for. They at least tried, right? Like they at least had that as a backup, right, plan. And they only went to digital when they really just needed to, for the sake of like the story or the convincingness of the character and stuff like that. So, I really tip my hats off to that. And same thing with the they even had that girl, like the little girl creature that was chasing after
the little clicker.
Apparently they only changed her features just a little bit, but pretty much all of that was her performance. And she's actually a professional contortionist too, which was pretty cool. So hey, right, like regardless of our critiques, and if we sound like we're just being, we're like ba ba ba, slapping it around or anything. I mean, I'm glad that people are watching it and enjoying it, and that they're like at least some semblance of like the joy that it was to play the game.
Sure.
And hopefully those people will, pick up the game. And I'm sure that's the whole point, right? Like the whole point of them doing all this is to,
Yeah.
I hope they see the story as it was originally told, because there's definitely also some elements that, like, again, they're lost without the gameplay. Like, there's a moment in the very first part when you actually control Joel, when you're carrying, Sarah, right? Like you're making your way through, through all the streets, and you finally get the cutscene where she dies. And that's reflected later on in the hospital when he's like running away from, like, all these guys trying to shoot at him in the hospital. And it's
Right.
a perfect parallel. You don't get that in the show.
That's
either.
true. Yeah. I mean, that whole thing that they did on the show though with Sarah, that whole prologue is awesome. Like it's like you really feel like even more. I think maybe that's one of the few things that they did better than the game, where it was like you got more time with Sarah. Like you actually got her time to like see her go repair the watch and like all these things, and so when she dies, like it's even more sad.
Ugh.
Just starting a wood strong, no armor, give it short.
I was hoping they would fight that bloater though, by the way. Like I was hoping like imagine that would have been so cool. Like a new thing that the game didn't do, because I mean you fight a bloater in the game, several, but like imagine if the bloater, like he's in the crowd, he sees Joel, or he sees like Ellie and Henry and Sam running away towards Joel, and the bloater charges through, and now all four of them have to fight the bloater and take him down with ingenuity. That would have been sick, dude.
Yeah,
that would have been awesome.
Actually, I think we'll bring it back to what we were talking about earlier. Is that should have been a setup for later where she manages to kill one herself.
True.
Yeah.
True. That would have been.
That would have been fucking
that's another.
amazing.
That was another thing they omitted from the university part too. Was before that whole fight where Joel's impaled on the rebar, like they go underground below the university and it's like bloaters and shit. I mean, yeah. Imagine that. She has to drag Joel through,
right?
And then like fighting hunters, and then a bloater comes in and she has to kill that too. Like that would have absolutely convinced me. Okay, she's capable enough to be like in Last of Us 2 and be plowing through people.
Right. And also convincing with the dialogue, man, you went all the way through hell and back again just to...
Right.
And you know what? Maybe that would have been working too. Let's bring it back to that one where we were having that thought experiment. What if we did have those scenes where she went through hell to drag him along and to go to the checkpoint that he needed to go to, but now she is presented with a choice. Hey, you're gonna die, but you're gonna cure people. And then maybe that conversation is like, what the hell did I go through all this for, right? Was it just for you, Joel? No. Like, I fucking killed a whole army of goddamn infected to what? To not, give a cure and then have that whole conversation. Maybe it could have been have another conversation where it's like, I could have cured. I can't cure anybody else in any other way. I tried with what's his name? I forgot the kid
Sam.
Yeah, Sam. Yeah, like I couldn't cure him, right? Maybe I have to give my life. And then that's another thing, another conversation. I forgot that we forgot to mention that it was still a what if. They said that it could be a cure, but we don't actually know if it's a cure, and that could be another thing, another conversation. Another conversation would have been like between Joel and them. He's like, but we don't actually know. Like, for all we know, that we let you die and you're just a jar, right? Forever, right? And that could be another conversation. And maybe even let's throw in Abby in the mix, that she meets Ellie, right? As kids, right? That maybe we're getting hints too, that through Abby, maybe we get more scenes with the doctor, the father, right? Or the scientist or whatever. Doctor, right? Yeah, doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah, like maybe we could have gotten another scenario where like, they've been going and trying to find a cure for years, and he's been killing a lot of people, right? So I'm just a number, right?
Mm.
Like it's just like kind of another storm in my head, or a light bulb that clicks. It's like, man, yeah, we could have had something deeper here, but hey, again, we don't know. Could have just messed up the whole thing, anyways. Even if we went with that route, but hey, I'm just bringing it back to that. That would have been interesting.
Yeah.
But speaking of universe building, hey, D, did you? I'm gonna do a hard left turn. D, have you? How's your MCU journey or Disney? Like, have you been getting back into that horse, or is it? Like, I think last time you were saying your brother, like, you're taking a pause on it.
Yeah, still am.
Okay, okay.
What else do you have to watch?
We just been watching The Boys.
Oh,
I mean,
right.
Like in the MCU, like what, like are you are you
what?
caught up, or like what other stuff? Do you
I
have
just haven't watched Daredevil yet, and
Oh yeah, you're right. Like
I mean, they're not really the
Netflix.
MCU, unfortunately.
Yeah,
like they don't.
unfortunately.
I mean, you should absolutely watch them, but like, so you're like caught up on like all the like proper MCU stuff, like all the shows and the movies.
I believe so. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Nice. What do you think about the Boys? How much have you watched of the Boys?
Haven't even got through the first season, but
Okay,
there
okay.
was that huge revelation, I think, around the end about the supposed history of the butcher's wife.
Right. Yeah.
That was some scary stuff. They really, really tried to make it a point that Homelander is scumbag, but he's technically not breaking the rules, so to speak. When I'm saying breaking the rules, I mean the ethic stuff. Like, Homelander sexually assaulted this woman.
Right.
Nope, it looked like it was consensual, 100% consensual. Didn't die of miscarriage. The super didn't tear through her. No.
Right.
Child is healthy, mom is healthy, and the butcher has been living his life as a lie. Oh boy.
Just to bring it back a bit, Davis says that Iron Fist and Defenders aside, the Netflix stuff is better than the MCU.
Yeah,
I can see that.
absolutely.
I can see that. Yeah.
Daredevil,
sure.
Jessica Jones, first season of Punisher, it's absolutely better than most of the stuff the MCU is.
So which one is worse, Iron Fist or Defenders? I saw Defenders, and that was very CW quality.
Probably Iron Fist. Iron Fist is worse. It's hard though. They're both pretty bad.
Really,
Like,
yeah. That's like, I don't know. That's kind of almost splitting hairs for me.
I
mean,
remember that.
I had enough fun with the second season of Iron Fist, where it's still bad, but I had fun with it. That I can probably say Iron Fist, but yeah, that first season, neither one is great, but the first season is just
right.
unwatchable.
The only thing I remember of Defenders is the fact that the very last climatic fight is just so utterly unremarkable that it just stuck in my mind how unremarkable it is. That's the only quality of it, that it's like, it's a bunch of people just throwing around the punch.
Davis says Iron Fist, hands down, that show is softcore aristocrats joke.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's rich in that show, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
But he doesn't like it, so he tries to get a day job. I'm like, give me a break, dude.
I know. That's
he has too much money. What a complaint. Like, give me a fucking break.
Fucking stupid.
Why don't you use your money to do good where your fucking
I know.
fists could never do? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Like he look, at least Batman has some cathartic, disturbing past to reason why he doesn't put his stuff into philanthropy and stuff, right? Like with his money. At least he's angry. Iron Fist is like so happy-go-lucky. Like, I don't understand like how he exists in the story. It's so fucking weird.
What's his? I don't understand. What's his?
John says I really tried to like it until they rushed him to using guns.
He uses guns.
Yeah, so
the
second season. It's literally the last scene. It's a teaser for the show that never came back. In the graphic novel, I believe he can channel like his energy instead of just
Yeah.
weapons and his
Into
fists.
objects and stuff.
into actual objects. So
So
at
what, he
some
just
point,
like throws
his
the
guns-
bullets?
He just uses the gun,
I
and the
guess.
key is like inside of his bullets or something. I don't know. Or the
Yeah,
bullets, yeah.
I think it's the low hanging fruit of MCU. I mean, not MCU, Marvel. Just comic books in general. Like, I don't think he's like high end storytelling. You kept saying.
So did
Yeah.
the bullets have more energy or something?
Yeah, like the energy in his fist, right? That makes him like blow up walls when he punches them. He puts that into the bullets essentially.
Yes.
So I guess they're like howitzers now. I don't fucking know. Like,
Yeah, you're asking. I don't know if I think you're talking to the wrong people about it because I'm not from. One, I'm not really familiar.
I mean, it's
and
probably
was not.
a dumb answer.
Yes.
Either
Yeah,
way.
it's probably
Right.
a dumb answer.
Yeah, it's probably a dumb answer. Yeah, exactly.
I was thinking that it's like the light in Destiny, where like most of the time you're just like shooting around. It's like,
I
what's the
mean,
light?
think about it. It's
just
martial arts.
shooting
I'm pretty sure they're saying chi, right? Like
Yeah,
it's their
it is,
version
yeah.
of chi, right, man? But I mean, I look.
That's the most
I,
American thing to do. I'm gonna put my chi in my bullets.
Is it? I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah,
I guess
it
it's
is.
American.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
Well,
Oh, I
putting
see
it
what.
into the bullets in
Into
particular,
bullets.
yeah.
Oh, okay, I get it now.
Yeah,
Nothing else, just the bullets.
Yeah, just the bullets, yeah.
yeah. That sounds like those like really crappy like the kung fu craze back in the 80s and 70s films where it's like
The David
we're gonna-
Carradine
Yeah.
Kung Fu series. It's like
we got it.
my
He's a
We
white
do the whole
dude
mix the
doing kung
western
fu.
and the eastern. God.
Oh my god, I used
Hilarious.
to watch that show when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why
For
he's
the-
in
I mean,
Kill
that's
Bill.
a-
He's
that's
in
a-
Kill
that is
Bill
a-
for that
yeah.
exact reason.
For the exact reason, yeah. It's a classic. That's what I applaud Quentin Tarantino for doing is like it's as if he said he's in his mind and he's writing it that way where it's like, hey, what if like that is actually his character in Kung
Yeah.
Fu, and then that we're going
Right.
to almost spin on its head, but it's actually his character, right?
And
like-
actually make him cool this time around.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's funny. Quentin is definitely the kid in the candy store whenever he makes his fucking movies.
Yeah.
He's just like, let's take my my childhood and do some kooky things with it, and make it my own. I mean, that is definitely for him. I feel like the yoink and twist strategy is for sure him. But I'm going off in crazy tangents. So anyway, it's MCU. Yeah. Yeah, you haven't dived into the Netflix stuff.
No, it's stuff.
Yeah. What do you think that you want to do with that though? Like, do you actually want to like try and watch it all? Cause like I don't know if you're not probably gonna get much out of it other than maybe Daredevil. Let's see. One says, I don't agree with the Netflix shows being better, all of the MCU, but I do agree most of the MCU.
Yeah, I don't think it's better
would-
than all of it. Yeah, but a lot of the stuff.
He says, I would say with a basis aside, Black Panther came to be pretty good series. Oh, I see. Oh, you mean like well, I mean, there's like 2 movies, right? So, not series, movie series. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, I feel that. Yeah, the first one was fantastic.
Yeah, I haven't seen the second one, but yeah, the first one's great.
Yeah, and we did talk about the second one for sure. I mean,
Yeah.
more or less, we feel like it's. Yeah. Yeah. I think we more or less we agree that it's not nearly as good as the first, and it just getting plagued by the MCU problem. Like the universe is the issue, not the movies necessarily, and you could tell that the movies get kind of, plot holes can easily just like get punched through it, and it's just because they're trying to build a universe. It's so much setup. At first, when I did watch the second one, I was like, "Ooh, great!"
Like it was written by a kid with some of the way the events were put together.
Exactly, right. Yeah, it was kind of ham-fisted in. And maybe it's not even that the writer is being dumb about it. Maybe like I have no choice. Like I can't possibly make the right one.
Like it was just railroaded into saying like, oh no,
Right.
Wakanda's worse off because of all these things. Like The continents attacked us underwater. Do you have any proof? No, but they're black and they have vibranium, so you have those two things to go on.
Right, right.
And, you know, it's like Namor is pretty much compared to um, Rapist because he's like, don't you dare tell anyone about our secret society. Don't you dare. We'll kill you. We'll kill you. Like, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
Namor,
right.
you're a creep.
You dare tell us, don't tell them about us.
I'm gonna kill the scientist, but you know her design was taken. There's probably blueprints out there. You kill the scientist, you ain't accomplishing shit. Like that shit still pisses me off.
You're right.
You have to kill the scientist, so really, if we kill Ruby Williams, surely they'll make no more.
They'll,
vibranium
yeah,
hunting
they won't,
machines.
they won't make no more vibranium detectors. What?
Oh, guess what? There's going to be like 60 more deployed in the ocean.
I mean,
Oh boy.
I just, when I was watching, I never came to realize that, to think about, like, man, he's been living for such a long time and he didn't come up with that. The fact that saying, maybe if me killing the inventor won't uninvent it. Right? Like, there's gonna be somebody else out there that will eventually invent it. So, yeah, so funny. It's gonna uninvent the detector.
I mean, we'll see how the events play along with later. I'm sure they'll
Yeah,
have
hopefully.
some kind of plan for it, but it's just, oh man, it, it's not that the movie doesn't try to have heart. I like how one of the central themes of it is grief. The action just doesn't really feel cohesive. It's like you're watching two different movies.
Right. And yeah, and that's the thing too. Is like there's also like aspects to it that we don't know if it's like, was it because of, may rest in peace, Chadwick and his passing.
Oh, of course, yeah.
How much of that
May have
like played a role?
lot.
Yeah. I find it funny though, like later on in that it's like at the end of the movie, it's all like, oh, spoiler alert for anybody that watched and whatnot. But yeah, that Chadwick's, or not Chadwick, what I say, Black Panther actually has a son. I'm all like, oh,
Right.
great, I'm going to be replaced anyways. It's as if Disney is publicly punishing her for being such an anti-masker.
Oh yeah,
It's like-
she's out.
Yeah.
I forgot that she's out of the. She's out of the whole thing.
Right.
Oh, is she?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I was thinking of.
She's not out. She's not
No,
out.
no, I was thinking
As
of
in-
like the
as
other
in-
lady from the Mandalorian. Never mind.
Oh, right. That
Oh,
no,
yeah.
she's
Right,
out
right.
for sure.
She's
Yeah.
out. She's way out. Yeah.
She's way out. Yeah. She gone. And then for this one, they're just kind of, we're gonna discreetly put you in the corner. That's what it felt like. Like, we're gonna give you your moment here on Black Panther 2, but we're gonna put you into a corner. Like, it's gonna happen. We're gonna do some crazy quantum time thing and fast forward the poor kid to adult and get a new actor. And I swear, it feels like that would be the thing that they're gonna do. Like, I could already just smell
Yeah,
it.
they'll probably have some
Goku
have,
time
like,
chamber,
some
fucking
time
train.
Yeah.
shenanigans,
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
have future T'Challa's son. And then he's
Yes,
in
he
the
named.
timeline, and
Well,
it's like,
he named his
"We
kid
got our
the same
Black
name.
Panther again."
How is this not a comic book replacement?
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
100% a classic graphic novel comic book kind of like, we're writing ourselves into a corner, I need to replace him. And like, let's just not name the new character a separate person, Like, let's just make it so that he is exactly the same character, just a different actor. Like, that's what it feels like. It feels like that we're going that route, and it's kind of, I don't know, missed opportunity. Like, can't we just have a new character?
Well, the younger star, it's probably also cheaper.
True. Now,
So, that's probably another incentive to be like,
Another-
all right, we're
another
gonna
Disney
hook you
move.
in for like the next 6 years in
yeah,
contracts. Okay,
Disney move. We're gonna
a decade or something. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they're promising that they're doing it like the kid's an intern. He's like, hey, we need a
Well,
new
they're
Black
doing
Panther.
a lot of Yeah, they're doing a lot of new kids, like becoming the the next
Yeah.
generation.
The next generation, yeah, the
Yeah.
MCU. What was it called? Young Avengers or some shit.
Young Avengers, yeah.
Like they're
They
trying
probably
to
want to appeal
do-
to new demographics, and also they're cheaper.
Yep, we're gonna make you famous.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine trying to bring back Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah.
I don't know which country they're gonna have to buy for him this time.
Yeah, to make that happen, they'd probably only do voice. Right.
Even that, though, was gonna
Even that would
be
be
at
expensive.
quite a premium.
Right. Hey, maybe if they do, was it Deadpool, where like they have him for like one quick scene, he doesn't even have lines, for Brad Pitt.
I know.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
great, by the way. That
That'd
was a
be
great
hilarious.
That was
cameo.
awesome, man.
Yeah, that was so funny. That conversation sounds hilarious. It's
I mean,
like
it's awesome that Brad Pitt did it. Like, most
Yes.
stars wouldn't do that. Oh, you're going to be in the movie for a little bit before you die, but also we don't
just-
see your face. Like, that's
Right.
no way.
yeah. I mean, yeah. At the same time, too, Pedro Pascal. I'm like surprised that he even just decided to be in that series, the Mandalorian series. You know.
I mean, he gets
Most
paid a fuck ton of money for providing a voiceover. It's a pretty
True.
good deal. And you're immortalized in Star Wars. Like,
Yeah.
and everyone loves you even though you do very little. I mean, that's pretty great.
Well, of course, that was a hindsight thing. Who knows? Like, right? Like, maybe it was a safe bet for him. He's like, oh man, your projects are kind of shit right now. But hey, at least I get to be in Star Wars and say I'm in Star Wars. Then people won't see me, but hey, I get to be involved and get paid
Yeah.
to be involved. So that's great. Yeah. So I get it. I definitely get it. I'm just surprised that with the most actors want to have their face there, right? Like,
Yeah,
their
for
pay is,
based
involved.
on how much of their face
Yeah.
is shown.
and
yeah.
and their voice lines and or their lines in general if they have lines at all. So imagine like you're just you're an actor trying to do what you can to get paid, right, to survive.
I mean, he might also just love it enough, right? I mean, that's
Yeah.
what Carl Urban did with Dredd. Like,
I'm not saying
didn't
he was
show his
bad,
face.
but
Yeah, I mean, he didn't show his face because he
Yeah.
wanted to stay true to the character. It's like, whereas a lot
Yeah.
of other actors would be like, well, I got to take the helmet off at some time because you got to see
Right.
my face and I got to get
Which-
paid more for this.
yeah, I mean that's why we had such struggles of just having superhero films
Then
because
just look at
that was
Sylvester
part of it.
Stallone too, right?
Oh god,
He did play Dredd, and he had to just have.
That's
he
true.
just took off
Yeah,
the helmet
the
and
whole
never put it
time,
back
yeah.
on.
the whole
Yeah.
time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so that's what was one of the things back in the day where it's like, why we can't do these superhero films because the actor is always going to be behind a mask, like a good chunk of the time, and that was. I'm not saying that's 100% the concern. It was definitely a concern.
Yeah.
Which, with having to convince actors and especially high profile, to hey, you're going to be behind this mask, a good chunk of the time, like they're not going to see your face.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
a lot of times
yeah.
they would have to get lesser known actors because they would take lower pay.
Exactly.
But I mean, that might have been a better thing just because it's almost better, at least I think, when you get a superhero movie, like a new reboot of something, like you're rebooting Superman or something, and it's an actor you've never seen before. Like, it almost makes it feel more authentic or more immersive, where it's like, oh yeah, I've never seen this dude before, and he's the new Superman. Like it, instead of like someone where you recognize Robert Pattinson for the Batman, and you're like, well, that's the Twilight
True.
guy, and you can never see past that.
Right. Which is true because I did talk to some people that they're not
Yeah.
into hero films, and they just couldn't see they like during the entire time they're just
Yeah.
like thinking Twilight the entire time. It's too bad too because he didn't do a bad job. Like
No.
I mean, he definitely
No, definitely, he did a really good job.
yeah.
It's a shame too. He's done so many good movies since Twilight.
For
It's just
sure.
like,
And then
man, that sucks.
was that one film, that black and white one with Willem Dafoe? I swear, watching Willem
Oh,
Dafoe
Lighthouse.
just acting in general is always a treat.
Oh, he's
The Lighthouse, yeah.
Oh yeah.
a gem,
I
man.
actually want to see. I want to see that one where he's trapped in the fucking he's a thief. What the fuck is the name of that one?
Oh, Inside, I think.
I think so. Yeah.
Willem
Yeah.
Dafoe or
Yeah, Willem Dafoe. Willem Dafoe.
okay.
Yeah, there's a film that
Oh,
he's a thief. He's a expert
It's a
thief.
new movie, right? It's not.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I want to see that too. That looks interesting.
Yeah. It's just, imagine him. It's just seeing him just acting, in that scenario. And yeah, he's a great actor. He's just a fantastic actor.
Oh, yeah, he's done everything. He was Jesus.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so crazy. Right. Imagine he's like sitting there with a bunch of actors and everybody's like bragging about what roles they've played, and man, I was Jesus.
Well, I was a demigod, so.
Oh man, my character died and came back again. My character died for all your sins, so okay.
So sin away, or else I died for nothing.
Hey, yeah, no, he's doing his like, I did a reset. Go ahead, do it again. Oh man.
That's funny.
All right, so let me go over real quick. Luther, the Fallen Son, saw that movie.
Yeah, I don't know how much there is to say about it.
Yeah, it's
It's definitely the weakest Luther thing.
yeah.
Far.
I found
it entertaining enough, like to not be bored, but
right,
it's not great.
It's not great. Yeah, I feel like the way it ended and the way the fact that the villain was at first the villain seemed interesting, but then like if you boil it down, it's just like he's kind of
very
a Riddler.
generic.
Yeah,
he's very generic. I mean,
Yeah.
Andy Serkis, he was having a lot of fun, definitely chewing the scenery,
For sure.
which I
For
love
sure.
to see. But like
Yes.
the villain himself is fucking generic. Like,
Yeah.
he's just using information against people to blackmail them, and I get it. Like with the suicides, and it was kind of mildly interesting, but like
right.
we've seen it before.
Andy
like,
Serkis is in it?
Yes.
yeah, he's the main villain.
He's
yeah.
the main villain. Yeah.
I can.
The
see
main
Which was
antagonist.
hilarious, by the way, to see like Andy Serkis at like 5'4" fighting like Idris Elba at 6'5", and these stunt doubles, and it's this little dude. Like, how is he possibly contending with him? This is
Yeah.
ridiculous. They're like
Andy Serkis
hand-to-hand
is
combating.
5'4".
I'm like, give me a break.
Yeah. Andy Serkis is
Alright.
pretty short. I remember seeing him on the shoot of Venom 2, when he was like directing like how they were gonna do the shots for like a short, like, was it like a what would they say? Like it's a bridging scene where you see a car drive off. I think if you saw Venom 2, there was a point where Carnage stole a car and he drives off, and so he was directing that part where he was there, and I saw him that he had like, this is around the time where he had recently gotten through that skiing accident, so he was still on crutches directing that movie, and I was one of the background actors, and it was.
Did you see yourself in that movie, by the way?
No,
Oh.
no. None of us
too
saw
bad.
ourselves. Yeah, no. Like, there's no way. Like, we were totally not in those scenes. And any of the scenes that we were in, it was like those quick transition scenes. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Do you know what I'm
I
saying?
thought you might get like a quick glimpse of the back of your head or something.
Yeah, I
Like,
know.
That's me. Immortalized.
That's me.
On screen.
I'm right there.
Are they
I know
really
that back at the
particular
head.
with their stars? Maybe they were like, no, don't look in that direction. If you look in that direction, we fire right away. It's like, all right, we won't. Okay, the star's gone. You can look.
That's funny. Oh man. But nah, like, yeah, that was interesting. That was pretty cool to see that happen, and fucking look accidentally running into Tom Hardy is just as scary as he is in films.
Man, how cool would it be if you had been one of the extras that gets killed?
Yeah, that would've been great, dude. Yeah.
Everybody
Oh, so
loves their death.
you guys remember the show Watchmen, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
fucking
there's
great.
what was it?
Yeah.
There's a scene where, okay, what was her name? She was the illegitimate daughter to Ozymandias.
Oh yeah. I don't remember her name.
Ozymandias?
Lady something. I can't remember her name.
Right.
Vietnamese lady, right?
There's
Yeah.
you know how like there was like these Asian helpers and stuff like that and stuff like
Yeah.
whatever. Or there's like a quick scene where you
Mhm.
see in the background there's somebody I know that was there, like he was
Oh,
one of the
wow.
back. You see his face and
Nice.
everything too, so it's great. He
That's
get his
cool.
moment in the limelight for a second there. Actually, yeah, he's been doing some interesting things too. He's been doing martial arts and some you know amateur stunt acting. So that's
Nice.
pretty cool. Yeah.
Okay.
But anyways, yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Andrew Seager's not that tall. When like, like yeah, when
You
I saw
never
him,
know, though. Like other short, like Robert Downey
Ah.
Jr. is super tall, Al Pacino or super short, Al Pacino is super short, and the personality always trumps the stature. Like it's not like it
exactly
matters.
right. Yeah, and then yeah, same thing, and then same thing with Tom Hardy. And when I
Yeah.
like accidentally ran into him,
Hey, bud.
like I turned around and he's like just a little bit higher, a little bit taller than me. I was like,
Yeah.
oh,
Really?
yeah.
Yeah,
He
he's
like
like 5'9"
he,
or something.
he tries to he like hunches over a lot, and he didn't want.
Yeah.
I could tell that he didn't want anybody to know that he was there. He has no scenes, but he's always there in the shoots, which is
That's cool.
like that's a cool thing. Like that's like, man, this guy's dedicated. He really loves his team and people, because he's just shooting the shit with one of the I think one of the I think it was the photographer, like the cinematographer at the moment, and he's just like talking to him in the scenes, or like in the background. Yeah. Yes, it was embarrassing because did I ever tell you guys this? Did I ever tell you this? Well, like okay,
I
so
vaguely remember.
What did you tell us?
so basically what happened is that we were in the scene where Woody Harrelson steals a car. So this is like when he just recently escapes out of the prison, right?
Mhm.
And in his scene is that he just walks up, and the setting is that San Francisco is having Carnival, which is why people are in masks and stuff like that. I wasn't in a mask, but I was still a background person, and all I had to do was walk down the the fucking street, and then like
You walked the wrong way.
yeah, I was walking away from the camera. I had to do that. But what happened is that how I ran into him, because they positioned me right in front of, like, close to the camera, and so I'm busy thinking about something, and I chuckle a little bit, and because there's two people talking to each other behind me, and I'm chuckling a little bit. I go, and then I turn around. They think I'm pretty sure they thought I was laughing at what they were talking about. I turn around and go, I'm still chuckling, and then I see Tom Hardy and the other guy, like, just staring at me as if, like, I was gonna say something. I'm like, oh shit, and I buckle and I go like, okay, I'm gonna go walk over here, and then that I think because he saw that, like, he got like, oh great, now people know I'm here. I gotta go, and then it kind of spoils the
You
situation.
blew his cover.
Yeah, I blew his cover, basically. Because he had his hat on, he was wearing a jacket covering his face as much as he could. So I was like,
Wow, oh, wow,
fuck. Yeah, I no, legitimately, I blew his cover. Yeah. I am sorry.
You see him running off. You're like, fuck this.
Yeah. He looked
That's
pissed. He looked
hilarious.
pissed. He looked pissed.
No.
I'm sure it's
And
hard for an actor to, like, try and, not have fandom,
Man, and that's why we never
Bother
saw
you.
Sean ever again. Have you seen him in real life again? I feel like I haven't seen him.
That's why I'm behind this camera all the time. You can only see me through the stream. He has me locked up in his basement.
Well, it's nice that he bought you all those colors, though.
Yeah, I guess so. he goes over. Yeah, he's like, what kind of watercolors you want?
Right. Well, it turns out he's just a really big secret fan of your work. So you just broke your legs like in that movie.
Oh,
Misery.
What was the name of the movie?
Misery.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. It's a brutal scene, dude.
oh man.
With the mallet, she just fucking.
Yeah.
James Woods plays that character, right?
James Caan.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Oh man.
Another great James.
Yes.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
all the great ones are.
All the great ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, since the last time that we were like on the podcast, yeah, rest in peace, Lance Reddick.
Yeah.
Really
one
sad.
of the great actors of our time. He's one of those rare actors where it's just like he's got the gravitas. So anything he's in, even if it sucks, he's amazing in it, and he's got that presence.
I mean, he was easily 100%. The best thing in Resident Evil, the movie.
I was just thinking that. Yeah.
He was fantastic. You know, he has like that very recognizable, you know, voice and gravitas, like you said.
Yeah.
The whole Destiny community, it's you know, it was devastated about it because he played a really integral part of the or one of the, you know, the main characters of the whole thing. Commander Zavala. He's been there since the beginning, you know, since the first Destiny.
Right, yeah. and not just that, not just his character he's voicing. He actually participates in a lot of different things too, just involving you in the community. Yeah. So like for instance, like there's a bunch of like redone voices. I think you could look it up where redone lines where he'll like it's almost fan fiction where it's like, hey, what if Zavala said this differently? You know.
There's this one great monologue that I love some of the lines in there where you know it's Lance Reddick just like reading, you know, this dialogue written in by some guys on Twitter. Yeah. Where they're like, he's literally using things like, oh yeah, my guardians just turn you into a meme. If I wanted you dead, I would just tell them you have a fancy gun and it would, you know, come and annihilate, you know, an entire platoon.
Yeah, he would do some really funny shit with or like imagine this scene, but he's like, it's like saying what everybody else is really want to hear him say, or like non PG-13 version of it, you know. It's funny. Him swearing and shit. Damn.
I'm sure that, you know, how are they even gonna do Horizon 3 without him too?
Fuck yeah, I forgot he was in Horizon. Yeah, he's awesome in there too. He's Silas. Yeah, in Silence. Yeah, he's fucking great.
He's my favorite character in that one.
I agree.
Man, that's Rest in peace.
Yeah.
Rest in peace. Yeah. I actually was thinking too, where what if Bungie did a thing where a cutscene, or you know, don't put any or you maybe do some voiceover from his previous work, or like some of the lines that he would say, or discussions where you see Zavala like actually passing on and meeting his family, because in the story, like he has like a daughter and a wife that are long since passed, so that would be such a tribute. I imagine
that'd be cool.
If any kind of tribute, that would be a really really good one to do. But yeah. So anyways, let's see. So yeah, we got some idea of what. Oh yeah, right. So Luther, I think like the villain was like like you said, pretty generic, pretty basic. I think the worst of it was that the character, also, was doing it for like he's doing it for clout and shit like that, and he's killing his people and filming them, and he actually has some sort of like underground, like, you know, underground streaming thingy or whatever.
Yeah, it's like a dark web thing.
Yeah, and that there's other killers around the world, and he's doing these things for them, and tries to justify it too, where like, oh, you know, we're like born like this, like we're just our own people, and you know, like society. Yeah,
like they're a marginalized group where he's like, you know, where he's like, oh, why are we so bad? I'm like, because you fucking murder people. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, there's no argument there.
Right. It's so fucking ridiculous. I found that being the most irritating thing about it was that that whole like thing. I'm like, really? Like, we're gonna go this route with this character? Oh my god, such goofy. Such goofy.
Yeah,
goofers.
maybe a better motivation or something.
Exactly.
might have helped it because the whole class, because he's clearly like a rich dude, and he's just he's just doing it for kicks, and I'm like, come on, like,
right, exactly.
I don't know.
He's just a bored millionaire.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but I like was in the beginning. I was interested in the fact that he was like in the beginning of the movie. They don't do the like, oh, we need to find out who the killer is thing, because you already know who the killer is. Like they reveal him immediately, and I thought it was interesting because he purposely kept these people alive and didn't kill them immediately, but he just enjoyed torturing them. And I was like, oh man, what is this all about? Like, and he has this like wife that he never, like, he burned alive, and is still suffering from the burns, but he keeps coming back to her and telling her everything about what he's doing, like all the fucked up shit he's doing to torture her further. And so this guy's a master manipulator, kind of like psychopath, sociopath. In the sense of like he's taking it, like doing it for his own he's doing it for like because he's just a pure sadist, and I thought like, oh, okay, there's certainly more to this character than just that, but it really was just that, and that he was doing it for kicks, and now he's doing it for getting paid, has a whole racket to get paid more to do it. And I was just like, man, is this the great bad guy? Like, literally in the beginning of the fucking film, he masterminds a way to find out Luther's secrets and get him put in jail immediately in the fucking beginning. And the setup, I was like, man, this is actually a cool setup where, like, now Luther is not a cop no more. He's in jail, and now he's gonna go out and solve the crime anyways. Like, that's like.
Well, I was confused about that though, because I don't know if you've seen Luther season 5, so spoilers for the end of that. But he's getting arrested at the end for like all the stuff he's done. So I was like, is it because of that?
Yeah, it's so confusing, right?
Yeah.
I thought it was that it was like never officially done, right? Like officially, as the cops know it. Sure, he gets arrested, but he gets off. Like, he's done. Like, he doesn't get, it doesn't stick. Like, and it took only this one guy that dug up his, all the truth behind it, and then, orchestrates the way to finally get him behind bars. And I thought, like, okay, that's interesting, like, way to go about it. So I figured that was the case. I thought that was like let's set up the character that your secrets are never secrets to him, right? Like and on top of that, maybe he has such good surveillance that you can never get away from him. So he really has full control. Like, this is like psychopath levels of like control, right? That he has a whole team of these like guys on their computers digging up everything and having secret cameras and logging in if these are like potential targets or people that he can
like blackmail.
Yeah. So I thought like the beginning, that whole thing was like, okay, this is interesting, we're getting somewhere, but the fact that his motives was just to have a fucking streaming career for killers is stupid.
Oh God!
So
wait, is that again?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
like the Riddler in the Batman.
Yeah,
that's why I said he's
Spoiler
like Riddler. He's the Riddler. But like,
hey, what's up, guys?
Like,
thank
more
you
dumb
for this community for letting me, kill all these people.
See,
like,
okay,
and subscribe.
that was acceptable because it was
Riddler
funny.
Because it was funny, and it was also it was such a cool way for him to get goons.
Yes.
Instead of just like recruiting them, he was like, oh yeah, just like go out.
They
and
just
make
actually
chaos
believe
on
in what
our
he's saying.
behalf.
Yeah, like.
He was a hell of an influencer.
Yeah, but the difference here is that this guy actually is like has some sort of like paid website for this shit.
A patron for killers.
Yeah. It's just like it's like what? Like, how does no one find out about this too? Eventually, like, how do you advertise this? I don't know. Like all the logistics when it came to it in my head, like I was like, this is dumb. Like this is you just open a can of worms of you can't close it now, and you can't explain it because it's too late. It's near the end of the fucking movie. Yeah. Oh man, that was stupid. That was stupid. If they explain it like there's a secret society or some shit, you know, a secret like rich people society, like some Illuminati bullshit. Sure. Like okay, fine. Maybe I'll go with that, but nah. Fallen and here's another thing. I don't understand what fallen sons mean. Do you know what that means?
That's funny. I was just thinking that because I was like, okay, it makes sense if it's like a son, like because what you wrote it here, Luther Fallen Son. That's the way it should be, like S-O-N, but it's actually S-U-N.
S-U-N.
Like
it's
the
a sun
going down.
Yeah. I don't get it.
If like, Luther is the fallen son of the disgraced detective, right?
Yes.
Like it makes sense, but like it was like a.
That's what I thought.
That made no sense.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You and me are literally on the exact same page on this, because when I typed it, that's what I thought I had read.
Because that's the one that makes sense. That's the
one,
title.
And then the other one, 0 sense at all. Like there's no indication. Like, what are we saying? Something like Japanese? Like Japan goes down? We're not in Japan. There's one's Japanese.
No Japanese.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah.
There's nothing at all.
I don't know. Yeah.
They don't even say the line in the goddamn movie. So I don't understand why they said that. Like, what?
Yeah.
Was the metaphor that he's the sun, he's the light, and he's fallen? Like, what?
I guess.
What? And that sucks too, because Luther, like, the series is like pretty good. Like, I enjoyed it.
Great, yeah, I love it.
You know, like, and it's like, I mean, obviously, anything with Idris Elba, like, it's always fun to watch him, like, just being like a badass. And I'll give him praise.
His favorite character to play too. Like he really loves the character.
He really likes this character, and like I think that the other thing too is that I give him this. The fight scenes, like for him, like they don't make him like a martial arts expert. He's just using his physical body as the best way that he can, which is because he's so tall and stuff like that. So you know, he can overpower people easily. But I found it that it was like with Andy Serkis' character. I was like, oh, okay, he knows how to use the knife, and he looks pretty. He knows how to use it. But then we don't get more explanation or another fight scene where he's like really good using the knife or something. Like it did make sense. In the end, it like had a good, interesting thing. But then they didn't explain it, or they didn't
just
like
thrown away.
Yeah, like suddenly his skills are gone, like out of nowhere. And I'm like, okay, maybe I had rose tinted glasses. Maybe it's like, oh, he's flipping the knife, so he's good at it. Because if you really rewatch it, you're like, he really isn't that great at it. He's like okay at it, but what happened was he's just flipping the knife. Like you see him like flipping it, and then you're just on that act alone, he's good. Good, you know what I mean? But he was able to like essentially hold his own. I'm not saying it was bad or anything. I just needed more, and the setup didn't pay off, especially near the end. Like, his death was just him. Oh yes, the ending, the how he died was stupid, because I was like, the two characters in the car get thrown into the water, and we're talking ice cold water, like frozen lake ice cold, right? They get thrown into the water, so they're both submerged at the same time. But for some reason, Andy Serkis's character dies first. Like, and it takes a helicopter and 2 divers to get Luther. Right. And I'm all like, in the time that it took to happen, like, why is it Andy Serkis is dead and he is not? I mean, I think it was just only plot reason, or quote
Yeah,
unquote,
it's just
for
plot armor.
the story. Yeah,
Yeah.
because he Andy Serkis. I mean, okay, this one was a kind of a good setup where it's like they go to his secret hideout, I guess. Right? This is very James
His
Bondish.
mansion in the
Yeah.
snow. Yeah.
Yeah, his mansion in the snow, and the lake is full of his victims that he threw their bodies
Right.
in there. And it's like, okay, visually it's interesting. It kind of gives you that ominous feeling. He's been doing this for fucking years. And he ironically gets thrown in the same lake, and he's trying to get out, and he's in the same surface as all the dead bodies, right? So yeah, okay, we're doing this for irony reason, for irony story that he happens
it would have
to
been
die.
cool if he had have thrown in and like was surrounded by the bodies that he had put down.
Right,
there
and that it like somehow stopped him from getting to the correct place
Yeah.
to get out. And he, obviously he could, in the thing scene, he couldn't break, like he was like banging on the what looks like glass,
Yeah.
but it's ice,
Yeah.
right? And I'm all like, I mean, we had a knife, like we could have showed him try to use it at least.
Anything. Yeah.
Yeah, but no, he kind of just goes, bangs his hands on the water, and that's it. I'm all like, who was gonna help you? Like, you were alone. Your
But,
two
it's
cohorts
like
are
you were
stuck.
saying, as soon as he dies, the helicopter comes over, the divers are in, and it's like, come on.
Yeah, I know. It was just like, this was not thought through. Good old plot. And that's another thing too.
Maybe
Luther
he
was
just really
still
worked
stuck
on
in the
his lung
car.
capacity back in prison. For some reason.
Oh man. Yeah, you know what? Maybe that's what Luther should have said.
He's
like,
holding
hey,
his breath
hey,
in his,
you
like,
should have
his
been.
prison toilet or something.
You're breathing.
That's exactly what I'm picturing, actually.
Oh no, God. What do you think about
people
what
in
do you
prison just bully him like in high school?
what do you
Give us
think
your
about the
lunch money.
whole?
I don't have money. I'm in prison.
What do you think about the whole prison break thing? Like that whole shtick.
I don't know. It was far fetched. The scene itself, in terms of like the one take and him moving, going through, it was decently done. But it all hinged on like Luther having known all these cops, like, and they're like, they have this like, you're one of our brothers, so we're gonna help you escape. Like, I don't know. It's
Yeah, that was like, oh, that's
it's thin. It's very
very
thin.
simple. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a simple way to go around it.
I mean, it's a cool idea on paper to have this fallen
for
detective
sure.
in prison who, like, I gotta
It
stop
was
this murder,
100%
so he breaks
good
out.
on paper
but
for sure.
yeah, it's just not executed well, and all the different parts, they don't really fit together
Right.
well.
Yeah. I wish they did more with the guy that helped him. Get out. Cause
that guy was cool. Like the like thief or whatever. Like he was running like the junkyard or something, and he was like actually a thief. Yeah, that was cool. I wanted to see more of him for sure.
I wanted to see more of him in the sense of like, what was he alluding to? Cause like he was saying how like, hey, I'm gonna chase after this guy, and you know what it's like to have a, like he almost alluded that he had dealt with a killer before, like in his past, and maybe he helped him catch the killer or something like that. And I can't remember if that was from the series or not. And that's why I was like, was he
doubt it? I don't remember, but I feel like it wasn't. I don't know.
See, that's the problem I had about this one, was that they introduced him and they alluded to some sort of past but never explained it, and it doesn't wrap up at all. Like, it's just an excuse to find a way out of escape prison. Yeah. It was just, I was like, damn, that's an undersell. Undersell on that character. We're just gonna use you to escape prison. What is it that we do? It's like, what is it that guy's career too? Like, what does he do? Like, I'm a career escape prisoner planner.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not really clear, but yeah.
Well, anyways, that's Luther for us. The series, definitely worth watching.
And to be fair, like, because I had this passing thought after the movie was over that like, they shouldn't have made this a movie. But I mean, like, to be fair, like the season, like some of the seasons are really short of that show. Like the fourth season is literally 2 episodes. It's like the season premiere and the season finale, and that's it.
Right.
But it's really good. Like, so like having it in this like 2 hour, 2.5 hour compressed time is not really the problem. It's just that the movie is badly written. It's not so much the format. Like I'm totally for Luther being just more movies instead of like a show, but you gotta stick to that quality that you maintain through the series if you're gonna do that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's a shame. It's a shame. Yeah, let's see what else we got here. Yeah, so there's some things about the whole like some peeps in the Destiny community, like that Root of Nightmares raid was too easy, and then there's other ones where like the MacGuffin isn't explained. I mean, there is some things now, but yeah, there was a rocky start with when it comes to that, but there's other sides to the aisle to that. Is that it being a difficult raid kind of puts it a bit of a gatekeeping situation where it's like, oh, it's been a while since people probably get back into Destiny.
What's funny? That's exactly what I was saying. It's like, oh my god, finally a raid I can finish.
Right, exactly.
Well, we finished.
Yeah. So we're we could be on that fence on that too, where it's like we haven't played in such a long time since Curse of Osiris, so getting back into it probably wouldn't be fun for us if we were playing a raid and we just could never beat it.
I can see how people are pissed off about that though. Like, yeah, just because like most of the people who play Destiny 2 are the hardcore.
Yeah.
And so like, and that's the whole point of the raid. Is like it's supposed to be hard.
Yeah.
Like,
yes. Right.
Even the mechanics were really hard to figure it out. Like, I mean, just I've seen like the tutorials. I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, I could have figured out this myself. Whereas in previous versions, you really have to scratch your head and think,
right?
Like, geez, how did people go about figuring this bullshit out?
Right. Yeah, I was playing a little bit of King's Fall last night, and it was remembering those mechanics was like, what was this again? And then us playing it out and figuring it out all over again and getting the routine down was a challenge, but not impossible. And it was definitely just it was just fun, because there was like definitely these moments where we're like, oh shit, we're like 2 seconds in the timer, hurry, pass the thing along. Yeah, pass the bingo bongo buff.
You had to. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you had to pass along to deliver to this, so you can finally open up something and then shoot it, and then then finally DPS phase.
Right. Or even if it wasn't even DPS phase, like it's just the puzzle, right? There was like ones it just to open the door you have to do this in a certain timer. So it was that stuff was great because there was definitely some moments of like, oh shit, we really would have lost if like that 1 second off, It's always fun.
I feel like you and me have to play through more raids just to see like what the quality of it is.
Yeah, to really know the difference.
Because so far, I mean, I've personally only played like 3 raids, like Vault of Glass, Wrath of the Machine, and King's Fall.
I haven't even done Wrath of the Machine at all, so you got one up ahead of me. For sure.
Yeah, that was original Destiny, and they never brought it back.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, King's Fall and Vault of Glass is the only ones that I've ever like actually played. But those were like good stuff, And again, here's the problem, like with Destiny, it's definitely that time investment, and sometimes you end up, not being efficient about the time that you have, so that's why it sometimes gets longer. So you don't have, unless I had somebody coaching me and guiding me exactly where to go, or I had a player to tell me like, say, hey, don't do this because that was just a waste of your time, you could just do that at some other point, then it's like I understand like there is a bit of that time gate and that gatekeeping feeling of like, oh man, I have to do this to get ready for the raid, and Like, so I get it. Yeah, like why it's too big of a loophole of a thing, and understand if it was a thing that we're thinking about to make the raid not that difficult because it's such a long time gap from before and now because a lot of new players. But hopefully that changes their mind too with some people that think that, oh, I'm not gonna play this no more because it's like this is too easy or something like that. More so that, okay, this is just, it's more like this is accessible now. Like we can just.
It's not a great way to leave it, because I mean this is probably going to be the last raid, right?
It's the penultimate raid. I'm sure that there's going to be
one. There's definitely.
But more. You're right, Apollo. Like, I mean,
but
at this point,
we're with
I'm
you
wondering.
On that,
yeah, I'm wondering, is it that the Destiny community has, there's very few ways of surprising the Destiny community because they're just so sophisticated already at figuring this mechanics, or was it that they really just wanted to make it much more accessible? And I think, from my perspective, from like an outside viewer, because I haven't rated that much, it just seems to be the latter rather than the former.
Yeah, we'll see. Either the next one will be like, ew, this is gonna fizzle out type of thing, or
I mean, there's other things where like one of the things that they were complaining about too was the just the very act of killing a bunch of ads was super fast and super easy, and so was the last boss.
And I think that's what their people were saying. That because like everybody's so well prepared that they're actually over prepared.
And I mean, feel like at that point, like you kind of just have to do some adjustments and some nerfs, which nobody likes. Because I mean, one of the things
nerfs or maybe even buff the enemies in a sense.
Just buff the enemies at that point. As
a kind of a damage check in some sense. It's like, okay, you can only really play this raid if your damage output was XYZ or something. Enough to kill him quick enough.
Plus, I mean, this is supposed to be the god of nightmares and pain. Like, that doesn't really come off as like, very, very gaudy or very nightmare-y or very painy.
Very painy.
He just looks like a buffed up version of a enemy we've been killing throughout the entire Nightfall campaign.
Right, yeah. Like the tormentors. He's a bigger version of them, pretty much.
Yeah. Which first times you encounter them, especially in the harder difficulty, pretty scary because they can snap you right out of your super and kill you in one hit, and you're like, oh, well, shit.
Yeah, they're potential one hitters, and then they can negate your abilities. So like if you're in the middle of a super, like if they're close enough, they can stop you.
Which is funny because that means they're using the light, just like you are. They're using the grape colored, the grape flavored, light.
The grape
Void light.
Yeah.
That's the way I think about them. Just grape, Fanta, and
Void.
Electric.
That's oh man, that's funny. But yeah, I mean, there's that. But aside from that, the positives that's come from it is that there's a lot of like those quality of life people that are enjoying, and then that it's less grindy for some people, in the sense that like I think for one of the mistakes I did was I used too much of the upgrade modules when really I didn't need to. I could just like let it sit in my inventory and then collect higher power levels and then just upgrade module the armor when it's a high enough level to justify it. Right. That I probably could have been at a much higher light level faster, and then worry more about the stats and just enjoy the game instead of being like a gung-ho on just like, oh look, I got a new armor that's 1 power level higher, upgrade my current armor now, or switch them out and then spend material on other stuff. But they made they made it a lot easier, so you could just like if you have your favorite armor that has the best stats on it, just hold on to that until you have collected the highest enough power level item to justify a full, like maybe you jumped from from 1600 to 16 or to 15, I mean 1700 or something, right? Like you just can just go one whole power level up by just holding on to the armor, because every time I ended up doing that, I had to re-upgrade the armor to have the stats higher to get to use the mods so that I can survive like harder difficulty stuff. So I'm glad that they did it in a way where it's like, oh yeah, you can just you don't actually have to worry too much about the power level.
Right.
You just have to worry about, say, do you have enough slots to put in these mods that add to your defense or your survivability or something like that.
Yeah. Plus, the
Thank
lower level
God.
content is never going to need like a very, very strong build.
Yeah.
You can kind of get away with like with just like picking
Slapping
up whatever.
together something. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It isn't until you start hitting the nightfall and all the legendary stuff where you're like, oh, okay, I'm definitely gonna.
They
need to put,
definitely up the difficulty too for quite a bit of things, so it's not like you're face rolling the entire time. Like
Sure.
and some of the content too, it doesn't. It's not just you going around and killing things. So like, I think we played some pretty cool stuff that was like Grasp of Avarice dungeons and stuff like that that actually had like some things that we had to think about that had nothing to do with our build. We just had to be very good at cooperating and figuring things out. So that was like,
we need to play
fun.
more of the dungeons, but so far that's been my favorite activity again. Yeah, as I
Mhm.
said before in Destiny, the fact that you can just have the 3-man fire team, just go in, solve puzzles, and it's like a more accessible, faster, version of the raids. But
right, yes, there's like
Still
it's like
would've
mini
liked.
raids basically. Yeah.
mhm.
They even gave us credit when there's some bounties that said, yeah, do the blah blah, the legacy was it called, like doing bounties to finish a raid or a legacy dungeon.
Oh yeah.
So it is their version of a mini raid is something called legacy dungeon. So that was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much it for what's going on with them. There's
There's
anybody seen Resident Evil 4 the review? Oh wait.
By the way,
Anybody-
one more thing about Destiny, like
Oh,
the
yeah.
fact that they have some sort of rating system for your teammates to to say it's called the commendations. It's basically just cards where where at the very end of the activity you say, oh, fun or knowledgeable or mastery, and sounds kind of okay in paper, but in reality it's either A, like Sean has been saying, just basically 5 stars on Uber.
five stars on
Everybody
yeah.
gets them, without,
Everybody gets them.
any-
No one takes it seriously.
And the other thing is like they were super grindy because you need them also for progression for your
Oh right.
for
Yeah. They changed that.
throughout. Yeah. At first you
they
had to
lowered it. 'Cause it
like
was
every
too-
commendation was
too
maybe
much.
like 1 or 2 points, and you had to get like 6,000 in order to get to the very maximum.
I know, right? That's so
So they lowered them now to like a lot less than 6,000.
yeah. Rightfully so, especially for those people that are actually trying to grind. I mean, I don't care. Like whatever. Like
But I thought it's funny that because it was taking so long, some people were just like farming commendations,
yeah.
like beating the entire purpose of the whole thing.
Right. Because yeah, exactly. Like because it became that's the problem too. I think somebody made a good point where because people put a goal, like it's an achievable goal, like some sort of achievement. Once you put that in, it's now grindy. It's no longer people are using it for the purpose that it is. Like it needs to, any sort of like review system needs to be not have any sort of goal, that any sort of incentive to just put in a pseudo review of a person. Yeah. Imagine if Yelp, like, hey, I'm gonna pay you $10 for every fucking place that you give a 5-star review at. That's essentially what that is. Like, if you incentivize people just handing out the reviews, then yeah, it becomes.
It's
meaningless.
basically just another currency you can do something to exploit and farm.
Right. Exactly.
yeah.
That's not the point, man. That's not the
Right.
point. But yeah, what was it? Yeah. So what about Square Enix still doing the NFTs? Still going on the NFT
Oh,
route.
boy.
I know, right?
Tourists.
Classic.
Are you gonna? They should at this point. They should just make a bored monkeys video game
Born.
featuring the cast of Final Fantasy.
They're not going to have much luck having a good turnaround on that.
Yeah.
It's
Not at all.
that whole fad is already there. Just it's already
Yeah,
crashing.
they probably just had to release it because they made it during the fad, and then it was like, we just got to get this thing out. Just like get it out and move on.
Yeah. Probably, yeah. Like, I think there was like some people were saying that there's like a big, what is it, like a stock market crash or something like that for NFTs or whatever. Something like the EA's pulling out of some NFT projects or something like that. Because
I think there was a really big player in the NFT market that ended up just completely crashing because of fraud.
Right.
Who knew? Like, that all these people,
like,
convincing people to just
been for so long.
Yeah.
Oh, people want the money.
Why won't people buy the our digital receipts? No, you're not buying the painting. You're buying the digital receipt to the painting.
Monkey people.
Can you imagine that if that there's a market for actual receipts?
I mean, that's exactly what
like
NFT
imagine
was.
saving your receipts and you could sell back your receipts.
I know, right?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
It's like I got the. This is a very important one. This is back from 2020. I got it from Safeway. Commemorates our entire ordeal through the pandemic.
I mean, imagine if you had a receipt of the Mona Lisa, like because essentially NFTs is gallery styled, like a digital version of the gallery, right? The gallery scene. Like I'm not really much of an enjoyer about the gallery scene because it's really about social exchange rather than actual value of the thing. Because there's a lot of people that will assume the value of it, and the value has been rated by so many different things that you're not really too sure why, like, that thing is, like, it's only popularity. Like, really, it's like it comes down to popularity. That's why that thing is valuable and a collectible item and a collector's item. And that's essentially what NFTs is for digital thing. Yeah. So that's all it is. Digital gallery, chuckle fucks out there. Hey, there's some people out there some artists that do participate or like originally in the beginning participated in it, and all power to them. That's great. They have a following. They have collectible items and stuff like that, and they're not trying to scam you.
Right.
But all the other fuckers out there that are just, let's slap a monkey on there and give them different hats, and there you go. NFT. Like, those kind of...
you're going to be criticized on a future Bored Ape cartoon, just like that cartoon critic. Then you'll look like the stupid one, while the Bored Apes will laugh and be superior to you in every way.
What's funny is that a lot like the commendation system for Destiny, it could have had initially good purpose, like say be able to perform transactions like digital goods that had some sort of like authentication. But in the end, it was just exploited with a bunch of random picks, that were just procedurally generated.
Exactly. Yeah.
People thought they were just gonna be printing out their money, and it's like, what economics 101. The money you start printing out money, you make it useless.
Yep.
Yeah. You print it too much. There you go. It's no longer rare. It's no longer valued. Oh man. Yeah. There was it Seth Green was wanted to make an animation or something like that, and then got scammed. Like somebody stole the NFT. I'm all like, man, that's possible. I'm trying to like imagine how that works, but yeah. I love the excuse too with those crypto fuckers. Like, you just don't understand crypto. You just don't know. You're just not in the know. It's like, okay, explain it then. Well, you take that, and you do that, and you move that there, and then move this here, and move that there, and then as they build it, you see the pyramid being made, and you're like, so that's a pyramid scheme. And he's like, no, you don't understand. It's this, it's that, it's this. It's a pyramid scheme. Look at the shape.
It reminds me of that
These are
episode of
just
Michael.
labels, man.
Yeah. Oh man,
Everybody
so
makes
funny.
money. Everybody wins. It's just
Yeah.
the bottom has to work the hardest.
Have y'all seen that movie with Jack Black playing the infamous Ponzi scheme guy?
No.
Which
Oh,
infamous
man,
puzzle scheme?
so good.
The originator of the Ponzi scheme or someone else?
It's a movie about this is how the term was coined as Ponzi scheme, because I think the guy's name was actually
Ponzi?
something Ponzi or whatever, and
Nice.
he was taking advantage of people in his community, and then it became notoriously a problem because he took advantage of elderly people, and eventually, because he was so much in debt, he's like using one person to pay off the other person, you know.
It's Robin Peter to
let's
pay
see.
Paul, huh?
Let's see. Yeah, and Jack Black played that character. Let me see if I can look him up. Look up the name of the
That's
film.
really surprising that he plays dramatic roles, just like when he played the dude on King Kong.
Yeah.
Come on,
It's
IMDb.
not a great movie, but Jack Black was still good in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah, Ponzi scheme. Up. And you know, it's interesting because his character goes through the whole, like, trying to justify what he was doing to keep his business running, because he's also like, he's a foreigner, like, and he has this high regard of living in America, and this was just his way of thinking of like, oh, I'm just chasing after the American dream, and he has no idea he's just ruining people's lives. Man, where is it? Brenda, do you know what I'm talking about? The movie Jack Black Ponzi scheme. He plays a character that essentially screwed over like hundreds. Well, yeah, was it hundreds of people? I think it was like hundreds of people.
The Polka King. Is that?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
The Polka King.
Ah,
it's
yes,
from
I found it.
2017. Oh wow.
Yes.
Huh.
I recommend
I've
watching
never
it
heard of it.
because it's okay. One, Jack Black is just really funny in it, and then two, you could see the like the problem, right? Like the whole like he doesn't understand what he's doing is wrong, you know. And then how him and his wife are just so dumb to not realize how bad this shit is. What he was doing. Yeah.
Money that's given to you isn't free.
Yeah. Oh man. And he really and yeah, this guy really did make quite he was like he met the what was it? One of the schemes was that he was saying that he was gonna get these folks to meet the Pope. Like that was one of his.
Damn.
Yeah, no, like
What?
I'm not joking,
I gotta
man.
see this shit.
Yeah, it's really funny. It's just it has that like that stupid kind of like this is clearly not gonna go well, and yet he's just a really good salesman, I guess. But like it's just funny. It's just funny.
Some of the most heinous shit has happened over people's money,
Mhm.
no matter how big or how small. And I say this like to sometimes it's hilarious, but a lot of times it's tragic.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Um,
anybody who's ever bought a timeshare probably knows.
If anyone's ever bought a CD radio,
Mm.
man, especially over the internet. Jeez, that is a terrible story.
uh, anyways, so Resident Evil 4 remake, yeah.
No, looks yet.
Oh,
Garbo.
I can't wait, honestly.
They took away most of its teeth, but I get it. I mean, it's technologically more advanced. Doing all this cross promotion stuff, keep on animations, doing this world masterpiece theater parody of Resident
Oh, I
Evil.
saw that. That's pretty funny. Yeah.
It's ridiculously funny.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
It's just like
Oh,
it's like
the
a 1 minute
animation.
short. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I've seen that.
Hey, does anyone know where Ashley is? It's just like hilarious to me.
That is really funny.
That's cool. I'll check that out for sure. I'll look that up. But the gameplay looks pretty damn good, pretty tight.
Yeah, it's a lot of
looks-
tens. It's getting a shit ton of tens, which
That's crazy.
you know I'll be the judge of that. But you know, it's still I'm surprised that like I expected it to get nines and stuff, but I'm like tens.
Right.
Holy shit! Like
Everybody's
I-
just thirsty for good stuff. Maybe they'd be handing
Yeah,
out
there's
tens like
definitely
crazy
that.
for the past
they
couple.
IGN is just fucking giving them away at this point.
Yeah,
Holy
right.
shit,
Am
like,
I mean, am I the only one like seeing this happen?
No.
Like, it
Yeah,
hasn't even been a full year, and they've already give what?
I think
There's
in the last
Elden,
3
God
months
of War,
they've given like 5 or 6 tens. It's like
What other tens?
kind of out of control. Metroid Prime,
Oh,
the
yeah.
remastered, John Wick 4, and
Yeah.
like some other game earlier this year. There's a few other things.
Does it even mean anything to them anymore?
We could go down a whole rabbit hole about why IGN is not what it used to be, but it boils down for me to most of the people there now just having the same opinion for one reason or
right.
another.
Echo chamber.
Honestly, I think
effect?
it's that they're so scared of the internet hitting back that they all just say the safe thing. And I mean,
okay.
it's just kind of a diluted
Yeah.
atmosphere. I still like it, but I can't
Yeah,
really listen to
I
the podcast
certain-
or anything anymore because everybody just sounds the same. Like they're
Get
saying
so-
all
There's-
the
there's-
same shit.
Oh,
There's no discourse anymore. There's no irreverence.
interesting. That's wild. Oh, that's
It's a shame.
well, that's sad.
End of an era. But I mean, I still go there for the news. Like they give me
Sure.
the news. But in
Yeah.
terms of any opinion-based stuff, any op-eds, I'm just like, nah, just go somewhere else for that
Right.
stuff.
Right.
I mean, honestly, just go to all the fucking people who left IGN over the years. They all have their own
True.
companies now, and they're
They
doing way more
move on.
interesting shit.
Right. They're doing
like
they're moving on.
Moriarty and his podcast.
Moriarty, Greg Miller, all those dudes, all those girls and gals, all those guys and gals, just doing so much more interesting stuff.
Right. Interesting. Yeah. And we're not the type that go tinfoil hat where they're like, oh, they're just paid reviews. I'm like, okay, I don't
No, absolutely
believe
not.
that.
I mean, I still wouldn't think. I mean, they're always paid anyway. But
yeah,
not
in
specifically
some
for their
transaction.
reviews.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I don't doubt that that's generally their opinions.
I mean,
but,
I've seen. Look, like whenever somebody says that, I'm like, okay, well, if that's the case, then why did they do a bad review for, I don't know, Forsaken, and yet the advertisement on that is fucking everywhere on the website. So clearly, if they had been actually paid, it wouldn't.
Right, they would have given them like a freaking 10. It's like,
Right,
hey,
exactly.
welcome.
Yeah, because they're literally getting paid by the advertisement right there. So it's like,
Right,
I mean,
right.
there
mean,
is. It's good to question at least. I'm not saying
Right.
they shouldn't
course.
question. I'm just saying that there is some really hyperbolic people that go like really on the deep end when it comes to like saying that they're just a paid off review. I'm like, okay, well, I mean, I get what they're saying. I do. But I don't know. I really doubt that. Like, unless they're onto something and there's like some reveal of like big fucking scheme that's happening, I don't think so. I doubt it.
No.
There's no, yeah. Anyways, what were we saying?
We were talking
Too
about
many
Resident
tens.
Evil.
Yeah, too
Yeah,
too
I
many
mean,
tins.
can't wait to
I
play it,
hope
but
it
yeah.
is. Yeah,
I
I
mean,
hope
I
it
hope
is
it's
because the first
yeah.
one is a 10 out of 10. So.
Absolutely. I mean,
Um,
yeah, I mean, a lot of people are saying like this is the like people are like this is one of my top 10 games of all time, like the original. They're going like this is better, and I'm like
Right.
intriguing.
I mean,
I'll
that's
see, we'll see.
Yeah, yeah,
But
we'll see
like,
about it. Yeah.
because I know for especially for you and me, Carlos, like
Yeah.
Resident Evil 4 is one of our favorite games, and
Mhm,
so
mhm.
like that's a tall order. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't expect that. I didn't even like. I was like, I just want it to be a great game. Give me a solid trophy list that and make it
Right.
replayable. Like I'm good. But if I play it and it's like, wow, it actually is better than the original, I would be floored.
And it
I would
has to
be
be better than the original to appeal to to new audiences, to not just new audiences, but people who know that game like up and down, left and right. Because the thing is that like with something like Dead Space, like I admired the quality of the remake. I think it's excellent, but I just wasn't motivated to to keep playing it while I was playing it. If this remake, it's like the remaster that I just had for Metroid Prime, and it actually makes me feel like replaying it all over, and it makes me feel like it's something new. Then it's gonna be doing something admirable.
yeah. I mean, especially because from what I've heard, it sounds like they've taken a lot of liberties with this game. It's not like the Dead Space remake where it is pretty much a one-to-one thing to the original. This is
Right.
like doing a lot of different stuff. Like so, yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah. I mean, just from the gameplay, we can tell that there's definitely quite a few changes. Like it seems that like Leon can parry a lot of things, which was definitely not in the first one.
No. Yeah, he can like parry with his knife and a lot of different stuff. Pretty cool.
Yeah, and I like how they're not not like, oh yeah, we're gonna make this more serious. Like
it is.
You know?
It's from what it sounds like from people who I've heard. Like it sounds like it is more serious, but they do still keep a very thick layer of camp on there.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is great.
Good.
Yeah.
They better keep that.
Yeah, for sure.
Paul, you haven't
I can't
played the
possibly
demo,
imagine
right?
it.
No.
So you don't want to experience anything until you actually get
Until
to
actually the
experience
game, right?
Yeah.
I feel that. Same. With
I
me,
haven't
like,
touched it. Yeah.
I was tempted to download it, but no, I just want to experience the full thing when it comes out.
Right.
Yeah.
Like no drum up. You need it. You don't need a drum up to it.
Yeah.
Like the hype.
I mean, honestly, because I watched IGN this review video. It's like a 10-minute video, and even that, I was like, man, they're showing some stuff I don't even want to see, like in the review. Where I'm like, I don't know if I can watch the whole video. So yeah, I want to go in as fresh as possible. I haven't like from what I've seen, I haven't seen anything past that initial village encounter.
Oh, okay.
Like when they put out the gameplay or whatever back, a while ago, like that's what I watched. It was like 10 minutes, and it was like, this is great. I'm good. I don't need any more.
Any more convincing or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still, I'm gonna get it. Yeah.
You know what's funny? You were saying that all of their opinions of the current people working at IGN are pretty much similar. To feeling like they're pretty much the same.
Yeah.
And that's funny because like a criticism that Donkey made in one of his videos about websites like IGN, the reviewing things is like you can't have a consensus over the reviews because there's always a different person. So
yeah.
I think it's funny to like either it's like fuck
point.
if you do, fuck if you don't.
Right.
That's actually a little. That's why it's kind of surprising me that they're giving out so many 10s, because the way that it works with the 10 at IGN is that when the person submits it, they have to make an argument for why it's a 10 to like a committee of their coworkers and stuff. Like, why is this a 10? And they all have to like be convinced enough to be like, yeah, you can submit this as a 10. So that's why that's like a further case where it's just like everybody thinks the same there.
Everybody just
so they're
agrees.
either hiring
There's no
people
one...
who are all the same, or
Echo
they're
chamber.
hiring people who are different, but then they are so compelled either by peer pressure or pressure from the internet to say the same thing that it all just becomes one opinion, you know? And that's boring. That sucks. That's not what IGN like used to be.
Right. Like they would actually like debate
Yeah,
on it. Yeah.
it's a healthy debate. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Healthy debate doesn't mean that they like are like hating each other on their opinions. It's just
No.
they have a different opinion, and it was like a different point of view. And I think that's the main point that we're trying to drive here, right? Like we want different point of view, and we want a different like because it adds something to what we're thinking about, and maybe even changes our mind. But that's not our point. Like the point is not to change somebody's mind. It's just to add to it, right? Like to like bring something that maybe you wouldn't have never discovered on your own time, and you can't ever replay the same game or rewatch the same thing so many times to actually feel something different. Sometimes you have to look at other people's point of view.
Like, I mean, if you're a professional reviewer or something and you're afraid to say your real opinion, what good are you as a reviewer?
Right.
True.
Like, I want to hear what you have to say. I want to hear, like, your different opinion.
Right. Yeah. Ah, man. Internet, man. Like, this whole internet kind of, I don't know what you want to call it. Maybe just to reuse the word discourse. Like, when people have, like, really like strong opinions, and it like drums up this whole other crowd of people that like just want to just bash people's opinions or something like that. I keep on thinking about the whole girlfriend reviews with Last of Us Part 2 and how that
well, did you hear the more recent
ridiculous
thing about like the whole Hogwarts Legacy thing with them?
Oh yeah,
where it was that was like oh man,
fucking ridiculous.
That sucks. That's
so stressful.
Terrible.
Yeah.
They
Absolutely.
they brought her to tears. I'm like, God,
Yeah.
Jesus, like come on. Fucking
Yeah,
hell.
exactly. It's just like, dude, it's entertainment. Everybody's there to have fun with it.
Yeah.
Like, come on. It's like, it's just it's so ridiculous. So ridiculous. Like, I can understand if somebody has a personal trauma when it comes to but that doesn't mean go over to somebody else's house kind of thing and say, fuck you, as if you're the one doing it too. Like, come on, man. Like, that's not how that works. And on top of that, if you want to build allyship, don't fucking villainize random people, that are just passerbying, that weren't the ones that said the terrible tweets that the fucking, like, she said, it's not the fans' fault.
I mean, it just
So
doesn't help your
crazy.
community.
Yeah, exactly. It drives it further backwards, honestly.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Crazy. I did see them go to Super Mario World, though. I saw that video.
Oh yeah.
That was funny. Yeah.
The like Nintendo World thing.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Nintendo World. It mostly is Mario
I mean, they
stuff
probably
there.
should have just called it that. That's kind of a better name for it.
Oh man, it sounds nuts. They said it was like what, 4 hours to go get food. That's how crowded it was.
Oh man.
Jesus. Yeah, it was really funny too. They said that like, yeah, we use our content creator clout to get in there. So we kind of just went around and name dropped ourselves, and then we got in. And they're like, but that was a joke. What really happened was that some father, I guess, had to leave and had the ticket that says, "Hey, you trying to get in? Here, this one's like already close to the number that they're about to call to get into the restaurant." And he's like, "I can't stay because I guess whatever reasons." And he has 2 tickets. So they skipped
We started
all
that
4
back
hours,
when my kids were in elementary school, and now they're graduating high school. So here's the ticket.
Oh man, dude, that's like a Rick and Morty like episode or something. That's
Where is that
hilarious.
place? It's in L.A.
Yeah, LA. Yeah. Yep, indeed. The Orlando Studios, right? Wait, no, not Orlando. Why did I say that? Universal. Fucking.
In LA, right?
Yeah. The Universal Studios in LA. Yeah. I don't know why I keep on saying Orlando. Just.
Because of all those commercial bumpers.
Yes, the goddamn things. Fuck Orlando. Okay.
Nickelodeon will do that shit a lot.
I remember when I went down to down there in Florida. Like the fucking rain was so bad that like it literally felt like somebody was dousing water on me. It wasn't even rain. It's just straight up, God was pouring the bucket. Like I actually felt like gravity was pushing me down when I was a kid. This was like, back in, elementary and stuff, so I was pretty small.
God just pissing on you like he does on us all, huh?
I mean, Anaheim is the Orlando of California. Not a place you want to go. Dude, like, it's pretty much just Disneyland and Universal Studios. That's never stepped foot in there for anything else.
Yeah. God. Yeah, they made the girlfriend reviews made that funny joke of it too. They looked at the Harry Potter like section, and they're all like, because of all the things that they were dealing with. They're like, no, we're not going in here. We're not allowed. Hilarious. I'm good for them for taking all that stressful situation and making jokes out of it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's awful.
People will turn their pain into other people's poison.
Now that's some words there. That's some real good words. All right. So random news would be that honestly, it's just a one-liner. Really, I already said it out loud. Yeah, it's Shroud making game. So the game that they're making. Yeah,
I believe
so
it's an open world survival game.
Yes, open world survival game. I'm pretty sure it has a PvP element to it. Obviously, it's a shooter because Shroud's known to be FPS.
AAA as well.
Yeah.
AAA.
Yeah. So the studio came to them apparently, I guess, or one of the two. Like somehow, he and a couple people had met with the developer. And that they were already developing a game, so I'm not too sure where the line is. Where okay, so it feels like honestly through the video, Shroud is more of a consulting kind of thing.
Okay.
So he's not really a creator. From the
for
ground
a second,
up.
I thought you were saying that he was a producer for the game. It's like, damn, he has the money to finance a AAA game.
Well, he would have the money. I mean,
yeah, I mean, he probably not like he's doing like because Dr. Disrespect is doing the same thing, right? Where he started a studio.
There is a difference,
but he has a ton of money, but he also has investors. Who are like putting the bulk up.
Yeah,
of the,
there's not just one person behind it. It's many people.
This is true.
And the difference between Dr. Disrespect's situation and Shroud's situation is that Dr. Disrespect is actually part of the creation of it. So he's doing some of the like the actual ground up work from nothing to something. He's doing it, like he's involved in the level design. He's involved in the in a lot of the design features, and then like the gameplay obviously. I mean, he's not programming it, but he's known to be a designer, and he's known to have done level designs. So
I saw a little bit of his stream today. He was actually playing it. Like it's pretty far along, farther along than I
actually
it would be.
Yeah. Actually, I did catch quite a bit of it. Some of the clips here and there, so I know what you're talking about. So that's good that they finally have something playable. There's and then Shroud is a little different, where like it sounds like they had the game, like the studio already had the game in mind, like at least the document maybe, and then Shroud is getting in with it in the development process and kind of more of an advisor type of situation. Yeah,
that makes sense. He's a smart guy. Like Shroud has a lot of great insights about games, and he really knows games and sort of how it works to make a game. Because like Dr. Disrespect, like he was a level designer or whatever. Like he knows his stuff, but like
Sledgehammer.
His insights, like I don't know that he can properly articulate his ideas to like a development team as well as someone like Shroud could. So yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah. and this is
It makes
interesting.
sense because people have been asking him for years, like, on his
Oh,
stream,
right.
like, are you gonna make a game? And he's like, it's a lot of work. So this sounds like it's a good
A good
like
way to get in,
compromise
but
for him.
not
Yeah,
like
exactly.
do it from the very ground up. Because
Right.
Doctor Disrespect is doing it from the very ground up.
Right.
And then for him, he's for at least Shroud. It seems like he's not completely like from the ground up. He's more like, all right, I'm like coming in as an advisory type of situation. I am executive creator, so there's like decision making that could come through him, and
Right.
you know, suggestions and stuff like that that may affect the game in a big way. But yeah, it seems like there's like an entire team that is already been making a game, and he's just putting in more of a creative, you know, opinion on the choices that they're making. So we'll see how that turns out. There's also to say about they're not the only people that is involved in making a game. So 100 Thieves is making their own game as well, and they're like an esports organization that was founded by another
Nate Shot.
player, Nate Shot, yeah, and they now announced a while back about them finally starting and making a game, and they have a playtest that they did, and that is also it. I don't know what it. I don't know if it's the same as Doctor Disrespect's genre of survival as well as Tarkov like mechanics, like this one with Shroud too, because both of them are Tarkov esque. Like it's a like the Dead Drop is very similar to
Yeah, that's like an
that.
extraction shooter. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's essentially what, and I'm pretty sure that's what this one is that they're gonna make. The one with Shroud, because they said survival shooter, and then I was all like thinking like, what is the most most common
Right.
denominator here, and you know, Shroud is known for playing Tarkov, and so is, you know,
I guess that makes sense. Like Tarkov,
yeah.
like that extraction shooter genre that Tarkov pretty much made is like
yeah.
virtually untapped. And that's only on PC
Right.
too. You're not even dealing with like console players where you would have a much bigger audience.
Right. There's
that's
some
why, like, it makes sense.
There's some games like that. Other games like that. I think there was one where it's called like
Yeah, there's a few, but like
But not a
none
lot,
of them have
but
reached the heights
yeah.
of Tarkov.
Yeah, that's true. Tarkov is still going. Like it's still
Yeah.
popular.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like a PvPvE, right?
Yeah.
Am I getting that right?
Like
There's also
it's
zombies, right?
no.
No.
There are no zombies.
There's no zombies.
So what's
Not-
the PVE element of it?
There's like scavengers, like AI
Yeah,
scavengers
AI
that you're fighting.
opponents, yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But yeah, so I imagine Shroud is doing something similar like that. Because it makes sense that the you know, based on what his background, or you know, what he's played, I wouldn't say the most, but like I mean, pretty popular within the Twitch and streaming realm of things.
Yeah, I've seen him play a lot of. I've seen him play a little Tarkov, but I've seen him play a lot of like Tarkov likes, like
Yeah, right.
where he's like he likes Tarkov, but he doesn't play it that much because he feels like there's a lot to be desired there. So now he's kind of making his own game for that. It's good. I
Right.
mean, as long as I'm glad they're not, especially Doctor Disrespect. I'm glad he's not making a battle royale because that's what he was saying it was going to be early on, and I'm glad he like pivoted away from that because
Right.
as
Yeah.
we've talked about many a time, that
That's
is not. There's no way that would work.
Right,
Like
yeah.
it's so unlikely that would be able to survive with the top three.
Right.
for sure.
This is definitely a better genre to
The
try.
the battle royale genre has basically just like distilled itself to its logical conclusion, right? Where like
Yeah.
literally it can only be like one or two.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Other than that, yeah. Good. That they're
yeah.
making something different.
Yeah, and I don't know what the 100 Thieves is doing. I think it's actually more of a Valorant-esque thing. So I don't even know.
Whatever they're doing, I'm sure they'll steal the show.
Yeah,
Because
hopefully.
100 Thieves.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
I'm sorry.
Man. Yeah, you know what's funny about that? Maybe I'll just talk about 100 Thieves a little bit. So, I did never followed, I never followed Nate Shot. I was never into like, uh, his stuff. Not saying he's bad or
Yeah.
anything. What his past is that he was a Call of Duty player, professional Call of Duty player, and you know he's got his name to fame through a esports organization that's also well known. It's called Optic, Optic Gaming, I
Yeah.
believe. And so from there, and then he got into content creation. He's like like into making a lot of YouTubes and like streaming and stuff, and like that was his eventually he was pivoting more entertainment in that sense, and then and that's when he what like was starting to think, oh, I'm gonna make my own organization, and that's how he got investors and stuff like that. And I think what was it, Drake was involved somehow or whatever.
Yeah.
He's one of the investors, and
Pretty
that's how
insane.
he got.
Like,
Yeah,
it's like literally. I mean, it's the gamer becomes a CEO. Like it's kind of an insane story.
Right, and it's yeah, it is really surprising. So that came through with not with its own controversy and stuff like that, where it was between him and Nick Merckx. Nick Merckx is somebody that he was bringing on, also another content creator, blowing up in Fortnite. So he like was collaborating with him, good friends at that time, but then something fell through, and a little bit of the situation was that through Nate Shot there was like a guarantee that he would be, it wouldn't just be Nate Shot creator of 100 Thieves, it'd be Nate Shot and Nick Merckx, and that was the controversy, and it sounded like a lot of things were said that wasn't on paper that didn't happen. So that didn't come through. It was definitely kind of a betrayal in Nick Merckx's mind. And then, yeah, they pretty much, parted ways in that sense. And ever since then, they've never talked, and like they pretty much hate each other.
Huh, I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's yeah. If you ever watch Nick Merckx's stuff, like he danced around the stuff plenty of times at this point because he already said what he needed to say about it. And Nate Shot doesn't necessarily deny it. He definitely says that the way he's portraying it is further worse than what, like, he makes it sound worse than what actually happened. And but he doesn't straight up deny the fact that there was that they were trying to get him, with him, but the cost or the economics of the situation would not work. And
was he already Nick Merckx, like established Nick Merckx,
yes,
like he is today? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes
sense. This is like peak Nick Merckx before. I even think it was before phase. Either that or it was like mid phase or whatever. But basically, I mean, Nick Merckx is fine now. Like he's now has stake in phase, and whatever. And
he has like a multi-million-dollar Twitch contract and stuff. Yeah.
Right. So he's fine. Like I'm not saying he's destitute and shit like that. Nick Merckx is totally fine, and their spheres don't really like kind of inadvertently touch. And then there was, and when they announced, so it was when they announced that Courage JD, which is another content creator, and Valkyrie, was now going to be part owner. That's when it drums up it again. So anyway, back to 100 Thieves. That's the kind of a bit of the, the controversial dark part to it, and then the other part to it is that 100 Thieves was one of those organizations where like they're getting into the esports scene where of course you're dealing with giants like Optic, FaZe, TSM, Team Liquid. Like these people are specifically known for driving their profits through their known players in esports. But then 100 Thieves, they're also coming into it, but they're also driving their apparel at the same time as their teams that still haven't necessarily won at that point. So 100 Thieves had quite a rocky start. A lot of investments banking on in the fact of their, there's you got to make a win, right? You got to bring home a trophy, therefore bring in that money in the sense of the social aspect to it, in terms of like, supporting a team. When they get the trophy, they get that popularity, and it boosts everything else up because, it's just how that sphere works. And it's interesting because like their apparel is not bad, like the quality is really good, and then they have this struggle of like twice they had to since pandemic or post pandemic. What was it? When we're in 2023, something like 2021, like somewhere around there. Like they had to let go a lot of people. 2022, they had to do another line of layoffs. And it's because of the bubble that happened from the situation that happened with quarantine. So quarantine, it blew everybody up. Like anybody that was a streamer and content creator, because of everybody stuck at home, people are just watching Twitch and watching YouTube. And it's just like 24 hours, viewers, right? So it was just like, money, 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 money. And then for teams like esports, they have content creators too, and they're banking so much on their players too, streaming as well. So it did some big increase. Esports is blowing up. Fucking like all these money is to be had, right? But now because of the whole that bubble is deflating, the whole Among Us generation of streamers. Now it's like a situation of esports is now fucking it's dying. Like so a lot of people are saying it's dying. Like a lot of organizations are now like they're really hurting in terms of like keeping the organization even happening. And it's because the bubble of of that entertainment value is just significantly different. And then a lot of these esports teams had investments in, guess what, NFTs and crypto. So a lot of them are like there's money that would have come from that but doesn't, right? So then like there's a lot of funny situations that are happening where bigger organizations like this are deflating, but individual creators like a Shroud, for instance, they don't need the organization. Shroud is now in Sentinels, but he doesn't need Sentinels at all. Like it's more like Sentinels needs him, and you can tell because what they did was that Shroud, hasn't played pro like tournaments in CS:GO, or was it CS? Counter-Strike in general, I think back in the day. Yeah. Now it's CS:GO, but right, CS:GO, yeah. So and then like they need Sentinels needed a win, or they needed something, I guess. I don't even know how that conversation goes, but they sign him in to be part of the team, to try and make, what was it called? There's this thing called franchising in the esports world, where that if the game is making if it makes enough money and it's like doing really well, then they'll franchise the teams, meaning the teams are now getting paid from Riot to even be participating in these tournaments. So now you're making even more money, which is good for the teams because the individual creators, imagine this, if you're not part of an organization, likely that you're going to have to pay for your ticket. You're going to have to fly all the way to fucking, I don't know, Iceland for a goddamn tournament, right? And you have to get the hotel. Like you're already in a huge deficit, and you haven't even won. Right?
Yeah.
So, like, there's a time where, like, the big fish was the organization, and the small fish were just, like, hanging on to the ride. But now we're seeing, like, people like Shroud or fucking Dr. Disrespect and individuals actually making organizations themselves. So, like Nate Shot, in that sense. But now, like, 100 Thieves, is like in this weird situation where like because they're so content creator heavy, they actually I think they're actually ironically are doing better than I think any other organizations. So potentially, hopefully, whatever they're making in terms of the game is gonna be great because they have other assets to come off of. Because somebody like a team like I guess what's a good example? I don't think Team Liquid is a good example, but like, there's like another organization, another esports group that they only rely on their team to get the money from. If they don't have the clout from the wins, therefore the team member is getting the clout from the famous. Oh yeah, we got a XYZ player name branded jersey, and we're selling that like hotcakes, right? Then they're not making money, basically. They're hopping from one tournament to the next just to chase the money influx. Whereas like somebody like 100 Thieves, they have apparel that they're selling every year. They're selling. They have a common. What was it? They're in collaboration with this High Ground, which makes keyboards, and they have that. Like Nadeshot has his own little like energy drink or something like that he sells. And then they just have a whole bunch of content creators, and one of which is like somebody that I think I used to watch a lot of them was like Nicewig. He played he's a controller player that plays on Apex, and they taken on other content creators, and they have like a lot of things that are coming from that. And what I'm surprised is that Dr. Disrespect at this point has been, even without having any association with any organization, has done more legwork towards completing a game than I've ever seen any other place. And I don't know if Shroud is going to be in the same way. And it's a very different situation, obviously, because they already made the game by the time that we're getting introduced to it by.
Yeah.
So I think it's interesting. We're going to see a future where we might not see companies making games that are like good. We're gonna see less of. I mean, actually, I'm probably like like hoping
the future is now, old man.
Yeah, hopefully we don't get EA making games like now we got.
I mean, yeah, it's an interesting possible future for sure. Where it's like, okay, like what if, like it's highly unlikely, but it
is highly unlikely.
A lot of these creators will have there's like. They'll sell a certain number of units, but I mean, like it's not 50,000 units.
Yeah, it's not
something sold
100%.
is nothing for AAA.
Yeah.
But like if it'd be really cool if Shroud's game comes out, Dr. Disrespect's games comes out, and even one of those games, like even takes a little bit of attention away from something like Call of Duty or Fortnite. That'd be amazing. That would break the fucking internet. That would be insane.
Yeah, that would be really insane.
That would change pardon the pun, but that would change the entire game. It'd be a complete game changer in terms of like how you make AAA games. Like, cause these aren't even indie. They're full AAA. Like this is like $100 million game. Like that would be crazy. I'm really rooting for them, honestly, because that would be amazing.
Exactly. Where now the people that were streaming the games are now competitors. Imagine.
Yeah.
I actually like that when Dr. Disrespect, he was like talking about how he wasn't invited to the Call of Duty blah 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 thing, and then he found out it's because he's a competitor, and he's like, oh, well.
Oh really? That's awesome. I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah. They said that. Awesome. They said that. Well, we can't bring you in because you're a developer, like. Right, we can't give you access to a unreleased game, unreleased Call of Duty, that we're giving special access to people that are streaming it. And at first he's like that. The funny thing was, I think he was talking about how like he was offended at first because of the whole Twitch thing and that.
Yeah, that's what I saw. Yeah, I saw him being super pissed off. Like,
right, he was like being nuclear.
Everybody insults Call of Duty. Why are they singling me out?
Right. Yeah, exactly. But then that's when he heard later on after his rant that's what the reason was. They titled it as, oh, developer, like we cannot invite developer because they are a competitor. Like actually said in the line. And then
Well, at least they
for-
told him the reason why he was exiled.
I know, right? That's funny. And then and then he actually was like, oh, that actually doesn't make me mad. It makes me actually kind of take pride from that. Yeah. Like, you know. Yeah, he's like, I'm not even mad. I kind of respect that.
I'm a viable threat now.
Yeah, I'm a viable threat now. Oh man.
Hey, you never know. Dr. Disrespect might, steal what Call of Duty has been doing for 10 years now.
I would love that.
Yeah.
Like, somebody needs to.
Somebody needs to comment in here. And you know what's another fucking wacky thing about this stuff is how the esports, how involved they are with actual sports. Like the Team Liquid is like, is it Team Liquid or whatever? There's an owner of the Dallas Cowboys that owns the esports organization, or is part owner. I forget what the fuck team was it.
Complexity. That's Complexity.
Oh, Complexity. Yes, you're right.
Tim the Tatman's always there. He's a big Dallas fan.
Yeah, he's a big Dallas fan, and he joined he has part stake in it now or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why I'm talking about this too, because he and Dr. Disrespect had the conversation about that, about how a little bit of that hint of the landscape, right? Like, it's no longer about the organization; it's about the content creator, right?
Right.
And then Dr. Disrespect he's on the fence of like, I don't need an organization,
Right.
I can do what I can do, and still be great. And it's like, man, that's a lot of.
That's pretty amazing. Like,
that's
he's
pretty
really
amazing.
actually putting his money where his mouth is. That's crazy.
It's insane. It's insane. And I'm curious what it is going to be like in the future. Because, like, how is it that you're going to... I bet you there's all kinds of things that could happen. Like, what if you're not playing that game that you made? Huh? If it's that so good, why aren't you streaming it? And then, people calling into questions of all the things. And I hope we get more of that, and we get people like Lana Pierce really kind of getting a little bit of a limelight in the, like, what is that difference of playing it versus being developer for it, and then like the nuances of like knowing the difference, and then like knowing the difference of their opinion even, right? And how it is to be a developer, because her whole thing is to like try to like humanize developers, because like for a very long time, a lot of people that are fans of games, like they live in a life like in either reverence of the developer to like almost to a god, or they completely hate them because ooh boo bad you're not human, you should be you're a bad developer, why are you talking to me, go make good game, fix my game, that type of shit. Funny, but
you're seeing a lot of content creators like Alana Pierce too, like become game developers, right? Like Swing Point, like somebody who we both watched. Like he was this dude. He was a streamer for years, streaming Back for Blood and all these other games, and like he knew the games inside and out, and that's why Turtle Rock hired him. And now he's a developer there.
I'm hoping whatever they make is new and fresh, and they got a good, like, something. They have something good going on. I just hope that, like, people get to see it.
And I think Alana, I think she's still she was like a junior writer at Santa Monica Studios who made God of War. I don't know if she still is, because I know she's went back to Funhouse. So I'm not sure if she still is, but still, that's like...
I think actually she still was part of Funhouse even beforehand, right?
Well, she left for a while to go to Santa Monica, but then she came back. So I'm not sure if she's somehow doing both, like one of them part-time, and I don't know.
That's a good question. Yeah, I know she was also part of the team with accessibility. The accessibility team, which did win an award, I think, for... I mean, what it take it for the grain of salt of that awards show, but whatever. Give credit where
cool
credit's
award
due,
to have, nonetheless.
Yeah. The God of War accessibility, still haven't even beaten it.
Oh yeah.
It's still sitting there. God damn it.
Yeah, you got plenty of time. It's a voyage for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Are you gonna have to start playing it all over from the beginning now?
No. That's not gonna happen. I never.
How far along were you in? I forget.
I mean, I haven't even got to the part where we met that girl.
Oh.
Oh.
You know what I'm talking about?
Or whatever her name.
Yes, I can't remember her name. The one who Atreus has a crush on. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you've
That
met the Norse god of war. What's his face?
I mean, I met the ice giant guy. Yeah, the Norse god of war. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. He looks insanely tall and shit.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm never gonna fight again. Blah blah blah.
His name Tyr. That's right.
Yeah, Tyr.
Oh
Tyr.
yeah.
Yeah. Yes, we're at that point. Yep.
Right.
Yeah, we met Tyr, and we're chilling with that.
Such a nice guy.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, annoyingly pacifist, but yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It totally works in terms of like
Yeah,
what they're trying to explain in the story. I get it. I definitely get it.
I mean, that game is immaculate.
That game is a 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's freaking crazy. Yeah, that yeah, definitely. I'm feeling it. What else is there? Last thing want to talk about was it
The Diablo thing?
Yeah, so the question here is, would you still play the game if play a game that is, maybe associated with controversy, I guess, with
Will you play Diablo 4, Carlos?
Yeah.
I don't know.
He's still on the fence, I think.
I'm still on the fence, to be honest.
Yeah, because
first
it feels,
of all,
it's the whole Blizzard thing with the, all the misogyny and stuff.
Yeah.
Can't help it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I for one, I'm looking at the product and it looks good, but A, is it gonna make me feel icky? And B, it's also the thing that where Blizzard has been making the same games for decades now.
Right. Yeah.
Right. I mean, we've talked about it. I don't know how much we talked about this on the podcast. We've certainly talked about this topic a lot off air, and it boils down to what hill do you die on, right? Like being moralistic with your money while living in society is impossible.
Right.
Like the only way you can be completely moralistic is by literally living off the grid, making your own clothes, making your own food. Like that's the only way.
Because there's no, there's no moral consumption or capitalism, which sounds like a high, minded kind of thing, but it's the truth in the sense that somebody's getting exploited down the line.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Like, hey, like as much as capitalism is bad in the what it spawns, it's not so much the capitalism is bad. It's the people abusing it. Capitalism.
Yeah.
And then we need to be really aware of it and stop them. And if we don't stop them, then that's then it is definitely. And if we had the power to stop them or aware of the power, then it is at that point is definitely individual to the you're doing bad. But if the bad thing already happened and we had nothing to do with it, I don't think that our involvement of not playing the game or playing the game, fucking Blizzard's getting their money anyways. They already got their money. It's already there. It's too late. At this point, then is it are we gonna go out of our way in terms of what we're doing with the knowledge of us playing the game or not? Right? If we're gonna
and who are you really punishing? Right? Are you punishing the developers? Are you punishing the company?
True.
Just so many angles.
Yeah, it really is a lot of angles. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing you can do is that if you want, real change, you address the problems with the company rather than just not purchase the product. Which, I think does, if,
it helps, sure, but it's not going to take it away. It's not going to, basically, it's not a time machine. It's not going to undo the wrongs that's already done, right? That's the one thing, right? And then now, even if you don't buy it, they're already still making their money. Regardless, there's just no way you can stop that. Unless somebody somehow manages to stop everybody from buying it ever, then
Which,
great.
boycotts in games never, ever, ever works.
Right.
It never work.
Right.
No one has enough self-control.
Nobody's ever done that.
Like,
yeah.
I just really want to play this.
They
and
would just
to
have
be
to
honest,
they just have to make a bad game, right? Like, it would just have to be a bad game. So bad to the point where they can't make the money off of it, which therefore is already still in their hand to XYZ make bad games.
But even then, with that first bad game, they're not necessarily losing money because people don't know it's bad until they bought it and played it. It's only until that next game where it's like, well, they did make this bad game before. Do I buy it? Then it's more like, okay, well, then they'll probably lose some money. But yeah,
unless you're really conniving and you somehow drum up, such bad publicity to, to something that you actually literally take it down just by the publicity alone. Because that's the thing.
That
like,
would be,
I'm sure
something.
That would be amazing.
Yeah, because there are games that are good and they just don't. They're just not successful for X amount of reasons, right?
Sure.
But yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah. There's so much under their control right now on how they distribute their games. So like, I don't think that's fucking thing. Yeah, that's not gonna fucking happen. There's just a fucking no way.
But yeah, you're right. Like, sometimes the game is just not good. Like, look at Callisto Protocol. Had all the goodwill in the world, had great, a great marketing campaign, and it just turned out to be pretty, well, from your, from your experience, that I'm getting, vicariously, it seems to be not very good.
Not very good.
Almost good. Almost.
It was almost there. Yeah.
Almost heroes.
Yeah. Almost. Yeah, it's definitely. I would say, the Callisto Protocol, sale. If anything, if you were like morbid curiosity, then sale.
Yeah.
So by that point, they'll fix the things, which is clear they already fixed things.
I mean, exactly.
And then they might fix even more stuff. So whoever knows, if you get it on sale later, go for it. But unfortunately, that doesn't help the developer anyways. So it has to do everything about the initial sale.
That's the other thing, right? Like, especially when it comes to games, like, there's just such a big team of people that are, working on the game that are not the producers, and that end up, getting end up being like, the victims of the games not actually doing well, rather than the producers and the who just end up making money, whether the game succeeds or not.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So yeah, I mean,
kind of a case by case basis, really. Like, it's like, how much do you really want to play it? Like, is sort of the thing. Like, all the stuff we've talked about is totally true. I do believe in using your wallet as a weapon, because hurting their bottom line is the biggest thing you can do. Not that it's anything necessarily, but like, but again, it's just like, it's not like you're right or wrong whether you buy the game or don't buy it. Like, it's just, I don't know. Yeah.
Sure. And also, it depends too. Like let's link it back to a couple things that we already talked about. Separating the art from the artist. There's that. And then there's also another thing too. Who are we really hurting? If it were in a world where individual content creators are like the crux to having the game succeed or not, I think if anything, backlash will hurt them, like, actually, because then now they're going to go online and show their videos or on YouTube or something like that, or stream, and they're going to have nonstop backlash currently happening in that stream at that time, if said game is bad, or if the said game is good, but the content creator got stuck with all this terrible controversy, then I imagine that it might that would hurt them, like, because then at that point, then people now can put a face to it, right? Versus EA is like this amorphous blob of people, or Blizzard is an amorphous blob of people too. So like, if anything, that not buying it from Blizzard is not going to hurt them, but if it was like individual content creators that were like heavily involved with not just the marketing but the creation of the said game, and they are known to be a bad actor, damn, like like cancel culture will have actual effect on it, even though hey,
if the game's not good, like
Mm,
if
Right.
the game's good, it's not gonna matter. Like people
Right.
will want to play it enough that they'll just buy
Right.
it.
it's funny because like there's the I don't know what you would call that effect, but that whole you tell people not to do something and they want to do it even more because you tell them not to do
because
something.
it's
Right.
because maybe
Yeah.
even if the association, like the negative
Yeah.
association, gives it the limelight.
Yeah, like I feel like bless you.
Bless you.
I feel like I'll say a lot of people who with the whole controversy with Hogwarts, right? Like I feel like
Mm.
probably a lot of people just ended up buying just because they were told not to.
Oh, what about
Yeah.
how about another one? High on Life. I mean, I haven't played it,
High
but
on life,
Right.
Yeah.
there's High on Life and the Rick and Morty guy,
The Justin Roiland.
Justin
Mhm.
Roiland's stuff that we still don't know really if it's true or not. I mean, like we'll see in the verdict. He's battling it or whatever. But yeah, like I'm curious as like well, I mean they already took him out from the studio, so he's not longer
True.
part of
Yeah.
that. So I guess we'll never know. But like
It's
how
not
would it
their
affect it?
first game that the studio made either. There was that other game. Was it like Trover Saves the Universe or something?
Hmm.
People,
Yeah.
not many people played that, I assume, but like that was also just not a big deal. I'm pretty sure it's more preferable to High on Life because it didn't have a talking bug gun. Oh, you just killed a kid. I guess this is that kind of game now. Oh, okay. I need to play the Rick and Mortys.
Yeah, I mean, I do know that they're both critically acclaimed games, but commercially, I don't know how well they did.
Yeah, commercially they were just kind of there. Like, well, Squanch Games will continue to make games, or they'll rebrand to be something other than Squanch Games now that Royland's out the picture. I mean, either way, really.
True.
When it comes to High on Life, it's also that they it's also what we're going back. We were going back to like the quality of the game. Like once it came out, it's like it's okay. Most reviews are saying that it's all right.
Yeah. I honestly feel
Haven't
like
played
that
it myself.
most people, like most of the what I've watched and reviews and stuff, feels like more of a. It's like a very. It's a kind of like it's a like well polished indie game in the sense that I don't want to use the word demo, but it feels like a demo. Yeah.
Like features or for game design is just not fully baked.
Yeah. Like it's
like they need a more development time, more
right.
what's the word I'm looking for? They just needed to make everything much more elaborate.
Right. Yeah. Like it feels like a game I could beat in like one sitting.
Interesting.
8 hour type of thing or something, or 4. I don't know. It didn't look like a really long game, basically what I'm saying. Like that there was not. It's like it's fun for the slice of it, right? From what I could tell, like even with the reviews they're saying, yeah, this is fun for the slice of it, but again, it's just a slice.
Yeah, it's probably one of those games that you buy as a gag and you probably play with friends.
Yeah, right.
More of an experience than a game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like you're not playing it. You're not really playing it for the enjoyment of the game, but you're playing it for the experience of what the game is.
Yeah, and I'm sure that they know that that is the case. That are not like, oh yeah, this is like we're trying to advertise it as a fully fledged out game or something like that. It's more like that. It's like a good experiment on there, and it shows their capabilities too.
Okay.
So
it's kind of like one of those games. It's kind of like a game we would have played in in pretty much an evening. One of our game nights we used to have.
Yeah. Like we go over like Jose's house and just we're like sitting there playing it, just one game in the sitting.
Yeah.
I mean, that was still fun. Yeah. So pretty much. I think everybody pretty much agrees with the sentiment that
Pretty much. God, we're like IGN. We're just a husk of our former selves.
We're all agreeing on each other's. God damn it. Fine then. I disagree. Objection.
God, you gotta die on that hill now. I'm gonna start.
D, what do you think though?
I'm gonna start boycotting this podcast.
About the game or just Diablo 3 or 4?
Well, like, you know, if about like, you know, game studio does bad thing, but you like said game, should you play said game? Even though like there's like a moral
only if the player knows that they're going to enjoy the game. Like, don't buy or not buy a game just because you want to own the chuds. That's a stupid thing to do. You
own the chuds.
If you don't like how a game's being talked about, like, fine, but don't go out your way to buy a product you probably wouldn't play.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I see.
It's like,
so like, I see.
On it. Like, yes. You could have Miyamoto getting Me Too, but that shit ain't going to stop me from buying another Mario game. I have to say it. It's like, dude, it's a shame it happened, but like, there are other people who work on Mario games, and thankfully it stopped being Miyamoto's game, like back in the N64 era, where it became more of people like Koizumi and Hayashida's game rather than Miyamoto's game. So that's one of the cases where that's a theoretical example of where I'm going to be like, yeah, I don't care, I'm going to play it. And it's the same thing with Dragon Quest games. Like, people are mad about how the composer who passed away, but they were mad because he was one of those types of Japanese who are like, I don't believe in the war crimes. It's like, okay, fine, he made some banger tracks. Like, I hate his politics, but that's not, hating his politics isn't going to, like, not make me want to play the games or not want to listen to some of his most iconic tracks in the game. Like, I'm not going to suddenly start thinking Dragon Quest IV's soundtrack sucks because he's Nine Nan King and shit. It's like, that's terrible, yeah, but that has nothing to fucking do with Dragon Quest in my book.
Right. Yeah, he's a tinfoil hat guy. You know, like
he didn't believe in the Japanese war crimes.
Yes,
World War II.
Yeah, he whatever reason wanted to let everybody know. It's just it's so out of pocket. Like it's like oh yeah, making these great things, and then it just all of a sudden comes up with this.
Something you bring up in normal conversation,
right? Yeah, I was like, what?
Yeah,
that's like, it was like it's like the Kanye West thing, where it's all like, remember when he was all like. Bush hates black people or something.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. The Hurricane Katrina thing.
Yeah, the Hurricane Katrina.
It's
also, like, I'm not saying that they deserved it, but you know, they did kind of sell Jesus out, so they had it coming.
Jesus Christ.
I'm not going to say who it was, but you can probably guess.
God.
I'm a genius.
I still can't believe people get bent over, the death of a fictional character. I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop.
Oh no.
Yeah, generally speaking, it's like, if the game is good, it speaks for itself.
Right.
Just like, I have no intent of playing Hogwarts Legacy, but there's like tons of people who work on the game. We're just regular people just trying to get their like 9 to 9 on the video game industry and just move on to other things. They're not people who are personally invested in J.K. Rowling's politics. They're just wanting to let people play a game where they can pretend to be a wizard, and thankfully the game has a single player campaign, because unlike Diablo 4, which requires you to be online all the fucking time just to play that game, like, I'm sure it's fine, a fine online game, but it's just, you have to have an always online account on it. It's like that. It's pretty stupid. But if people want to play Diablo 4 and they want to get their full-fledged PC and console Diablo 4 experience, more power to them, because they've been waiting for it for a long time, and it's better than waiting on some mobile crap that probably is going to have gift resources and a bunch of premium content, whereas, well, again, I'm sure Diablo 4 probably does have premium content and a bunch of DLC and whatever, but the whole point is that if they have a core game that you pay a nominal fee to play the game, I'm sure there will be somewhat of a sizable product.
Yeah.
But it just goes on saying that, yeah, you can be mad about the things that some of these companies do, and I'm go fight the good fight if you want to fight the good fight. But you're not going to hurt the bottom line because most people don't care. They buy games
Yeah.
to escape their boring
Mm-hmm.
ass lives with their freaking mundane 9 to 5s, and I'm not even downing on the average person because I hope some people get out of their mess. But my whole point
Mm.
is that it's escapism. They want to
Yeah.
buy escapism, and they don't want to delay escapism just because of hurt feelings and someone not liking the politics or what
Yeah.
happened to some other people, which are really full real lives, and it's nothing to sweep under the rug or dismiss.
Mm.
It's just that in the grand scheme of things, people have to think about
Right.
themselves. It's a survival mechanism.
Also, the
They can't,
punishment. Yeah, the punishment
yeah,
too. Like we need to
they
punish
can't
the
punish
individuals that
themselves over
did the
stuff that
bad
they
stuff, right?
can't control.
Right.
They, it's their reward at the end of the day, spending their hard-earned wages on a game or whatever kind of money they bundle up together, and whatever kind of sacrifices they have to make temporarily just to like jump into a game. It pulls their boredom for whatever part of the week they want to just get through and get to the next, dopamine rush. It's just, it is what it is. Like, we have to accept that people
Hmm.
do act on base instincts, and part of it is they have to survive and they want to cut down the pain of whatever maintains their lives, and a lot of it is work. A lot of their lives are work. They need that escape from work, and if they can't afford a vacation, of course they're going to play a video game.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. So you're playing Diablo yet? No, yeah.
That's a demo, right?
Yeah,
Like
is
yeah.
there? I don't
like
know.
all
Like a
video games,
beta or whatever.
like all video games nowadays, if I'm gonna buy a game, and I don't already know that it's great, like Metroid Prime Remastered or Resident Evil 4, I'm just gonna wait for reviews.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like,
Well,
I've been burned too many times before.
It's true.
It's just like,
I'm probably gonna play it because Chris says that he's gonna try it out. So it's
Nice.
it's more of like a nostalgia of old times. So
Yeah.
I'm
Right.
honestly not playing Diablo 4 because I'm like, yay, Diablo 4, I'm gonna play that and stuff, and blah, blah. It's more like, oh, Chris is playing. Well, I guess I'll play with him. And then
Yeah.
yeah, it's more like the company rather than the game itself or the
Yeah.
activity. So yeah, no knocking your
Chris
decisions.
is gonna be playing, huh?
Yeah, he's gonna be playing that Resident Evil 4 remake as well. But yeah, if he diving in, then I'll dive in. I mean, yeah, I remember back in the day when we played, was it Diablo 3? Yeah, 3.
Had to be 3.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever play Diablo 2?
No, actually, no, I haven't. He did. I never got into PC gaming like that, and back in that
Right.
time.
I actually remember playing a demo of the original Diablo back in my computer back in 1998 or 9. And yeah, I actually remember really liking it. Or maybe I didn't have any other. No, I did have Doom. Or did I have a demo of Doom? I had a bunch of demos on my computer because I was poor and all I had was the computer.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But
I remember those. I mean, there were games where I used to play them where I would only have the demo, and I never ended up playing the full game because it was just like I don't have enough money to get the full game. Like it's just like I played the same demo again and again and again and again. Never played the full game.
You're like, man, this game must be fun. Yeah, I mean, I know that feeling. Yeah, I remember doing that too. I would get like those. There was those. What was it? There was like PlayStation had a magazine where you get to like get
the demo disc.
demo discs. Yeah, I remember that. It was like get so many demo discs.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Can you
those,
imagine
that was
Nintendo
fun.
ever trying to do the whole, demo, cartridge back in the day?
Mm.
It just like ship the whole thing and like, on the magazine. It's like, oh god, it's a whole brick.
Yeah, a whole brick is like in the magazine. Oh my god.
I mean, I think the Famicom Disk System was pretty much like that.
Mm.
That I mean, we never got the floppy disk expansion that Nintendo ended up putting on the Japanese NES, but they had this station called Disk Station, like Disk System Station or Disk Station or something. But you used to go to these kiosks at these stores, and you could take a Nintendo grade floppy disk, and you can download a cartridge on a disk, and you pay a lot cheaper than cartridges because you weren't paying for like the printed circuit boards and the chips on them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it'd be a whole lot cheaper to put the game on the disc, and they had that kind of service going on.
I see. Yeah. Huh. Oh, that's
I
interesting.
guess that's a world we never lived, huh? The one with the
Pretty much.
disc version of Nintendo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they had those mini discs for GameCube. That was like the closest that we got with that.
True.
For demos, yeah.
I remember. I mean, they were kind of cool as a novelty, but I remember, that was the time where the PS2 was out, and you could, like play music and stuff on your PS2, and I.
Oh, thanks for the
like,
sub.
oh, fuck, like this is useless. Like with like any other CD, it's just like they're so small.
But the GameCube had that, handy, dandy.
It was, yeah, it did have, yeah.
Why
I mean,
did that
I
have
actually
the-
do really love the GameCube, but I just remember being like, that's this like just for that, like the disc drive, just like, come on.
I remember that too. I had a GameCube as well, and it's and it's like the kind of thing that like why?
Yeah.
You could just had a
Yeah.
Well, I understand why they wanted to have it. Nintendo's always been about proprietary systems, and they wanted to make it a proprietary thing. But yeah, they ended up kind of shooting themselves in the leg because they could have had a bigger audience.
Oh man.
They do that a lot.
It's a cool little system now. Just a little cube.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool.
It had a lot of power, like we've talked about before. Like the original Resident Evil 4 came out for the GameCube first, and it was a better version than the PlayStation 2 version.
Yep.
Oh man.
Interesting system. Too bad but it was for Nintendo a financial flop.
Yeah. Yeah, it only sold like 25 million units or something. It's not good.
Yeah, and ended up, giving Sony like basically the gigantic market share that it still boasts to this day.
Yeah. The PS2 was like the first PlayStation system I got. I never had a PS1, and for a long time, I could only afford one system like per generation pretty much, and like I only had Nintendo systems for a long time until like the PS2, and then I was like, oh, like because I got the PS2 at the very end of the generation, so like I everything was
best
cheap.
time
like
to get
all the games. I would just go to GameStop and get like 20 games for like $5 each, and it was just like it was awesome. Like I caught up on that generation super late, but it was great.
Nice. That's funny. That's my same story, but with the PlayStation 3. I didn't come back to. I didn't own a Sony game system until the PlayStation 3, and that was like at the tail end of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, and it's mostly because I couldn't really upgrade my computer because it was a potato back in the day. It's like, all right, I need something cheaper that I can play all these games with. Oh, PlayStation 3.
I know that was the thing too. Like, it was just like any way I could find a way to get around. Like, oh god, I can't get the system. It's just too expensive. Jesus.
I mean, you remember when we traded in all of those games, like at that place for the PS3?
I
like
remember.
you had like 100 games. I didn't have as many, but I traded in like my GameCube, a shit ton of my games, like so we could get one PS3, one fat PS3 too, like at the beginning of the generation.
I remember.
Is that the one that?
Damn.
That's not the one that died when we were trying to watch Human Centipede, right?
I think so.
Might have been.
Yeah.
I remember that very clearly. You know, we were trying to watch, you know, that movie on somebody's PS3.
As a joke too, just like
yeah.
It wasn't even like we're taking it seriously. It was just like, oh, and then it just like overheated, because you know that thing is a giant fucking machine.
Yeah.
Fucking.
I like to think that the PS3 just committed suicide.
Of all times, yeah. He's all like, no, I don't have the energy for this.
This is the last indignity.
Yeah, this is it. I can't do it no more. Can't live. That's great. I'm pretty sure that was why it conked out. It was like on the carpet.
Yeah, that's
overheating, just like
Yeah.
God, getting the heat like reflected back onto it, and just like it's just burning up from the insides. That's funny. Hilarious. What are the chances of that conking out at that point in time? So
honestly,
weird.
I mean, it saved us. It saved us. To this day, I can.
That's true. That's
gladly say I've never seen the Human Centipede.
Y'all's morbid curiosity was just like killed it. It killed the system.
Yeah, just like I've made it to 38 years old, and I've never seen the infamous Two Girls in a Cup, and I mean to keep it that way.
You only know that by the memes or something like that, or people mentioning it. Or what about Lemon Party?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, don't look that up. Yeah, don't look it up. No, don't. Never ever look that up ever.
Oh God.
I mean, honestly, even Two Girls, One Cup, it's not even that.
They have a Lemon Party.
It's not
I
great,
mean
but
that could be like
you know.
chocolate ice cream that is in the cup for all you know.
I mean, that's what it looks like on the video.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like the actual
could vary. Who knows?
I get the feeling it wasn't chocolate ice cream. But God, I hope.
Yeah. You never gotten tricked into watching like what Tub Girl or something?
Tub Girl. You have an encyclopedic knowledge of these things I really don't have to watch. Please tell me more. Sean.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to make a whole.
Well, I mean,
while they're having Kraft macaroni and cheese.
No. Oh God.
This could be a whole topic too. Like top 100 videos you should not watch.
Yeah. Then there's Picture, the blue waffle. There's that.
Okay, I definitely blew waffles, unfortunately.
Oh no.
Yeah, I know.
Poor
I
soul.
found it the hard way that it was not delicious waffles.
It was not
Anyway,
delicious. I love blueberry waffles, and I did not like that. Yeah. God damn. Good old. We don't have those anymore, do we? Like in this current generation of like, trick your friend, like videos or something.
Oh, there's something like that. If you, and in fact, I'm not even gonna mention it because, because there is a subreddit on, and I am talking about Reddit here, so of course it's going to be some weird. I'm just saying, there's the Reddit I Bleach, and that's like basically cute videos.
Yes.
Like, there's one that if you misspell I Bleach in the wrong way, you will want to gouge your eyes out. But I Bleach, man. Cute, usually cute pictures of kittens and puppies, the kind of thing you need to unwind. If you misspell that though,
it's
meant
to like calm you down, I guess you could say, to terrible stuff. But then if you misspell it, it's like it's something entirely different. It's so funny that it's like that's so polarizing differences between like the misspelled and the proper one, and it's like your intentions to go there to calm down is now
it's exactly the intention.
It's like the exact opposite. And then they purposely like made the Google search super close and then
Mhm.
somehow like manipulated it. I guess their website to have like a high, a way to make it so that it would like show up on the first thing or something. I don't know. Like it's searchable. That was easier to search, I guess.
Yeah.
It's like how would you do that to not have to pay Google to put on like the top link?
Oh, I know, right?
Yeah. I don't know.
People search it a lot. People misspell it a lot, apparently.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that must be it, right? The misspelling part. That's probably how they did it. They figured it out. They cheat the code system and did that instead. Well, yeah. I mean, that's pretty much it. There's not. Is there anything else that we're missing in terms of the podcast stuff?
No.
Vidya podcast?
I think we touched upon everything.
More or less.
Mm.
Yeah, actually, we did. Everything we set out to touch on, to touchies.
Did anybody watch, by the way, the Brendan Fraser movie, The Whale?
I still haven't seen it.
Haven't seen it yet.
I see that it's on rental on Amazon Prime, but.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe when like me and Brenda feel like we want to cry or something, right?
Yeah, it looks like a more
serious.
Definitely, yeah, definitely that kind of movie.
Yeah, so I think that's what will be our thing with that. Okay, well then, I think that will end it off today. Boop, boop, boop. Burr, burr, burr.
Well, thanks everybody for watching.
Of course.
Well, thanks for everybody for listening and watching, and hopefully you're gonna have a good day. We will see you soon, and check you guys out later. Bye bye. See you. Oh, and thank you for the sub. And thank you very much. Thank you. I got a sub. I think
nice.
Carlos, you may have met him before.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh, and
Well,
thank you for the follow.
Sure.
So yeah, Enigmatic Voidling had gave us a sub. So thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Good guy.
And yeah, and then Gatara has just followed. Thanks for the follow. See y'all next time. Till next time. On the Goob Squad. Bam, thumbs up. Bye bye.